Hello, good morning and welcome to the WeatherTech Raceway here at Laguna Seca for another instalment of action from the 2022 Velocity Invitational. I'm Kev Harris and I'm pleased to say that once again I'm alongside Taylor Snyder and Johnny Green for what promises to be the biggest and best motor racing extravaganza happening anywhere in the world right now. And Taylor, we had a fantastic day yesterday, didn't we?
We absolutely did. I was on the energy down there was palpable. You could feel it. You could watch them try to show off their cars, enjoy the history of it, and they had a great race yesterday, but I know today all bets are off. They're ready to get those cars out there and go.
Yeah, and fair play to you because it was hot and it was noisy down there. You did a great job of getting the mic in under some of those drivers, so well done.
Thank you. They were excited just to be down there and get some time, show their car off, especially to the world streaming in.
It's what it's all about. And Johnny, your commentary position this year was outside, and that was great because you had a whole host of guests come and join you. I mean, it was a brilliant day, wasn't it?
That's the part I really like, is to get amongst it, to get drivers out of their cars to come and join us, to tell us them stories about their cars and about their day. And boy, you know, the adage in historic racing is we don't keep our art in a museum, we race it. And that was so true yesterday.
There were so many highlights from yesterday, but I was fully in the mix of the McLaren garage when history was made. The buzz down there was incredible, but just tell us about that.
Yeah, Mario Andretti has never driven a Formula One modern car, and he made a bet with Zach Brown at 82, mind you, and said, you know, I really fancy that. And Zach said, I'll make it happen, and he did, and it really is. I mean, the guy's got a corner named after him, and he's still hounding around the circuit in a Formula One car.
And he was alongside Mika Hakkinen, Pato O'Ward, Tanner Faust, and himself, and the number of fans squeezing, trying to get their iPhone or their camera through the doors to see it.
It's history.
And speaking of history, we're kicking off with cars from way back in history. Group 2 sports cars then, I think from the 40s through the 50s?
Yeah, and actually the most relevant, if you like, group here, because Pebble Beach is where racing began here before they came to Laguna in 1957. So this group that you're about to see, the first group up, will be exactly how it all started here in California.
Brilliant. Johnny, I'm excited. You better go and get in your commentary booth because I can hear engines roaring. Have a great day, sir.
Have a good one, guys.
There he goes, off to his commentary position, which is just across the way over there, Taylor. We're on a kind of beautiful green lawn here at Laguna Seca, and it's not just race cars that this festival is all about, is it, Taylor?
No, absolutely not. We're here to enjoy and celebrate the history of motorsport as a whole. But not only that, when you think about motorsport, sometimes it's a little bit rough in the pits. But what we're trying to bring here is something a little bit more high-end. We've got Taylor Farms, the Sip and Savor Pavilion, a place where you can enjoy great California views, because what a setting, of course, with some great, absolutely great wine. And even, you know, vendors from all over, great food that we're seeing here, and just really a high-end event showing off motorsport and maybe the future of motorsport where we see it going.
Yeah, and the future of motorsport is here in spades. The Czinger is one car that if you can check out, please do come down and see it. Artificial intelligence and 3D printing has built this car, and it's sitting, or one of them is sitting front and center in the driver's lounge, which is a great place to hang out. But there's all kinds of cars here, and yesterday, Taylor, you caught up with the guys from DirtFish Rally who really thrashed their engines.
Exactly. It was a different experience on track, I'll tell you. Those historic cars were taking those, they're finding the apexes just like you're supposed to. Dirtfish, we throw all the rules out the window, and those guys get a little bit sideways. And in fact, I think they went a little too hard yesterday. Only one car was running at the end, which is a good thing sometimes. That means that they were going all out. So hopefully we can see a little bit more sideways action today as well.
Yeah, I'm sure we will see some more sideways action. And don't forget, of course, you're watching us on the live stream somewhere in the world right now. Do follow us across all the social media as well. Find the Velocity Invitational, especially on the Instagram. We'll be posting. The social media guys here will be posting, so you can really keep across all of the action. It is a fantastic event. There are engines revving at the moment because Johnny has gone across the way there for those Group 2 sports cars. The weather then today as well, Taylor, we've got our jackets off. We look to finally have some California sunshine, maybe.
I'm hoping for it. We saw the sun just briefly yesterday. I don't think it stopped anybody from having a really, really great time here. So hopefully that track will get a nice, clear little bit of sunshine. But either way, the racing action's still going to happen.
All right, so we are about set and ready to go. Laguna Seca is an iconic race circuit. Everybody knows the corkscrew, but how many of the other corners do you know? Well, without further ado, let's take a look at the circuit. Here's the course guide.
Laguna Seca, nestled in the hills above Monterey, California, is 2.23 miles. The kink at 1 into the hairpin Andretti at 2, and then opening up through turns 3, 4, and 5 before heading uphill steeply towards the Rahal Straight, a left-hander at 6, then rising into the corkscrew into 7, 8, and 8A. Rainy is 9, and then a right-hander 10, and the last left-hander is turn 11. And that is a lap of one of the most famous courses in America, and the home of this year's Velocity Invitational. That you understand just how high it is and how much the elevation change is. But a beautiful setting, and as we get ready for what should be another great Group 2, as we mentioned, this is where it all began really for this part of the world when it comes to road racing and circuit racing. I say road racing because that's how it started back in the early 50s. California ran races around the streets of Pebble Beach just across the way. That's long before Laguna Seca was even built. So back in those days, there were no real circuits. Most of the racing was done on either defunct or current airports, local airports. That's where people had to run because there was nowhere else to actually run these very fast cars. And they would do some street races. They would close the streets down and have a weekend of concours elegance and racing around those streets. And then bit by bit, they decided that obviously that was a little too dangerous for the likes of some of these very fast cars that you're looking at right now. And so they said, look, let's build a circuit. And then where? Because they needed to stay in Monterey. They wanted to stay close by the peninsula. And there was an old army depot right here in Laguna Seca, which means in Spanish dry lake. And so there was a nice basin, if you like, an empty lake, and that helped the sound as well because these hills are full of some really nice houses, so they didn't want to make it too noisy, and it really sort of suited them to come out here to Laguna Seca, and off they began. And they worked with the local community and the local council to make things as appropriate as possible. And that all began in 1957. And so these cars that you're looking at, which is 1948 to 1955, and that's sports cars and racing cars, and 1947 to 1956 production cars in Group 2, is where it all began for racing here in Laguna Seca and here on the California coast. Meanwhile, Sonoma was building up, so too Riverside and a few others, and therefore racing began. And what was interesting is that so much of the cars that were involved in those early days were actually cars from Europe, like the Jaguar. 120 that won the first race in the hands of Phil Hill, the American who went on to become the first American F1 world champion. So this group, which starts us off today, is absolutely one of the most appropriate ways to start the day, and a lovely way. I love these cars, late 50s. In terms of post-war production of cars, production cars was growing. The interest in racing, therefore, was growing. As I mentioned, tracks were being built, and it was not a heyday, but it was not far off. It was post-war. People were coming out, people were spending money, people were trying to stretch their legs a little bit and enjoy the luxuries of life after what had been a very tough World War II. A lot of the technology used in World War II was bought and used in the engines and the cars that were designed in that era as well. So what have we got on display? We've got some Porsches, we've got some Jaguars, got the odd Triumph TR2, that was just probably as popular as the Jaguar at the time. We have an Aston Martin from 1954, a DB2 Mark 1, and that's a black one, Jonathan Kitchen driving that. And I'm going to keep a lookout for that because that's a beauty. We have a Ray Type A, we have the odd Elva, very popular here. So the likes of the Devon and the Elvas were all there to take on the Jaguar. There's the Jaguar of James Alder, a good friend of mine from Reno, Nevada. He is a perennial entry to the historic events. In fact, I want to say he's done over, 13 seasons of historic racing in that car. Absolutely glorious, and he drives it from Reno, Nevada, as they would have done in the day, and that's an important thing to remember. These are all production cars, road cars, and so, as you can see, with the number plates on. So, back in the day, if you wanted to go racing, you went on a Saturday or Sunday, but you drove your car to the track, and maybe changed tires, maybe, but that was about it. Maybe tighten the suspension, but really, that's how racing was purveyed in the mid-50s here in California. Here's the famous corkscrew for the first time there, and look at that jump, that leap of faith almost, because it really is. If you've ever been here in any form of car or motorcycle, it's really, your heart goes right in your mouth the way you drop off that crest. And you're right at the top of the hill as well, and so it is the highest point of the Laguna Seca landscape, and you can look right over the Monterey Peninsula and down to the sea from there, but you don't have a lot of time to look at the view because you're diving down the hill very quickly. So we are going to form up 2 by 2, so to speak. This time yesterday in practice, and in their qualifying race, Chris McAllister in his D-Type, he was the man of the moment yesterday, fastest man out there. And Dom Pepperdine in his Baldwin Mercury Special, also one to watch. John Budabaum in his Jaguar Parkinson Special. There's another California iteration, taking a Jaguar and Don Parkinson putting his touches on it and making his own version. Away we go then, it's Group 2 here at Velocity Invitational, Day 2. Three wide into Andretti curve, doesn't get any better, absolutely glorious. And away we go into turn 3 for the first time. There's car 3, that's John Budabaum, the man I mentioned in that Jaguar Parkinson Special. 3.8 litre. And Dennis Adair in that Elva Mark 1 from 1955. And of course, racing cars was a big social fad as well. So Monterey, with its beaches and golf courses and so on, a very big part of being here. And obviously the military returning from World War II. And combination of these big, heavy Jaguars really stealing the show. Certainly at the Pebble Beach races early on. And the likes of Phil Hill, Sterling Moss coming over here in the early days of the Pebble Beach races to race one of those Jaguar XKs. Briggs Cunningham in a CR2 from 1951. Also raced these sorts of cars. So it's a combination of the V8s from America and the British-made Jaguars and Triumphs, TR2s, Morgans. We have got one Morgan out there from 1952. So the action fast and furious already. They start to... You'll see them put their hand signals out. It's a sort of gesture in historic racing of letting each and every driver know that they are aware that you are coming through and which side you want them to pass. So as to avoid, obviously with these priceless cars, to avoid any untoward accidents or crazy driving. You literally see in your mirrors the man coming up to your left or right and just signal, say, hey, pass me on the left, pass me on the right, and then you're both aware of exactly where you need to be. Keep a look out for the 1949 Baldwin Mercury Special. Don Pepperdine driving that. He was one of the faster guys yesterday. And it is Rob Manson leading the way at the moment. Rob Manson in the 25C. That's a Tatum GMC Special. Now, on my original guide here, David Zillingden, was due to drive that car, but it looks as though Rob Manson, I think he wasn't here yesterday, and so Rob, who is well known in the historic world, is going to be driving that car today. John Budabaum, the man I mentioned earlier, in the Jaguar Parkinson Special, he's in second, and Don Pepperdine in that 77C. The Baldwin Mercury Special from Carmel is in third. Chris McAllister, who you'll see, I think, a lot of over the day, in fourth position in the number 7 Jaguar D-Type. Watch out for Dennis Adair coming through as well in that 814. The Elva Mark 1 as we look at the 15. And just trying to see where that number 15 slots in. That's Marcus Bicknell in the Manning Street Special. There you go. So we should get plenty of views of that as well. Got a full day of action for you as we did yesterday. Really looking forward to bringing you some of the most beautiful cars in the world, frankly. It really is something to behold, to be honest. It's not often you get this gathering of so many priceless cars. It's almost a rude thing to go into the actual cost or price of how these cars are sold and bought, but I can assure you, having spoken to the organizers, there's a fair few million out there, and some of which you just can't put a price tag on. Some of the Ferraris out there, we're talking upwards of 50, 60, 70 million dollars. So that's just one example. I won't go into the details because it's rude, or at least not everybody wants their price tag named, but I can assure you that what you're looking at is truly remarkable when it comes to the cars on display. And the other thing you should remember while watching these group cars is that they are all authentic. These are exactly as they were raced in periods. So in the 50s, this is how they raced. These were the colors they raced in, and they are not allowed to put brand new brakes or ABS or anything that is modern besides the roll bar and besides perhaps a hands device for the neck for safety and of course a modern helmet. That's about it. The brakes, the suspension, the tires even are all as they were back in the 50s. And that in itself, if you think about it, if you have a washing machine from the 70s alone, it's hard enough to find parts. So imagine a racing car that you're having to race around and find parts for, and that's something we'll discuss as the weekend goes on, is how on earth do they keep these cars fettled and going as well as they do, given that they are so old, so many of them. And there's my friend, the number 33. There he is. Good to see him out there. This, of course, James Alder, who I mentioned earlier, in that XK120 Jaguar from 1952. An OTS, an open top. And yes, he does. There's the roll bar I was mentioning. So that's the only adage to him. But that's an original. And he's raced that some 300 plus events around America, from Seattle to Washington, California, and like I said, he's based in Reno, Nevada, and drives it from his garage. And he said, I said, what's the drive like? And he said, well, as long as it doesn't rain over the mountains, I'm okay. And I can understand that. And I said, do you have any problems? What if you break down? And he said, well, that can happen. And he said, but people are so friendly along the way, and they're so interested in the car. And when he's on the freeway, they all kind of pick their horns and wave at him. So the journey is just as big as the event for him, and it's great to see him here, currently in 8th position. James Alder, he's going to come in the booth later today and regale us, I'm sure, with some stories of awe. Rob Manson then leading the way in the 25C. And I think the reason why Rob is not on my leaderboard is because yesterday I don't think he ran the car, so now he's back, he's up and running. There's the 55. It's a Chevrolet Mistral from 1955. Where's the Abendroth at the wheel? Absolutely beautiful sights and sounds of these wonderful machines. And as the day goes on, we've got quite a few special moments for you to savor, including Formula One coming up. McLaren are here in full gusto with their modern Formula One cars. And for them, they're historic pieces, but of course to us, they're about as modern as they get at an historic event, because we're talking mid-90s, 2005, I think one is. We've got a Senna and a Prost car from 1990. But as we look at that number 55, the Chevrolet Mistral. 55, the D-Type Jaguar was another one that was used a lot in racing. I think that's one just behind him, actually. The Aston Martin. The Tantum GMC Special, that's another one. The Curtis Dodge was also a member of this era. And going back to that Jaguar XK120, it debuted in 1948 at the 1948 London Motor Show as a test bed and display for the new Jaguar XK engine DOHC inline 6. And it caused quite a sensation and persuaded Jaguar founder and chairman William Lyons to put the car in production. And as of May 1949, it was tested and proved that it would reach up to speeds of over 130 miles an hour, making it the fastest production car in the world, which is interesting because we have some of those here today of the modern versions, like the Czinger and the Zenvo you'll see, and a Hennessey in action later today. So back in the day, these were the fastest production cars, but of course that's a long time ago. Now, Chris McAllister, no surprise, in that number 7, hitting the front. Just getting ahead of Rob Manson. Chris, in that D-Type Jag, actually took victory here. He's based in Indianapolis. And there's that Manning Street Special. You could see them working the wheel too, larger wheels back in the day. I was talking to one of the drivers yesterday about how do you get used to driving an old car with these bigger wheels and effectively then getting back into your regular car. In his case, he was driving a Porsche, a modern day Porsche, and obviously it's quite some difference. But physically, you can see how much he's physically, there's no power steering. Absolutely not. So you can see they are working it. It is an upper body workout for sure. In fact, every muscle in your body is being used because your whole body is moving. Look how they lean into the car at each and every corner. Absolutely splendid. Still early morning. We're waiting for the fog to clear off the Monterey Peninsula and hopefully give us some sunshine. Because when that mountainside in the background lights up, it's absolutely spectacular. You're watching our first group, Group 2. Our feature race, Chris McAllister leading the way from Rob Manson, John Bodebam in 3rd. Don Pepperdine in 4th position at the moment, and Marcus Bicknell. Just going through shot. Another quite unique car in this group. I mentioned that Jaguar Parkinson Special. It's built by Joe Thrall and Don Parkinson. And Phil Hill was Parkinson's brother-in-law. I mentioned Phil Hill being the winner of the first ever Pebble Beach race. And that Jaguar Parkinson Special was built in Los Angeles. Successfully raced to its present configuration for 2 years before replacing with the Jaguar C-Type. The car was restored by John Budebam, who's out there right now, in 1983, and it continues to be competitive in its class. Yes, top 3, John Budebam at the moment. So that Jaguar Parkinson Special has a storied history, and John continuing to enjoy his day. The 1953 excuse me, yeah, 1953 Jaguar C-Type. Smoking a bit, but not to a distressful. I think that's just a mix issue rather than anything else. Yeah, it's just under, as he drops down a gear, just a little bit smoky, but certainly not a problem, and he's not laying anything down on the track. That's always a worry. We had some oil down yesterday, and you have to be very careful with these cars because given the tires and so on, they can easily go off track, and we don't want to break anything. Into Ron's corner, as I call it, and look at the 44 chasing him hard. Great stuff. That 44 is a 1955 Hagerman Chrysler Special. And got a bit of grunt up the hill. Will he take the 21? We'll soon find out. Just looking ahead to the day ahead. Coming up after Group 2, we'll go on to Group 3, so we'll sort of stay in the next period, if you will, and then from there on, definitely at local time 9:55, the Ragtime races. You don't want to miss that. Over 100-year-old cars, and they're putting on quite an exhibition, and one that is definitely worth a watch if you've never watched it. But as we speak, it's the Jaguar D-Type from 1955 of Chris McAllister leading the way. Coming out of the final corner. Two laps to go then. And that D-Type doing the business. Now, it's interesting because they've got different numbers for what I've got down, but I've got Chris in this car as the 7, but as you can see yourself, it's got the 23 and the 7 on. So he's got both cars on, both numbers on. It doesn't matter. It's definitely Chris McAllister, and it's definitely the Jaguar D-Type. Rob Manson had led this race. We've got a unique commentary position here as well, which is purposely built so that we can try to get as many drivers in here to regale you with their stories as the day goes on. And we're right above the pre-grid, right with the crowd, if you will. So we're seeing what they're seeing, and it really is an absolute eyeful of iconic cars. And the way they've laid it out is very Goodwood-esque. Oh, bit of close racing here. It's the 77 Baldwin Mercury Special. Don Pepperdine at the wheel from Carmel Valley. And then that Tatum GMC Special I mentioned a moment earlier. Tatum GMC Special built between 1952 and 53 by Charles Chuck Tatum in Stockton, California. Tatum designed the tubular chassis, which sits on the Ford truck suspension components, and the GMC inline 6-cylinder engine was originally from the local fire truck. Can you believe that? Wayne Engineering, a Southern California manufacturer specializing in GMC and Chevrolet inline 6-cylinder race motors, supplied a highly modified version, and in 1954 and 55 that featured all of the firm's speed equipment, including the famous 12-valve cross-flow cylinder head. All the aluminium body, or it's an all-aluminium body, fabricated by Jack Hagerman. You've seen that name already in another one of the cars in Hayward, California. So a lot of these cars that you may see out here in these mid-50s Group 2 were effectively put together here in California and raced at the famous Pebble Beach races. In fact, when you come into Laguna Seca, you'll see some of the trees literally painted with white bottoms, so they've got white paint on the bottom of the trees, and that is an homage, if you will, a little nod to those early Pebble Beach road races where they painted the trees so that you could see where the line of the racetrack was and hopefully avoid those trees. didn't always happen, but that is the reason why we're here at Laguna Seca, thankfully. So Chris McAllister on his way now. As the 25 and the number 3 go head-to-head for the last time in the final lap here in Group 2. And like I said, I'm hoping to get a couple of the drivers from this group after they finish. Come and join me and talk about their experience out here at Laguna. Can't be easy in these colder conditions mid-October. It's always a worry when the track is cold and the weather is cold to get those tyres up to temperature. Well, they've done a pretty good job of keeping it all clean. Somebody's just gone a little bit of grass tracking there. Now that's at the exit of 5, I think. Yeah, as they head up the hill, and so a little bit of desert tracking, as it were. And there you go, the finish done and dusted. Well done to Chris McAllister, just crossing the line there, just ahead of the number 31. That 31 and XK120, the green one, that's Bill Rookledge in the green version of the Jaguar. Somewhat unwieldy as a race car, but when the likes of Sterling Moss were driving him and then racing him with Phil Hill at Pebble Beach, I think that's what kind of got everybody interested. So that concludes our Group 2 coverage for Velocity Invitational, our first group up today. Let's head down to Kev Harris, who's down there in the paddock. Kev, over to you. What have you got?
I tell you what, Johnny, it's fantastic when you come to these events because you meet all kinds of people, and I found a man who's got the best accent here. Even our English is yours, Ian Fitzsimon. Ian, thank you ever so much for taking the time to join us. Tell us what brings you to Velocity Invitational this weekend.
Well, strangely enough, I'm here with my son Horatio, who is racing a 26R in the prototype class, which is somewhere he really shouldn't be. But he's battling GT40s and a Lola T70s, and he's got a very annoying 23B that he's racing against. But we're brought here not just for the racing, we're brought here for the whole atmosphere. This is one of the best events of the year. We love it.
It's really fantastic. You're wearing a Goodwood Revival meeting hat there. How does this fare alongside a Goodwood?
Well, Goodwood is the greatest event in the world, bar none. I mean, the Earl of March puts on simply the best event ever. But Steve Earle and all the people here put on an absolutely spectacular event in California. This is probably the premier event in definitely on the west coast of the US, and probably the US.
Yeah, 100%. Horatio, driving yesterday, you had quite a battle in your Lotus, didn't you?
Yeah, it's great fun. Obviously, the only thing I didn't think would end up being a thorn in my side would be another Lotus. I thought it was going to be one of the big block cars, but we had a great fight. A Corvette got involved, and unfortunately it was reduced by the safety car, but I think today's main race will be a really close fight between the pair of us.
It really will. And behind us, there's a car that is absolutely exquisite. I mean, on this road, Johnny, there's some fantastic looking cars, but the Ferrari that is behind us is just second to none. And Horatio, you sat in that when you were 10 years old.
I did. It was at the Mecum auctions in 2010. And I've grown up here. I came to the Historics the first time when I was, I think, about 3 years old. Obviously, growing up in America, this is the local historic race meeting that you come to. So to come back here and to see this car, we've got a painting by Michael Turner in the house of it competing at Le Mans. And I didn't know that until I'd got home when I was 10. Having seen it, thinking, oh God, I sat in that car earlier today, and I wake up every day and I see it on the wall. So it's quite incredible to be racing here and see that car alongside us.
I love hearing stories like that, and that's exactly what you get at events like this. And Ian, I mean, we were chatting about this car before. You know everything there is to know about that car. Just give us some of the history of what's going on with that one. A great car that bridges the 50s and 60s.
Yeah, that car was one of the really most important Ferraris. It's a 1959 250 Tour de France, 250 chassis, V12 engine, 280 horsepower. Very, very successful car. Won most of the important races in those days. I mean, it swept up. The car was fantastic. As you were saying, it really bridges the gap between the 1950s and the 60s. For instance, if you have a look at the 250 that's behind us, it's a 250 short wheelbase, which is an early 60s car, you'd notice that they're both Pininfarina designs, but the Tour de France has the Findria quarters, while the 250 short wheelbase. This was literally the car the 250 GTO was built on, the most successful, the most valuable, and the most famous Ferrari of all time.
It's absolutely incredible. And just talking about, the car that's behind us over there, the number 11 car there, 1959 is, I think, the year that it came out, 280 brake horsepower. I mean, that was quite a piece of machinery for the day, wasn't it?
It was, out of a 12-cylinder, but Ferrari were really cutting edge, and you've also got to remember, everything they built for these cars, they built in-house. So Ferrari used to have, old Enzo Ferrari had a joke about all the British car manufacturers. He called them garagisti, which meant basically kit car manufacturers. They bought the engine in one place, they bought bits and pieces, whereas Ferrari built everything in-house. Everything was built at Maranello. So they were a very special company. That's why they're so famous and so loved.
Horatio, it's great to see you here because, I mean, we are surrounded by some cars that are from the, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, but you're a young man, you look absolutely fantastic, and you love this. I think the future of historic racing is in safe hands with young men like yourself.
I absolutely hope so. I've grown up here and I keep wishing that I could have maybe been born 50 years earlier and lived in this era, so nothing beats a historic racing car around such a historic circuit such as Laguna Seca. It's great fun.
And I know your dad Ian gets under the bonnet, he's on the spanners and the wrenches mechanicking for you, but how much of a part do you get involved in that side of it?
Well, I try to get it involved as much as possible, especially when we're away from the circuit. We prep the car ourselves, and we're the only father and son team here, and I wouldn't want to change it for the world.
Fantastic. How about that? I love that. Isn't that good? Isn't that great? This is what it's all about, folks. Now, Horatio, just tell us what time you're out, what car number you are, because we'll make sure that Johnny Green keeps an eye out for you.
I'm the green Lotus Elan 26R, number 7, with a yellow stripe. We're at 12:25 today.
There you go. And Ian, proud of you, young man, here today?
Absolutely. Couldn't be more proud of him. Absolutely. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you for joining us. It's brilliant. It's what this event is all about. Horatio and Ian Fitzsimon's out a little bit later on. Johnny, how about that? Keep an eye out for this young man, a future racing ace.
Excellent stuff, Kev. Yeah, I actually saw him out yesterday, and I spotted the name and thought that has to be an Englishman with a name like that, and certainly you just proved it. And I tell you, it's great to talk to them, and it's great to have guys who, hold Goodwood to be up there, but they're still showing up at this very new event. I mean, let's face it, I know the comparisons are being made, and we've even got, an homage again to Goodwood with the picket fences and so on. But Goodwood is Goodwood, and this is a brand new and unique American event. And yes, there are touches of Goodwood here, and we're very proud to, if you like, imitate is absolutely a way of telling you that you've got it right. And Lord March and his group have done a phenomenal job over the years to make Goodwood what it is. And I know literally most of the people here have probably at one time either taken part in Goodwood or have been part of the Goodwood Festival, Historic Festival. So we have a display on track now, and this is O'Gara Motorsports from California. They've got several distribution places where they literally deal and sell in some of the finest supercars pretty much ever known to man, from McLaren, from Bentley, you name it. And they're just putting on a display here. If you remember, yesterday we had Paris from O'Gara Motorsports up here, letting us know a little bit about the cars that they have. But basically, they are a California-based company who sell exotic cars, like this one you're looking at right now, that sound absolutely glorious. And of course, McLaren very much part of this weekend with Zach Brown and his team all here. And I'm hoping that Paris will join me, as he did yesterday, to talk about these wonderful cars. But let's just listen for a second to that beautiful sounding McLaren. And as I speak, as if by magic, it's as though we prepared him. Good morning. How are you, sir? Paris, welcome.
I'm good. How are you?
What's going on?
Not much, you know. It's a less foggy morning, which
Yes.
is great. Which means the
drink to
cars
that.
are out on track.
I was just badly explaining. No, but I was just kind of giving people an idea of what you are about. Basically based here in California. Have you got anywhere? Are you outside of California as well?
No. So our base of operations is all Southern California, but our motorsport operation, as you can imagine, is kind of it's almost global. I mean, because the series that we race in with Super Trofeo competes over, obviously, in Europe as well for the World Finals. But no, we are Southern California based.
Now we talked about what you have in your showrooms and what you sell and and we're seeing it now. Some of the greatest cars you can imagine. But give me a little bit of history. How did O'Gara kind of become this bespoke sales and distributor?
Believe it or not, Tom O'Gara actually started in the armored car business.
Really?
His brothers and him owned a company called O'Gara Hess Eisenhart, and they did armored vehicles for the presidential motorcade.
Oh, wow. That's a good gig.
Yeah. So then they went on to armoring vehicles for foreign dignitaries, which led to armoring Rolls Royces instead of Cadillacs and things like that. Started with Rolls Royce and Bentley of Beverly Hills, and the empire kind of grew from there. So we now have 3 main locations, Beverly Hills, Westlake, and in San Diego. And each of those has a number of brands at them. So, one store will have 5 or 6 brands.
Now we're looking at this rather splendid Lamborghini painted up with the Arrow colors.
Yeah.
We talked a little bit about Lamborghini yesterday and how this is part of the, it's a Super Trofeo spec, isn't it? And that basically is the racing spec for Lamborghini, raced all around the world, and they're about to do their world final, correct?
Correct, yeah, in Porto Mayo. So that happens in about 2 weeks. I know, I'm jealous.
Coming over that lip at the end on the last corner, I'd love to see them coming up that hill.
Yeah, actually, so the first race of the season this year for us was actually held here at Laguna Seca.
Right.
So, good way to kick things off. He's using all the road there.
Totally. Out of 11 and using it all. Now, this is one of your hot shoes, right?
It is, yeah. So, Patrick Liddy. So, he's been in the series for about, 3 years now. And is just doing, did amazing this year.
Beautiful car, beautiful sound. Now, would you sell cars like this, or at least a production or road-going version of it?
We sell both. So that's what O'Gara Motorsport handles, is basically all the track variants of the brands that we sell road cars of. So, we'll sell somebody a Lamborghini Urus, right, is a road car, but they can absolutely purchase a Super Trofeo. We actually have a number of clients that have purchased them that don't even run them in the series. They actually have them as just a track car. They keep them out at the Thermal Club. We store them, maintain them, look after them. So yeah.
So let me talk about the motorsport side for a second. Obviously, the production side sort of speaks for itself. You can call Mercedes up and say, right, okay, we want 3 of these, or we have a client that's interested.
Sure.
Can you send us one from Germany and have it ready? Or we've had a client that sold it back to us or whatever, and you keep it in the showroom. But with motorsports, do you look for cars that may have done a season here or there? Do you go out and physically try to procure race cars that you think might sell?
100%. So there are also cars that are, extremely rare that people want that are, track cars. We've even sold Formula One cars.
Really?
So yeah. So it really is kind of, full service. And like I said, mainly focusing on the brands that we carry. But no, I'll have a guy that says, look, I want to race in Super Trofeo, but I want a season to practice. And, is there anybody who has one that's run a season or two? Because, they've got to, there's a chance they might wreck it, crash it, so they don't want to kind of be all in on a brand new car while they're learning. So,
like you say, you just mentioned your Super Trofeo young hot shoe. I guess he could get pulled in to kind of maybe, if you sell one of those race cars, to do a little bit of instruction, come to Laguna, do a test day, and learn about the rudiments. Because the beauty of these cars is that you don't want to drive them scared. You don't want to drive them as they were not designed to be, i.e. slow. You want to drive them as they were designed to be, which is flat out, but also in control.
Absolutely. So that's actually one of the things that we offer. It's not just the transaction of the car. We offer a full suite of services, and driver coaching, one-on-one driver coaching is one of the things that we offer. That Super Trofeo actually has a passenger seat bolted in it, and it's actually taking a passenger out right now. But we have
so is
that.
the McLaren, I see.
Yes, yeah. So the Super Trofeo has the ability to have right seat coaching, so you can have
That's
somebody
a good point.
with you. So.
Yeah, and I've done that too. And I went to a race school where that was an opportunity where you could actually sit with the coach, and you wired up, and you were able to tell you where to brake, when to get on the gas, and when you're doing it almost on autopilot, you do get a sense of learning, and you lose that fear factor of messing it up.
Absolutely.
Because the guy's telling you, look, this is what the car will do.
Yep.
It can do more than you're ready to do.
That's right. Yeah.
Tell me what you've got here, and about the display you've got for O'Gara. It's just across the way from where we're sitting.
Yeah,
right in the middle of the paddock. You got the spot, didn't you?
Yeah. No, so yeah, we brought a little bit of everything. I mean, everything from mild to wild, I guess.
Mild to wild.
So yeah, I mean, we have two McLaren P1 that have been modified by Lanzante. They're the race team that helped McLaren win Le Mans in '95 with the F1. So both those cars are homages to F1. So the black car is a P1 GT. That's an homage to the Sultan of Brunei's car.
Yep.
And then
he was like one of the early buyers of the McLaren F1, wasn't he?
Yeah, quite the collection of them. The orange car is what we call a P1 GTR 18, and that pays homage to the long tail F1 GTR race car. So that one's actually done in McLaren orange, and that one is actually paying homage to the only long tail that ran in McLaren orange that actually ran a Veuve Clicquot champagne banner on it. That was their sponsor.
Well, that's their colors as well.
Exactly, yeah. So it worked out great. So we have both of those. I have a 2011 Marussia F1 car that's been...
Oh, that's what that is. The silver. Yeah. Silver and black. That's what it is.
So that car has been gone through by the guys at TDF Engineering. And what that essentially is a real Formula One car that's had the drivetrain redone so you can have one guy run it instead of a small army.
That's a great idher because one of the things, I was explaining this yesterday, with McLaren here.
Yeah.
It's all very well wanting to experience a Formula One car.
Yeah.
But, that original Marussia would have needed 6 guys to start it.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So it's all very well wanting to try it out, but if you can... that's a great idea. So effectively, you've now geared it and redone the drive shaft so that I wouldn't say you can turn the key, but it's not far off. Right?
It's pretty damn close. It's a push button start.
That's wild.
So yeah, but it has 650 horsepower, and it has the same running cost as the Super Trofeo.
What year do you know what year that ran?
2011.
Okay.
Yeah. So
yeah, I'm trying to think who was the Marussia back in 2011. It's before. Yeah, it's probably before. It might have been somebody like Karun Chandok, somebody like that.
Yeah. Yep. Is our boy coming in?
I think he is. Yes, he's coming through the 44. And obviously a good relationship with Arrow that are part of McLaren as well.
Yes.
And that's where the painted colours and Roger Dubuis as well. But. It's got it's a Lamborghini with McLaren colours.
Yeah, which doesn't look too bad.
No, it looks absolutely splendid. Well, it looks as though everybody's managed to get out there unscathed. I'm sure on a day like this, you just hope that everybody comes home safe.
Yes.
I can see the McLaren coming into the paddock just in front of us. Give me an idea on sort of some of the, not exact, but roughly price point on a McLaren like we're looking at there.
So the car that just came in is a 720, and I think that one was a 720 Spider. Yeah.
Yes.
So it really depends on how you spec it. To be honest,
yeah.
I mean, but I would say safely, around 400,000.
Yeah.
But I mean, the folks at MSO, McLaren Special Operations, they'll let you get wild. So you can easily get that thing over $500,000 if you want.
And that would be true of this car as well, the Mercedes, or is that in a different?
You know what? It's funny. So we're not even a Mercedes dealer. I have no idea where that car is out there. But you know what? Good to them. It looks
Exactly.
great.
It looks good. Sell it quick.
That's right.
I have heard some stories of cars changing hands already this weekend, so that's
Yes,
good news.
this is
'Cause
true.
That's another part of why we're here,
That's right.
selling cars.
Yep.
Race on Sunday, buy on Monday. That's what they say, and
Yeah.
it's as true of the high-end cars as it is any other.
But you got to feed the addiction. I mean,
Absolutely.
Let's be honest. You know,
The
we're not
need for
curing
speed.
cancer here.
No, exactly. Adam Carolla was here earlier in the weekend, and I got an insight into his love of motorsport and how
Yeah.
it started. And it's the same. It doesn't matter what walk of life you're from or what you do. The need for speed, if you will, is very much a part of everybody that's here.
Well, I think it's great that events like this exist so that future generations can kind of see all eras all together. I mean, it's, you've got, young kids that have, know what a P1 is, but, have no idea what a McLaren Can-Am car looks like, or Formula One car, vintage one. So it's great that somebody can come here and educate themselves on where these modern day cars, where they even came from, the lineage.
We have an adage, and you know it well, that we don't put our art in a museum, we race it when it comes to historics. And I do think that the historic race scene around the world is blazing a trail for art and history, because the bottom line is, in the last few months I've been to a Van Gogh exhibition, I've been to a Sistine Chapel exhibition, but all very immersive, and I think that's exactly what this is. It's a sort of blazing the trail of saying, no, don't just look at them on a plinth. Come and watch them race. Come and see what they do. And that is so true of anything now. You can't, people, with the sort of interest that we have, people want to see things.
They want to interact with it, yeah.
They want to interact.
Well, especially these, they are not, cars are not static art. They aren't. I mean, they can be, but they really are meant to be seen in motion and be heard and smelt and felt. And so, yeah.
Paris, thank you so much for coming in.
Absolutely.
I'll let you get back to your exhibition, if you will.
Yep.
Come back and see us. Come back and talk to us some more later in the day. We've got all day here. We're right here, right across from you. My thanks to Paris Mullins coming in here. O'Gara Motorsports here in California. We'll take a short break here from Velocity Invitational. Join us after this.
At 225 miles per hour, you do not have time to think about security breaches. At 225 miles per hour, you cannot concern yourself with ransomware. At 225 miles per hour, the only thing you should be focused on is your business. Crowdstrike, powering champions.
Welcome back. I'm down here on pit lane with group number 3, and I was just having a chat with Spencer earlier. He won our qualifying race yesterday, and he's ready to do it again. Spencer, I know we talked a little bit earlier. You've got quite a different vehicle out here, and that really made all the difference, right?
Yeah, I mean, the unique thing about this particular car is that it's mid-engine, so it's the beginning of the era where they put the engine in the back. In theory, it should have a much better weight distribution than most of the other cars in the class, and we seem to be clearly benefiting from that.
All right, well, best of luck today. I'm going to move over here to our number 36 driver, Patrick. He's got his engine revving up, but I will tell you the difference, guys. We've got weight distribution in that model, but this model is all about being light, nimble. It's smaller. He's got a smaller motor, but he's ready to take it in the corners. I hope you can hear me. Patrick is ready to go. If we move on down, we've got Sadler in the 84. Now, Brian, here, this is a family affair car. As you can see, it's got Bill Sadler's name on there. That's part of his family. So this is absolutely history and family in the making. Moving on down one more. Timothy, I spoke to Timothy earlier in our red car. He said the track is super slippery. We had cars doing a little bit of spin outs yesterday. So their goal is to keep it straight on the track going forward. They said, we don't want to make eye contact with the other drivers. So we'll see if we can keep all these cars going straight today. Johnny, let's head back up to you for some Group 3 racing.
Excellent stuff, Taylor. You're gonna get those lungs going today. You're gonna need that voice over the top of those engines. He's doing a great job getting amongst it. I've done that job. It's not easy because it's scary when they fire up, and you want to be safe and you want to keep out of the way. You don't want to get run over. So good on you. We're about to get ready, as Taylor was pointing out, for our Group 3 action. Everybody giving us a wave. Tony Garcia, our true and faithful cameraman in the grid. He's not frightened of anything. You can throw a bull at him, and people have. But he's not frightened of racing cars. He gets right amongst it. Been with us for a long time and gets right into the action. And the 57, the silver Cooper Monaco from 1962. How about that? Get a thumbs up from him. Beautiful car. You forget what an occasion it is for those helping as well, for those actually putting the cars together and getting the tires up to the right tire pressure and so on. It really is a wonderful, wonderful day out, if not a weekend. And in some cases, probably a week's worth driving it here, getting the truck, unloading, and all sorts of things. Martin Swig in memory of. Good for him. In the number 35, that's the blue Maserati special from 1957. That is David Swig at the wheel. And if you're not sure why they've got the stickers on there, if you're new to historic racing, that each and every event you do, you put an extra sticker to say where you've been, and then when people see your car, they can see that it is it has a storied history of going to these events. So it's just a tradition. Historic racing has built up over the years to put the stickers on the car of every event you attend. Wonderful pictures from the pre-grid. You can see the picket fences either side, the photographers getting their photographs as they line up and head out to turn 11. What a wonderful sight from high above. Great pictures both down on the pre-grid and high above from our drone as we get ready for the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca Group 3 feature race here at Velocity Invitational. Now these are sports cars from 1957 to 1961. So we've kind of moved up from Group 2. We've moved it forward a little bit, but these are pure and utter sports racing cars. And so a little bit more skill perhaps, and certainly in terms of racing in the day, these were some of the best cars that were racing in Europe at the time, and combined with some of the Sadler Mark IVs and the Huffaker, another famous name here in California, of guys that took it on themselves to build racing cars, and Huffaker is still going strong to this day. Great to have that name out here in historic racing. But Lola's, Lotus, Porsche, the famous names from Europe who proliferated American racing for many of the early 50s. And of course then in the 60s, both the Japanese and of course the muscle cars from Detroit. With Trans Am, you're going to see some examples of that in the smaller displacement cars, but also we'll see the big muscle cars as Mini and Mustang go head-to-head later in the day. That's, I think, our final race, in fact. So we'll get pretty much a good smorgasbord of all things American racing. So the pace car about to come off, and we're about to go racing. Like I said, it's better conditions at the start of the day today. I hope it warms up and the clouds blow off, because it is quite cool. I always worry for these absolutely gorgeous cars that in these temperatures, you can see them weaving, as the modern cars do, to try and get the temperature up in the tyres. But it's almost more paramount in these older cars as well, because a cold track can be, anyway, a little like ice almost. Let's take a look at the 11, that beautiful white Lotus 11 Le Mans S2 from 1959, a cracker. Ferrari going for a shot there. There's two Ferraris. Now, we had a cracking race yesterday between some of the Ferrari 250s, Testarossas, and also looking to see when Jeffrey O'Neill and his birdcage, yes, he's out there in his Maserati T61 birdcage from 1960, an absolutely gorgeous car. I spoke to Jeff this morning. Of course, Jeffrey O'Neill organising this entire event in its third year now. But hats off to him. He also races about 5 cars as the weekend goes on. So good on him, because that's not an easy thing. You've got half your mind worrying about whether the customers are getting what they want, and half your mind on trying to drive a very, very expensive racing car around a track. But he does it with a plume. And he's a good character, and he's a good focal point, and the essence of really what this event is all about. So hats off to he and Ryan Turi for putting on this event for us once again. And he was telling me this morning, record crowds here yesterday of over 5,000 for the first day. So that's really, really good. Away we go then. Group 3, their feature races. They roar into action. And it is the Cooper Monaco from 1961, Spencer Trenere at the wheel, who did a really good job. And looks to try to do the same again in our 10-lap race here at Laguna. Through goes that beautifully tailed, that silver-tailed Cooper Monaco from 1962. Very much in pursuit as the field starts to spread out. So it is Spencer that takes the lead in the Cooper. And he's already building quite a healthy lead. Over the 84 of the Sadler Mark IV from 1959. Greg Meyer chasing him down in second place. And he's got some good grunt up the hill, no question about it, as they go up the Rahal Straight. And into the corkscrew for the first time. I do think that the sun's going to pop out soon. I'm hoping anyway. If I keep saying it, it'll happen. So down the hill they come, roaring down under the hills. Great spot to watch from. If you're here at the circuit, head up to the corkscrew and then slowly walk down through the woods. A great place to watch them come through. There's the 356, the Porsche Devon Speedster from 1955, that beautiful silver iteration. Gregory Campbell at the wheel. And just behind him is that Silvertail 57 Cooper Monaco from 1962. Looks as though he's going to try and make a pass around the outside into Andretti. Can't quite get close enough this time. Ah, you might though. It was all anchors then. Oh, great stuff. Yeah, he thought about it, but then thought wiser of it and just held back. But a lot of people ask me, oh, is this an exhibition? And I'm like, not really. This is racing. These guys, you can see by the way they're fighting the wheel just how much work they're putting into these cars. It really is a joy. And just behind, there we go. Got a pass from the 57, and there's the 11. That's the Lotus 11 Le Mans S2 that I mentioned earlier. Timothy Scopes. That's interesting. I've got him down as, so I might have to look for 11A as a new entry, because I think Timothy Scopes is in that white Lotus 11 one. So you've got to be careful with 11 and 11A and all these different numbers occasionally. That's definitely the 6 though, and that's definitely the Maserati T61 birdcage. Jeffrey O'Neill at the wheel. He said, I asked him this morning which he enjoys driving the most, because he does get quite a plethora of different cars. He even went out in a Mini earlier this weekend, but he said this is definitely one of his favorites. Competitively, it never really did that much, but certainly has a storied history. This particular car won the Nürburgring, 1,000 kilometers back in the day. And here's the 35, the Monsterati Special, David Swig from San Rafael, California, at the wheel. And just behind him, the 14 Lister Corvette from 1959, Rob Walton wheeling that. So we're watching our Group 3 sports racing cars from 1957 to 1961. Their second run of the weekend, and it is Spencer Treneray, Greg Meyer and William Taylor, our top 3 at the moment. And that's one of the Devon SS's from 1958. Nicholas Colonna, who had a good run yesterday, did Nicholas. To do the same again. I love the open helmet. Looking the part this morning. Jeffrey O'Neill, who we were mentioning, David Swig, who we've also focused on, currently in 6th and 7th at the moment, Rob Walton, and then Nicholas Colonna in 9th position, just ahead of Thor Johnson. Just popping out through the trees here, out of the rainy curve. Wayne Rainey here this weekend. Had a quick chat with him. And I think it's a first time in history we've had 2 of the corners here at Laguna Seca with 2 of the representatives of those corners, in Wayne Rainey and Mario Andretti. And if you were wondering, and you saw some of the press yesterday, Mario ran Formula One cars yesterday, and he'll be doing the same today. So watch out for that coming up very soon, as we look at the 17 Ferrari 250 Testarossa from 1958. Camilo Stour at the wheel. And just behind him, the Lotus 17 from 59 of Brian Sanborn. Now, the reason this period was so important to racing was that the major European manufacturers at the time, late 50s, early 60s, sales were booming at that point, and there was just more money in racing, basically. So production cars improved as a result, and in the US, real racing circuits now were replacing those airport tracks, the likes of Sebring, which still, of course, exists to its glory today, but the sort of running on the aerodrome or running on effectively any piece of asphalt that you could were then being replaced by people actually building tracks like Laguna Seca. Laguna being built in 1957, and so these cars were some of the first cars that we saw on this particular track. And also these tracks were built purposely because street racing was enjoyed and a lot of fun, but of course causes quite a consternation in any city. But also, from a safety point of view, it was deemed that these cars were getting faster and faster, So tracks like Laguna Seca, Watkins Glen, Road America, Riverside were all established in this period. And therefore, the likes of Lotus, Jaguar and Ferrari put their cars on the boats and brought them here to race here in America. And that's been the love affair ever since, quite frankly, and it continues today. And I think that's why America, I think it's the combination of the wealth of being able to acquire some of these priceless cars and also the tracks to run them on, which has made America such a hotbed for historic racing over the last 40, 50 years, and why so many of the European cars, I often get asked, why are there so many Lotuses here? Why are there so many Ferraris and Jaguars here in America? And part of it was that the great drivers of the day, like Sterling Moss or Chris Amon, and many of the European drivers, Denny Hulme and Bruce McLaren, for example, all came here and were hired to race these cars to within an inch of their life, so to speak, but to try to win the races here in America. And often they would bring the European cars over and leave them here. And that led to the manufacturers setting up distributions. We just spoke to O'Gara Motorsports. And that's how the beginnings of the sales of European motors here in America began, because the racetracks were using them and they were importing them to go racing and would often leave them here, but also would then start importing them because people liked what they saw and wanted to see if they could get their own. And post-war, the money was starting to come in, things were starting to look good, and life was good in the end of the 50s. Spencer Trenere then leading the way just as he did yesterday. Greg Meyer in that Sadler Mark IV is in second place. He hails from Carmel, just down the road. And that Sadler Mark IV from 1959. Ah, the British flag emblazoned on that Lotus 11. Lovely. We've got the Lotus colours with the yellow wheels and the Lotus green. Absolutely magnificent. That car from 1958. That's the Sadler Meyer special, that blue. Nick Price at the wheel of that. And that's the man from Lakespur, California. Nick Price, a well-known name here. Now, that 1957 Czinger Climax, Mark Sendron at the wheel. It's quite a unique car. It's not one I've seen out here. Czinger Climax. If you're online, let us know what you know about that car, because I have to be honest, that's not one I've seen here at this event. If you're tuning in on the internet, on our live stream, welcome. I've got some fans tuning in from South Africa, from Australia, from the UK, Northern Ireland, Texas. Is that a country? Yes, it is. Ohio. They're all watching all over the world. It's delightful to have you join us here. And hey, if you've got some questions, as you can hear, I'm on my own at the moment. So never easy to take you through it and look at the notes at the same time. But delighted to have you here. And feel free to throw some questions either at my guests or any of the drivers that will come in as the day goes on. Hoping to get Zak Brown at some point, because it's been a real celebration for McLaren. Next year, of course, their 60th anniversary, and that's part of why Zak Brown is all in with this Velocity Invitational, because they're coming next year to celebrate a very special anniversary for the McLaren marque. And there's that Huffaker genie I was mentioning earlier, Kevin Romack at the wheel. Kevin was due to come and talk to me, but he's obviously out there, so good for him. And like I said, the Huffaker name, as they put together many a car over the last 40, 50 years or so, synonymous with historic racing here in California. And it's been a family affair. They started off, and it's been literally gone down from generation to generation. And the Huffaker name has remained in racing here in California. There's the Cooper Monaco from 1961 off Spencer, waving to the crowd. And that's because I think we've got a caution, and that could end this session actually. But obviously doing a great job wheeling around, waving to the crowd. Incidentally, I was talking to somebody from the foundation yesterday. They are going to repave, yes, it is a full course yellow, but they are going to repave the entire Laguna Seca circuit next year. And so they're raising funds, the foundation, to try to see if they can cover the cost that way. I know, having seen Cota do it and Barber Motorsports do it in the last 5 years, it's no mean feat to resurface any part or all of a circuit. So good luck to Laguna. They're not going to change the characteristics, hopefully, of the circuit. They're very much aware of the corners and how important they are, like this one here, turn 10 and turn 11. And so the shape, they're not going to certainly change or ruin anything here. That's something they're very aware of. I think the bridge that lines up over turn 1 may well be adjusted or taken down, at least, obviously, for the repaving. But we're under caution, 2 laps to go, but I think that's pretty much put pay to it if they don't. I'm not quite sure of why the caution is out yet, but when we find out, it could take us to the end of this Group 3 feature race. There's that Cooper 239. We haven't seen that. Brad Baker at the wheel, and he was running in the top 3 at one point. So it looks to me like Spencer Treneray is going to finish his weekend on a double high, because he was right up front yesterday and he does it again today. Greg Meyer, though, in that 84 Sadler Mark IV, looks as though he's going to take second place. There he is. And then William Taylor in the 57 and that Cooper Monaco from 62 from California will take third. I don't know where the Maserati of Jeffrey O'Neill disappeared to, but he's either come in, but he's dropped out of the top 10. Not to worry. Let's just hope that car's okay, because I love that car. What a beautiful sight. I actually don't mind the cautions, because you get a closer look at the cars, and our cameramen have a chance to really dive closer to the cars. Hats off to them. They do a hell of a job. Trying to cover a car and follow a car. There's where our problem is. It's at the top of the corkscrew. We've got a car parked up there and a rather precarious braking point. And so, quite rightly, the caution flags are out as we slow things down. But I think that now I see what the problem is. I don't think we're going to getting going back to racing in our Group 3, which isn't a problem. And like I said, if you are here at the track and you're listening on the PA, do come down. Really, I absolutely implore you to come down and have a look at these cars close up. I did it myself on Friday. The drivers are very approachable. They want to talk about their cars. That's the point of the event. It's not about exclusivity. It's about inclusivity. And while, yes, these cars are absolutely priceless, and they certainly won't let you drive them, they'll absolutely talk about them, because that's why we're here. Now we're under caution here as Spencer Treneray leads the field around, having led the race for much of the green part of it. But sadly, looks as though we're going to finish under caution, and this is the final lap. And while we are under caution, let me give you a little bit of housekeeping in terms of what we've got coming up for you. Now, coming up next is something I absolutely have fun with, and I know Kev Harris will do the same, which is the Ragtime races. And I'm not going to say too much, except you're really looking at the history of automobile racing at its very best here. And as you can see, that Ragtime races, 9:55, as you look at the schedule, that's our local time here, Pacific time. So wherever you're tuning in around the world, you're looking at local Pacific time, 9:55, the Ragtime races. Then Group 4, which is 1956 to 1962 production GT cars. And then we'll have a collector's car exhibition at 10:40. And that, generally speaking, is usually some of the more modern cars that we've got here. And putting on a demonstration of those cars. We'll see if we can get somebody to come in and talk to them. Then we'll have Group 1. Again, a bit like the Ragtime races, going all the way back to 1927 to 49. Voiturettes, GP and Voiturettes it's called, and effectively what that means is Grand Prix cars before there were World Championship Grand Prix cars, and Voiturette racing, the smaller displacement Grand Prix cars, where effectively they were privateers racing from 1927 to 37, so sports and touring cars. Then McLaren Formula One will do their demo laps, and that is going to be a sight to see. If you didn't tune in yesterday, you'll want to tune in today, as Mario Andretti, Tanner Faust, Pato O'Ward, and I'm not sure who else might drive the Formula One car. There's been a few volunteers, Alistair McRae being one of them. And then just after, or just before lunch, we'll have Group 6, 1963 to 69 production sports cars and FIA prototypes. And then DirtFish Rally cars are here. That's the first time we've had the DirtFish Rally cars here. And I'm a big proponent of them and Steve Rimmer and his team, as they are based just outside Seattle, and they're bringing some really iconic rally cars. So we'll talk about them. Then it's Group 7 and the historic Trans Am cars, and that really does fit perfectly here at Laguna Seca. We'll have another demonstration on track at 1:30. And then we've got something that we've not actually seen, I haven't seen anyway. I've seen a lot of the historic Trans Am cars over the years, but not the 66 to 79 in Group 8 for the Trans Am smaller displacement, the SCCA B sedan and C sedan. And yeah, really looking forward to that. And I may have one of the great proponents of that, John Morton, coming in to talk about that later in the day. And then we've got the Hypercars, the Zingers, the Gunther Works, the Hennesseys, and the Zenvos. The Zenvos right by my commentary booth, so looking forward to that. So a host of great racing to come. I hope you will stay with us or tune in and out as you see, so please. But there's lots to see, and the day will be finished off with a rousing run of Minis and Mustangs. I've decided to elect M&M's as their sponsor, so we can just have a full M&M Mustang Mini, just an M day, basically. Spencer then coming round to finish his last lap, sadly under caution, but it won't matter to him. Record crowd here yesterday, and it's starting to fill out. You can see the car park below you. If you've never been to Laguna Seca, you always know how full Laguna is by the hill going up towards the corkscrew to see how many cars are parked in there. And when that fills up, you know things are going well. So Spencer on his way to finish here our Group 3. Well done. Everybody cleanly through. And we don't mind that there's a caution. We get a closer look. Also gives the drivers a chance to relax a little bit, wave to the marshals. Shout out to them, they enjoy it too. I was talking to one of the fire marshals last night, and he said, I'm going to come back here and bring my kids next year and not actually work it. I said, well, it's not a bad place to work. So as I mentioned, the foundation are raising money to repave the entire Laguna Seca track next year. And the Laguna Seca Raceway Foundation, or LSRF, is an independent 501c3 charitable organization established back in 2002 and revitalized in 2020, focusing on financing capital improvements and ongoing infrastructure upgrades at Laguna Seca Raceway. The all-volunteer board of directors guides the foundation's efforts, their individual motorsport histories merging around common passion for Laguna Seca Raceway and ensuring that in all ways it reflects the coastal California popular resort communities on the Monterey Peninsula. And that last bit of information there is almost one of the keys, because it really is a very important part of the coastline here in California. And yeah, I'm just delighted that the foundation is both aware and doing what they do as part of the foundation. And like I said, they'll be repaving later next year. Just see my good friend James Alder coming. Yes, please. That's my good friend from Reno, James Alder, in his 33, just out of the car, offering me a coffee. The nicest man in Christendom, I would say. And he should be joining me. But coming up, it's the Ragtime races. And I might get James to join me for that, because he is a barrel of fun. And also, the Ragtime races don't really need any introduction, because they do one heck of a job. And I'm just looking for my notes on the Ragtime races, because they did a great job of letting me know who's out there, who's driving them, and what they've got. So, as we look down on Laguna Seca, like I said, the Ragtime races are about to get underway. Looking forward to that. And if you've not seen the Ragtime races, you're going to enjoy this, I assure you. And you just heard me talking to, just off mic, my good friend James Alder, who was pedaling out there in his Jaguar 120 XK, and I'll get to see his experience from that, but he's just gone to get a coffee, as he should. So let's head down to Kev Harris, who's down in the thick of it, and he loves the Ragtime races, so I'm sure he's right in the middle of it. Kev, over to you.
I say, Johnny Green, here we are then, down in Laguna Seca, California. James Harrison the first, reporting for Pathé News. West Coast California is the place, and this is the 1920 inaugural Monterey Motorsport Grand Prix. Alongside me is quite the chap who I've managed to find, Bobby Green, something of a restaurant raconteur, but also a car aficionado. Bobby, tell us about the Grand Prix. What's going on?
Oh, it's going to be a race of a lifetime, James. Welcome to the States, by the way.
I say, you American chaps really know how to put on a show.
Well, I'll tell you, half of these cars just fresh off the Vanderbilt Cup, ready to whip each other's butts.
And whip those butts they will. The number 9 car here looks like quite the go.
Yeah.
What do we got here? Tom Malloy in the hot seat.
This is a locomobile. Locomobile is not meaning crazy, means locomotive. You know what I'm saying? So these were taken off of a train technology, airplane technology, but it's actually state of the art.
State of the art, it certainly is. And behind us, look out, here comes Brian in the 18 car. Now this thing looks like it's straight out of the aerodrome. That's some sort of aero engine we're looking at there, isn't it?
It absolutely is. Sturtevant aircraft engine.
Off to the start line then, and Ed Archer is the man. I say Ed Archer in the number 4 car. My eyes, I would say, would be on him. He's obviously gone off to the start line, and things start to quieten down a little bit here.
A little bit quieter down. This car's having little issues. Some of these cars have to be pull started when they don't want to crank start by hand. So they're going to pull start this car, get them out to the line.
Well, let's get them out to the line. I tell you what, here in the US of A, these chaps really are putting on quite the Grand Prix. 14 cars on the start line then for this inaugural 1920 Monterey Motorsport Grand Prix. Behind us, the number 13 car. He's a little bit late to the line, but that's old Brian there, isn't it, in the hot seat of that one?
Well, this is Beauregard Speedwell.
Beauregard Speedwell, what a chap.
Yes, and his Model T Whippet Speedster. And this car's quite quick. It's smaller than the others. This puts on a great competition for these guys.
How about that? Beauregard Speedwell in the number 13 car. He's getting a little bit late to the line, but I think he's on his way. Seems to be throttling with his left hand. What's going on here, Bobby?
I don't know. He looks like he's having a little bit of a problem. Uh-oh, it just died.
Wait a second. Beauregard Speedwell is leaping out of his car. If he doesn't get a move on, he's not going to make it to the start line on time.
I don't know. Oh, I don't know what happened. I don't know what's going on here.
What's going on here? Beauregard Speedwell seems to be taking his car apart. That's not the go, is it? Bobby, what's the script?
Look at this crew, though. I mean, these guys are so fast. I mean, this is the kind of pit crew you want to have in a moment like this.
I say it really is. These American chaps really know what they're doing on the wrenches. Reminds me of my time in the King's Own Fusiliers. We used to be able to strip a cannon in 2 minutes and get it back out onto the field, ready to go in no time. But these Americans, well, they really are next level.
They really are. Well, he's got about 3 more minutes to get up to the line, or he's not in this race at all.
He's got 3 minutes, folks, to get the car to the line. Beauregard Speedwell, the American ace, really needs to start moving fast. Something is afoot. I don't know what this is.
You know, something got in there, but it looks like they're going to find out pretty quick.
They're now taking the whole of the body off. Beauregard, what on earth are you doing, old man? I'm going to get in there. Let's go see what's going on. I say, Beauregard Speedwell, what's going on?
I don't know yet. We've got a problem with the car. It won't run. I got to get out on the track. I don't know. I can't talk to you right now.
He's got to get out on the track, folks. The race is about to start. These young chaps are stripping it to pieces.
We better leave him alone. He seems a little stressed out right now. And I would be too. I mean, if I only had a few more minutes to get to the line, everything's on the line with this race. You can see the stress in his face.
They're stripping the car to absolute pieces. The engine's off, the bodywork's off, and they're not stopping.
This would put an F1 crew to shame. I mean, imagine stripping the cars down today. This would never happen.
Well, in 1920, these are the chaps that you need if something is going wrong. These young men, they really are well trained, aren't they? Looks like Beauregard's got the maps. What's going on here? Axle stands?
Yes, it looks like they're pulling the drivetrain apart.
The whole of the drivetrain is coming apart. Gosh, I really don't know what's going on. And look at the crowd. The folks here in Monterey, California really are being treated to quite the show.
Wow, I hope that a loose bolt didn't get inside that engine to cause some damage.
It must be a loose bolt, surely.
Probably something to that extent. I wonder if they're going to pull the engine.
They might be pulling the engine. Look, there's not much of the car left. I say, if you're just joining us, folks, wherever you are in the world right now on Path A News, we've got Beauregard Speedwell, the American racing ace, stripping his car moments before the start of the 1920 inaugural Monterey Grand Prix. West coast of California is the place, and oh boy, it's a setting, but this is not what Beauregard needs. He needs to start getting a move on, doesn't he, Bobby?
He needs to get a move on real quick, but look at his crew. It does look like they're going to pull this engine.
They're going to pull the engine.
I think they're going to find out what's going on in there.
I'm going to go and speak to this chap. I say, young man, what's the go here?
Can't talk too much. 1, 2, 3.
Look at what they're doing. The engine is out. The whole car is being stripped to its component parts. There's an engine, there's axles, there's bodywork. They're putting it under the block. I've never seen anything like this. Surely the Beauregard is not going to make it to the start line on time. And now this old boy's getting involved. I say, old man, what's the go here?
I don't know. Something's wrong with all.
Wait a second. What's that? I say there's a skunk in the engine box. Some crafty California critter's got himself somewhere he shouldn't be. Get that thing out of here.
I'll tell you, these farm boy racers, they get all kinds of critters in there. Look at this. This is what I call a cherry picker right here. Look at these guys.
Look at these guys. Well, folks, if you just joined us, quite remarkable scenes here in Monterey, California. Some little critter, a local skunk, must have come in off the hills, nuzzled himself somewhere warm last night, went to sleep, and that's the end of him.
Unbelievable. Well, we are in farm country, so it doesn't surprise me. And what a nice warm place to sleep. After the engine's been running all day, I'd crawl in there too if I was that skunk.
Well, I'd crawl in there too, but I tell you what, I think that skunk, he's gone. I'm not sure whether he's going to survive the day, to be honest. Thrown out of the workshop. Good riddance, I say. Now,
he would have got quite a thrill if he would have made it onto the track.
Oh boy, wouldn't he just. Now, Beauregard, though, still has to get the car back together to get out onto the start line.
We got rid of the track officials, so we're okay now. We got 5 more minutes, we'll be out on the track.
Okay,
5 more minutes and you'll be out on the track. Beauregard's not going to make it to the start line on time, is he?
Well, we're already late, so because they're already running, we're not there yet. So we got to hurry up and get this thing back together so we can get there.
You better hurry up and get that thing back together, old man. Luckily, you got these young chaps. You've lost 4 minutes. Look at that. 10:14 on the race clock here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. They're already going back together. Bobby, you're a bit of a car man. Have you seen anything quite like this before?
You know, not to this extreme. I mean, all the way down to the ground, nuts and bolts. But, you know, Beauregard is a fast racer. I think he's going to catch up to this group.
This would be quite the deal if Beauregard could get himself back up to the main group, out there onto the start line, get the goggles down, get the foot to the floor, and start pumping some gas through the old cylinders, eh?
This is quite impressive, I must say. You've got to be surprised by this.
I tell you what, I wouldn't want to be with anyone else right now apart from these American chaps. These young lads really know their onions. Look at them go.
Yeah, these are the guys, if you got to go to war, you want to be with these kids right here.
Oh, for sure. How about this, folks? If you are just joining us, welcome aboard. Beauregard Speedwell, the American racing ace, has just found a crafty critter in his engine box. And now his pit crew are having to put the car back together to get himself out onto the start line. Remarkable scenes. Military position from these Americans really is bloody marvellous. Great show, great show.
Absolutely impressive.
All right then, look at that. There goes the radiator on front. Not much of an engineer myself, but I can appreciate what they're getting up to. Bit of a hose there. That's got to keep the engine cool, surely, Bobby.
Yeah, well, it seemed to have a bit of a quick disconnect, which is good for them to get that thing back on quick. If they can fire this thing up again, I'm really going to be surprised.
I don't think this thing's going to fire up today. By the time these chaps get themselves ready to go, the others who are out on the racetrack will have done their laps. They'll be back in.
Well, here comes the body. It looks like we're a few minutes away to find out if this thing's going to fire or not.
Well, we'll find out. Coffee and donuts to the others is what awaits, and I think they'll be dunking donuts before this lot get themselves out of the start line. Come on, Beauregard, the number 13 car. They say it's unlucky for some, and I think today it really bloody is.
I think so. I mean, we've got the black cat over the moon, a full moon, and a 13 on the side. So, well, apparently the skunk wasn't afraid of the cat, so.
Absolutely, sure he wasn't. There goes some sort of running board down by the old pedals. Come on, fellas, let's go. You've got to get to the start line on time. What's going on here? There's no bloody seats in it, old man.
Well, yeah, they'll be there in a second. That's what he's getting in the floorboard, so he's got a place to put his feet. Otherwise, you got to be Fred Flintstone.
He's going to be Fred Flintstoning all the way, isn't he?
No, he's not. He's going to put floorboards in.
Get those floorboards in. Let's go racing.
Another one here. That's the upper floorboard here, so he's all set now.
Look at this. Here we go. Come on, folks. Still got track time. We've still got 7 minutes of track time, apparently. It's not what we were expecting for the first ever Monterey Grand Prix, but what a start. Come on, Beauregard. Hey, folks here, clear the way. Make way for Beauregard Speedwell. I say he's going to go racing. Give him a cheer if he does it. All right. How about that? Come on, Beauregard. Get himself to the start line. Come on in, Bobby. How about that as Beauregard Speedwell gets on out to the start line? Well, Bobby, what a start to the first ever 1920 Monterey Motorsport Grand Prix. We weren't expecting that, were we?
Absolutely not. But I don't know about you, but my money is on Beauregard today.
Johnny Green, back to you in the commentary position from myself, James Harrison, for Pathé News down here in the paddock. What do you make of that, old man?
Absolutely scintillating. Well done, Kev. No one could do it better than you. I shall not do the Pathé for the rest of the Ragtime because you've done it way too well. But that was, I cannot believe a California critter could absolutely upset the Ragtime racers as they did. But we've solved it and we've got it, and the Ragtime racers are on track. Absolutely superb. Kev Harris at his finest. He lives for that, and I love it. Well done to you, Kev. That was totally impromptu, not rehearsed. Absolutely fantastic. Talking of not rehearsed, here's the man that needs no introduction and no rehearsal. James Alder, who is one of the participants here. We just saw him hooning round in his number 33 Jaguar from the early 50s, and he just joins me. I know he's got to go in a minute, but I want to get you on board. How was the experience, James? And what did you think of that little exhibition?
That's absolutely fantastic, but that's just an example of the spirit that these people have in racing. I mean, it's whatever it takes. And that's the other thing that's so enjoyable about it, is that to the people that are involved in this, the mechanics, the drivers, they're completely focused on what they have to do. If they, whatever their regular job is in life, that's over. It's all about getting the car on the track, participating, and having the time of their life. And as you can see, it was 2 minutes before they were on the track. The engine was still out.
I know. I tell you what, Ferrari Formula One could learn a little bit from them.
Absolutely.
Might take their pit stops down a little.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Benotti. Oh, we're having some fun. National Indy Racer, the number 20. Look, you drive a 50s Jaguar in period, and I was telling everybody, I was regaling everybody about the fact that you drive it from home in Reno, Nevada. Just tell us, first of all, before we get to the Ragtime races, how you go about your racing. Because something like in your time of racing that car, you've got something like 300 plus races?
Well, not quite that many. I think this was race weekend 159.
Wow.
This is my 40th season with the same car. And yeah, it's sometimes a little impractical driving the car to and from as the form of transportation. But that's how they did it. Well, that's how they did it back in the day. There's a mountain pass in between the Bay Area and Reno where I live. And at certain times of the year, it is subject to weather. I have gone over the pass in quite a bit of snow. But as long as you're moving, it's not so bad. And when it feels pretty bad, and I feel pretty cold, wet, and miserable, I remind myself that it's better than a motorcycle.
Yeah, that is one way of looking, or walking.
Yeah, right.
Have you ever broken down on the way?
I have broken down a few times. Usually, though, if the car is able to leave the track on its own power, it will typically get me home. On a couple of occasions when I have broken down, one time I had so much rain that it's found its way into the fuel, and the motor stopped running because of water in the gas. So I had to get that figured out in Auburn. One time on the way down, unfortunately, the left front wheel separated from the car on I-80 because the wheel bearing failed. And that was really hairy because the speed limit may be 65, everybody's driving about 80 on Interstate 80. I think they're confused with the number of the highway. But, so these kind of things have happened, and one way or the other, they always have worked out. I mean, maybe there's some kind of angel looking over me. I hope if that's the case, it continues on because I may have had more than 9 lives already.
Well, let's take a look at some of these cars because they are absolutely fantastic. This blue Packard from 1912 just going up the hill. And you can see this is what we've got out on track. But this was an era, I mean, earlier than your era of the Jaguar. But obviously, these are what we call the Ragtime races. They've been going since, 2018. And they basically sell themselves as 100-year-old cars. And they really are truly examples of how it was back in the day, in the early days of when the Indy 500 was beginning, and I think that was 1911, and Ray Haroon inventing the first ever mirror, but these cars didn't have those, and that's why there was 2 reasons to have the passenger. It wasn't for fun, it was because basically one had to start with the crank, and the other would be the spotter, effectively.
Well, and then some of these cars, they have to have fuel pressure manually built up. So you'll see some of them with an actual hand pump. But yeah, this was a glorious era of the results of the Industrial Revolution. And as you're probably aware, during the same time frame, they're pumping the fuel pressure. But there was also electric cars of that era. These electric cars are not a new thing necessarily.
I made that point yesterday. It is interesting that back in the day, electric cars were actually invented long time ago. Everybody thinks they're some new phenomena. So that's what he's doing. He's pumping the fuel, huh?
Now look at the competition. They're they're looking at each other. I don't know if they're snarling under that full face helmet or not.
Well, that's about the only modern part. That number 2 is a 2017 Ford Racer. Chris Helling at the wheel.
A 1917. You said 2017. You're 100 years off there.
I was only 100 years off.
Yeah.
My accuracy's not good this morning. No, a 1917
But
Ford
think
racer.
of the gentleman sports racer of this era. I mean, this is the type of event where they would have a soiree in the evening that was strictly black tie.
Absolutely.
And I don't know if they brought a steamer trunk with them to these events, how they could have all the change of clothing, but what?
Where did they pack it all?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
No, but these were the early and glory days in many ways of motor racing, and these guys were mavericks, weren't they? I mean, to do what they did, no safety belts, no safety at all, to be honest. And while we've got modern helmets on, they didn't.
Well,
they had leather
helmets, yeah. And they considered it much safer to actually not be secured to the vehicle. So if there was a shunt of some sort, the theory was they would be thrown from the vehicle, and that was their best choice. So, you know, what does that tell you?
I know, it tells you everything.
Yeah.
And the truth is, you know, these cars, there's the checkered flag, but with these cars, most people had never, if they were living in the wilds of the Midwest, had never traveled more than 30 miles because that wasn't possible. So these cars allowed people to actually go out, and they were production versions of what these guys are now racing, but it changed the world.
Well, this is not that far later than the time when if you were in a motor car in a congested area, you had to have somebody with a flag ahead of you warning the people that
you were coming.
Yeah, you're coming. I mean, you know.
Yes, and we forget that horsepower that we still use today was what it was named after, because before these cars, it was just horses that got us around.
Right. Yeah, the Industrial Revolution brought an entirely different aspect of pollution. I mean, you know, back prior to the turn of the century and around this time, there was so many horses in New York City and so much manure in New York City that there was really a serious pollution problem. And so look what we've done. The horses went away. We have the motor cars. Eventually, of course, that created some pollution problem.
Well, listen, James, I'm going to hold you there because we've got the man of the moment, and he's with Taylor, Jeffrey O'Neill, the organizer of the event. Thank you, James Alder, for coming in. We'll speak to you later in the day.
Okay.
Over to you, Taylor.
That's right. I do have the man of the moment. I've got Jeff O'Neill here with me. We're down on the grid. You've got your Ferrari. I've talked to a lot of the other drivers, and they seem to also talk about your car. How ready are you for this race to put that car on the track?
Well, first, I wish it was my car. It happens to be the car I'm racing, but I'm very grateful for a wonderful guy named Tom Price who owns that car and lets me race it. So we're pretty excited about running it against the short wheelbase. Just a great, this grid's amazing, honestly. It's just a great group of guys, great speed. So we're looking for a fun race.
Absolutely, and not only a fun race, but a fun event. Everybody that I've spoken to has said, what a first-class event you have going here. All of the races, all of the cars that are stationary, that are here for fun, even the pavilion. It's really just quite an experience.
Yeah, look, we're just delighted. We had about 6,000 guests yesterday. We're just thrilled. We want to keep that up. We need more folks, more cars. Every year we'll try to make it a little bit better, but there's something for everybody here. There's rally cars, Indianapolis cars, Formula One cars, you name it, supercars, hypercars. So we're looking forward to continuing this event.
I asked Paddock Award this yesterday, and I must ask you, if you could take home any of these cars here, which one would it be?
It would probably be the one I'm standing in front of right now.
Absolutely, Ferrari, number one, right?
Well, it is a spectacular car. It's fun to drive. It's just a gorgeous piece of machinery.
Absolutely. Well, lucky guy gets to take that out on the track here. We look forward to seeing you out there in this race.
Thank you so much.
All right, Johnny, we'll head back up to you for a moment. These guys are getting ready on the grid. I got to speak to the man, Jeffrey O'Neill. What do you think?
Yeah, you know, I talked to Jeffrey about this car this morning, and he absolutely concurred with that opinion that Nick Price's car is literally priceless. I don't even want to tell you what that's worth, and he raced it hard yesterday. I've still got James Alder with me. Jeffrey, obviously, I love the fact that he walks the walk and talks the talk. Talk about being involved in your event. He's not sitting in an office counting in the accounts. He's out there racing.
Well, that's wonderful about the participants of this sport. I mean, they really live for it. I certainly know that's how I feel. And I think it was Michael Delaney in the movie Le Mans.
Yep.
It was
Steve McQueen,
right.
Michael Delaney.
Steve McQueen played the role of Michael Delaney, and I think the famous words were, racing is living and everything else is just waiting.
Exactly right. It's a great line, and it has gone down in the annals of racing history. In fact, you should go online and look up Steve McQueen quotes of racing, and there's a bunch there. Steve was not only, a bit like Paul Newman, we know them as great racers, or the world knows them as great actors. We in the racing community know them as great racers because they really were. I remember talking to Michael Brian Redman about that film because he was in it. It was Steve McQueen's car that they were swapping, and they were helping Steve do the filming for it. The guys that actually took part in Le Mans that year that they did the filming. And he said that Steve McQueen was really impressive in a race.
Well, what an incredible era, too, of the Ferrari P3s and the 917s. I mean, that's, of course, what Steve was driving. I believe was a 917 Porsche. And just an incredible era in the early 70s there.
Well, let's turn our attention to what we've got coming up in the pre-grid, Group 4. What catches your eye here, James?
Well, there's a big variety of cars in here. Of course, the very sophisticated Italian cars. Jeff O'Neill driving the 250 GTO Ferrari. There's also a 250 short wheelbase. There are Alfa Romeo GTZs, as well as other Alfa Romeos. Those are twin cam, double overhead cam, 4-cylinder engine. The 250 Ferraris are V12, the 250 standing for the cubic centimeter displacement of each cylinder. So those early Ferraris, that's how the numerical of them, or the identity, was the displacement per cylinder. So those are 3-liter V12s, 250 cc's per cylinder.
And we talked about this a moment ago, but this is an era, this sort of late 50s, early 60s, where effectively you race what you brung, so to speak.
Right.
So effectively, like you're still doing, and I love having you here because you really do personify what it's not just that you race in period and you dress in period, you also bring your car from home and drive it, which is exactly what in the day these did. Taylor's got some more news for us. Before you answer that question, let's head down to Taylor as she heads down and does the grid walk for us before these guys go out. Hold that thought.
That's right, I'm down here on the grid walk. Not only do we have Jeffrey O'Neill behind us, but we've got some guys right behind him that are just as fired up for racing. I've got Kevin in our 171 here. This car is unique because it looks like a street car, but he said it is built for racing. It is built for competition, and he's ready to go. We've got Bill in our number 57. Turn 11, he said he got a little bit sideways. So what they're looking for today is speed, keeping it straight, and really, really going for it. I'll tell you what, Bill and number 63 here, Robert, they were nose to nose yesterday. So these guys are definitely going to be two cars you want to look out for. It was a drag race to the finish for these guys as well. So they're going to be definitely going after it. Scott, this is the Boom Boom Special, one of my favorite cars out here. You can tell it's definitely got that antique feel. 50 years on the track. I mean, just incredible history. These guys are ready to go as well. Incredible cars down here. So many things to say about these guys, but let's get to racing. We've got these guys lining up, and I can tell you they're excited and ready for Sunday. They're going to leave nothing else on the track. Johnny.
Thanks, Taylor. Yeah, excellent stuff as we get a nice grid walk. But James, just go back to what you were saying. Talk about how you go racing when you're literally taking your street car, as they would have done in the late 50s, and bring it to a racetrack. What do you do? Do you change tires? Do you change suspension?
Well, I don't change tires now. I used to put on racing tires. Now I'm racing on street tires. But back in the day, you know, these were gentlemen sports car drivers. They drove the vehicle to the track in many, many cases. In fact, that was one thing that Ferrari always promoted a little bit about his 250 short wheelbase, and there's one of those out in this group, but that was a car that you could take to the grocery store and on weekends take it to the racetrack and be competitive with it, which is a really, really great era.
But take the groceries out, a little bit more lightweight.
Yes, yeah, take the groceries out. Now, there's some really interesting cars in this group. In fact, I just noticed Ranson Webster is in a Abarth Porsche Carrera. That's a very rare car. I believe there's only 6 of those. And I think Carlos Abarth ended up in jail with Mr. Porsche some sort of bar scuffle. They ended up in jail, and a conversation struck up between them. And Abar said, hey, I can improve on your 356 and make a lighter, faster, better car. And there's at least one of those out here now. And I think there was only 6. There may be 2 in the group. There's number 49. That's Ranson Webster in that very, very rare car.
Yes, it is the Abarth Carrera Porsche. Abarth Carrera from 1961. Quite spot on, yeah. 1961, yeah. Ranson at the wheel. So as we see these cars come out, spot what you like, but that's a lovely story. What else have we got? We've got an Alfa Romeo. We've got a couple of Alfa Romeo GTZs.
Well, Marnix Delinius is in number 7. That's Alfa Romeo GTZ. I think Marnix's middle name is The Demon.
Oh.
So we better keep our eyes on him. There's also some, more rudimentary sports cars. MGAs.
Yep.
There's a TR4 out there driven by John Ganaway. Oh, this is my friend Paul Christensen, number 48, in a 356 Speedster. What a great group this really is.
Yeah, it truly is. And this is Group 4. You're listening to James Alder from Reno, California, who is, of course, racing his Jaguar here this weekend, as he always does. And he'll be driving it back when you're heading home.
I hope so. You had said Reno, California, but I know you meant Reno, Nevada. Yeah. Well, I'm going to go home.
That would be easy.
I'm going to have a leisurely drive tomorrow. I'm going to stay here tonight and just wind down.
There you go. Wind down or wind down?
No, yeah. Hopefully with a D at the end, wind down. I've been winding down a little bit too much lately.
That's fine.
In fact, this morning I had some drama because the keys were not in the ignition. I thought I had left them in the ignition. I had to go back to the hotel, find the keys in my trousers from last night's soiree, and get back in time to make the grid. So there's sometimes a little too much drama, self-inflicted.
Yeah, you see, Fernando Alonso, if you're listening, you don't have these common day problems. It's easy for you.
Yeah.
Let me ask you about this Chevrolet Corvette from '59. I saw it yesterday, and it's a turquoise, beautifully colored. Tony Garmy at the wheel of it. We'll see it in a moment. We just saw it coming out of the pits.
That's quite a famous racing Corvette from the era. I think it was Washburn Chevrolet, and I believe that car is owned by Steve Earle. I'm sure you recognize his name.
Absolutely, and I know that Jeffrey O'Neill has thanked Steve Earle in the program over the years for helping put this together. He, of course, has been behind the scenes of many an historic event here in the United States over the years. What a sight. There's that Chevrolet.
Yes. There's the TR4 that I had mentioned. Yes. John Ganaway. He lives here in Carmel Valley, so he doesn't have a very long drive, but he still trailers it.
I like that 55. That's a pretty car. Then again, I like most Porsches, so that. But the 356, an S90 GT.
Well, now also Lars Mapstead is in this group.
Lars came in earlier this weekend.
Okay, and he has an XK120, but it didn't quite get finished in time for this event. He also has a racing Alfa Romeo that was raced by Al Lake. I raced against Al Lake for decades. The cars are coming through the corkscrew there, going through turn 9. And of course, right at this point, like in the movie Le Mans, you can hear the heart rate start to go up.
Oh, yeah. And it doesn't matter whether you're historic racing or you're in Formula One or IndyCar. Once that burble starts to go up and you're in the middle of it and there's 20 cars with you, if not more, and that pace car comes up and you come out of turn 11 and you look up that hill towards the start at Laguna Seca, all bets are off because these guys are racers. We're in Group 4, our feature race. We're also joined by Jack Perkins as well. We'll get to that in a moment as we get across the line. Listen to that beautiful roar of these production GT cars from the late 50s and early 60s.
Look at this. Jeff is going on the outside of the Andretti hairpin. The 250 short wheelbase on the inside. That would have the faster line, or actually a defensive line. Not necessarily faster, but that's a defensive line. And then that looks like whoa, we got a little sideways there. Very good reaction from those drivers.
Yeah, that was the Austin Healey 3000S that was getting out of shape there.
The Porsche got out of shape.
And the Austin reacted,
Austin Healey reacted. That was very, very good driving. That's a really hairy part of the course. Look at these guys, almost three abreast right there.
Well, let's bring Jack in. Jack, welcome. Are you having as much fun watching this as we are?
Absolutely.
What are you up to this weekend?
Here with the guy in this class, Scott Brown. I think he's in the MGA, running about 4th or 5th right now. So yep, I'm with Scott Brown right there in the MGA.
Ah, right.
With the lights on.
Tell us about the car.
That car was an old car, raced since the late 60s here in California, and was owned by another racer friend of ours, and he just sold it to my customer and friend, Scott Brown. This is the second MGA we've done for him, and we just got finished restoring it and tested it a couple weeks ago and had a good run, and he's here today.
I know there's a bunch of European cars. I've got a Jaguar driver here, but it just stuns me how many MGs and Lotuses are in America.
Absolutely. They're a big hit. They're a great, solid car, well received by people here in America and driven with bravado.
Yeah, and I think, we've been making a lot of parallels to Goodwood. I think the respect that Americans have, and there's a lot of people tuning in from the UK and Australia this morning, I think the respect you guys have for the European cars and how much you envy having them and owning them and collecting them.
Absolutely. And there's that big Healey. That's a real special Healey. That's a 3-liter, all aluminum body, 4-wheel disc brake. That guy really gets with it.
That's certainly a giant killer car, and so is the MGA. And of course, Scott Brown, very, very talented driver.
Very accomplished driver, drives that car really, really well.
Yeah, this event has just gone from strength to strength. We started at Sonoma a couple of years ago.
Yep.
I certainly know you, James, were there, and you've seen it grow. And just to see what we've got on display here, from modern cars to obviously the absolutely period perfect, and I mean that in every sense of the word, cars. It's just going from strength to strength.
There we go. There's the killer, the nemesis to the little cars in this class. That big Corvette with a 283 fuel injected. And Tony drives the wheels off cars like this, and he's doing a great job.
Well, I don't know where he started, but he's moved up about 6 positions, I think.
Absolutely. They go past him on the straightaways and block him through the corners, the old Corvette deal.
As the 4-cam Porsche engine climbing the hill with that Alfa Romeo.
Yep.
I'm sure that Porsche is lighter. Let's see how that turns out.
I wouldn't want to be in that
actually, he made the pass.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Made the pass up the hill. Now going through the latter part of the corkscrew.
Beautiful.
Yeah, the drone really gives you a sense of both the speed and the drop-off of the corkscrews. We come down out of Rainy.
There we go.
Yeah, that Abarth Carrera had a good run yesterday.
Yep.
That orange front and silver body. As we look at the 163, that Alfa Romeo Giulietta Spider.
Now that MGA is coming up. Is that Scott in that number 39? Yeah, he's coming up on that Alfa right now. And I think there's going to be some good action between that, the Alfa, and the Abarth.
Absolutely.
I got to ask both of you this question. You've got an MG out there, you got a Jag. How do you get parts to keep them, period?
It's probably a little better now than it has been through by using like eBay and putting you or connections like that around the world. It might be a little bit better to get parts than it has been in the past.
You can't get somebody to machine a part. They have to be original, right?
Right. We get original parts, and we also you end up making some of your own parts.
Okay.
So that's not unusual with stuff like this.
Well, the sport of vintage racing has revived so many cars.
Yeah.
I know with the XK120, there are manufacturers that make new parts.
Yep.
You know, you can just about buy anything if you can write the check.
Yep.
That's the truth.
Speaking of writing checks, those TZs are absolutely beautiful.
Fantastic.
They are fantastic cars.
Yeah. There's 3 in this group, I believe.
Yep.
And Marnix Delenius in number 7, he's been racing for about 50 years, I think. This is my 40th season. Nice. And Marnix is, I think, close to 50. It's absolutely amazing.
With that car.
Incredible. With that car.
With that car. That's right.
That actually sums it up, doesn't it, really?
Well, it's like Michael Delaney said, racing is living, and everything else is just waiting.
There you go. Well, I posed this question to James. I know you've got a soft spot for the MG, but what else do you like out there, Jack?
I'm a big fan of that Corvette. I've had an opportunity, a great pleasure to drive another Vintage Racers 57 Corvette several times, and I love it. Lots of power, no brakes, and not much tire, so it's very exciting.
And here's another one of our 4 GTZs.
Yep. What a beautiful car.
Yeah, those are fantastic. And again, there's great skill. You can look at the line these guys are taking. These are, I think, really, really good drivers.
Yep,
you know,
they're doing a great job. And we haven't talked about some of those really nice Ferraris in this group either.
Oh,
There's
gosh.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we?
Yeah,
because they were in a heck of a battle yesterday. I was talking to Jeffrey O'Neill about him. My word.
Yep.
He told me that everybody plays fair and nobody gets too aggressive, and I kind of read in the riot act. I said, "There's somebody out there in a Ferrari. I don't know who it is." I said, "But he was getting a little bit aggressive," and he goes, "Well, who was that?" And I said, "I don't know. You have a look at the list."
Yeah, he put down some good laps yesterday.
There's John Ganaway in that TR4.
Yep.
He does a great job with that car.
He sure does.
And of course, the engine, I think, of the Triumphs were they originally a tractor design?
You bet.
You know?
That's what they said.
Torque,
the threes,
torque,
the
I
torque
guess is what
motor,
it's about. Yeah.
A 2-liter, 2-liter 4. Very nice car. Lots of grunt. And I think,
and the battle was on during the 50s to basically, and this is where the war between the Europeans and the Americans really got into gear, if you will.
We got a spinner there. Oh, in a very hairy spot in the corner.
That's the Juliet Spider, Robert
Boy.
Stoker at the wheel. You won't be too stoked about that, as they say in California.
He might have locked up because he spun right in the beginning of that left turn in the corkscrew. So maybe his rear's locked up and brought him right around.
Yep, you get
Luckily,
pretty light.
he was out of harm's way because it is blind over there, isn't it?
Yes, that's
Very
right.
much.
That's right.
Luckily, he was off the racing line. If he'd have spun in the middle...
it can be very, very hairy.
So we're looking at the 69, then another Giulietta Spider, Tancredi D'Amour. Know anything about him?
Yeah.
I
Tancredi D'Amour. Great name.
Great name.
Yeah, great name.
Great name for a
You're
racer.
in.
Might be a stage name.
You got the name. You're in.
There's Marnix, the demon, Delineus. He's going to go on the inside. There he goes.
Nicely done.
Yesterday I was saying I wasn't keen on the rear end, but now I look at the windows and the way they've shaped it, I'm actually more keen now. It's got that fastback look, hasn't it?
Yep.
Just the rear of it looks almost unfinished, but I know that's unfair. But
very Daytona coupe-ish in the rear with that camback.
Right. Yep. And some of these cars, when they were brand new, maybe they looked a little different, a little odd, a little funny, but as they age, they really come into their own.
Absolutely.
Well, we were saying that some of the Lotuses almost look space age. Even though they're 50s iterations, back in the day they must have looked like absolute space machines.
You know it.
Beautiful display here. Group 4, I've got Jack and James and Jonathan. So the 3 J's are taking you through. And a wonderful sight as we look at the 356A Speedster from 1957, hooting up the hill.
I think there's a couple of GT Carrera 4-cam Porsches in this race as well, which that's quite a special.
Yeah. Quite low to the ground, that one, isn't it? It's like they've got to lower the suspension at the rear. Let's hope he doesn't hit the exhaust. Depending
on, of course, the camera angle, you'll be able to see these cars lift the inside, some of the inside front and rear wheels. They hold the track so well that the car will actually lift a wheel.
Monoposto is what they call this Alfa Romeo from 57.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Beautiful car.
That's a 1300 engine in that car. Dump brake.
Yep. Lars was in here, Lars Mapstead, who's of course a local here. He's driving that particular car, but he says it's just absolutely a joy to drive. And of course, you can take that flap off and put a passenger in if you want, but it's got the beautiful Alfa Romeo logo on it.
Very much.
Lars drives, he also has a 911 race car, I believe, and the XK120. Very, very experienced driver. He's really my biggest competition in the XK120s.
You know, I was asking,
look at him wrestle the wheel there. Look at that.
Well, I said to him, how hard is it of a weekend of doing this to get back in his modern day Porsche? Because I said, what do you go home in? And he goes, I go in, my regular Porsche. And I said, but that's got a tiny wheel. He goes, yeah, it is a bit weird at first because you've been doing this all day long.
All right.
So what have you seen? You guys are aficionados of the sport, but I know that you give yourself just a little bit of time to kind of have a nosy, a meander around. What have you seen? What do you like? What turns you on, if you like, that isn't your own or isn't what you're working on?
There's some really great original history cars here this weekend that are just wonderful. And to put them together in one spot, I think it's been great for people to see them and really get to experience them. And then we've got all these modern cars that are just the total opposite of what we're seeing. So it's been a real juxtaposition this weekend.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And do you like the fact, and I said this to Jeff O'Neill, do you like the fact that, yes, that we're celebrating the history of the automobile, but Jeff has made a special place for the future in terms of bringing these hypercars and bringing autonomous vehicles.
Absolutely.
I just love that, because that's a bold step for anybody putting an historic event on, because it's not everybody's cup of tea, but I love it.
I love it too. I must admit, when I first arrived, I wasn't sure, but now that I've seen it, I think it's a fantastic opportunity for people who, and there are people around the pits, and you can tell who's interested in what, and there are people that came to just see those cars. Uh-oh.
Big moment.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, so they're pushing. That was the number 76 Porsche 356A of Robert Kahn, and
Good
he
catch.
can.
Good
And he
catch.
can.
And he did.
He truly can.
Fantastic.
Look at the leather straps on the front. People forget how simple things were back then.
Yep. And the beautiful paint scheme that accentuates the speed, and it's wonderful.
See, that just shows, no engine in the front. They wouldn't wear out from heat.
This is true. What lap are we on here? Let's see.
I think there's a couple more to go.
Good.
But Jack, that's another thing. Just explain to our audience who, I keep talking about perfect 4 laps ago, perfectly prepared. But even the liveries, how do you go about that? I mean, how do you find the stickers and keeping it? I mean, you've got photographs, obviously.
Right.
But how do you make sure that you arrive with exactly what they had, or know what they had, where they got it?
And you said it. And old photos, some magazine articles, things like that. If you can come up with old programs with that helps. In my guy Scott's car, it's pretty much original paint, and so the livery on that is as it was. So it's got its little bumps and bruises and things. And Scott was able to find a sign painter, and he did a beautiful job replicating some things on the car, some signage hand painted like it was done, no stickers in the day. So that's a really fun part of putting a car back the way it was.
And literally, it's a year-round project, isn't it? Or
Absolutely.
Every year.
Yeah, every year. You bet.
I love it.
There's a little bug eye.
Yes.
I think. Yeah, beautiful.
Little Austin Healey Sprite, little bug eye, as you say. Peter Smith at the wheel. That's a 1958.
Yeah. So we've got from 1 liter, that's a little under 1 liter to 1 liter to 3 to 5 liter almost in the Corvette. So quite a disparity in this group.
And that's a pretty 356, that red convertible D.
Sure is. Yep.
James Dean, where are you now? We've got some 356s for you to drive again.
Oh, man.
Yes.
Talk about a car with a following and a passion, a Porsche 356 for sure.
But, I've been talking about this yesterday. It just amazes me how that shape, that body shape, I mean, you can see the beginnings of the 911 in there, can't you?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And then when they took the 911 and made that Speedster replica in the 80s, that was beautifully received, and they've done it again with a late car, so very pretty.
We've got Jack Perkins here enjoying Group 4. What else have you got on today? Have you got to keep working?
That's it for me. Yeah, we'll be done here in a little bit, and I think I'm going to go out and enjoy some of these cars and look at them.
I don't blame you for 1 minute, sir. That's the only part that I don't like about this is I get to have to stay here. Right. I get to look at them, and I get to enjoy people like yourself coming in here.
Fantastic.
I've got Zach Brown coming in next, and I'm really looking forward to talking to him.
Absolutely.
Because you know, he has a day job, as we all know.
Yep.
But his passion is as deep as anybody's here for racing, and he has contributed gleefully. And intends to do the same next year. So absolutely delighted to have him on board, and all of his McLaren staff.
And he got to drive some fancy McLarens yesterday. Yeah.
Well, he has quite an interesting and eclectic collection himself. As we take a look at the number 80 going up the hill, the Alfa Romeo GTC from 64.
Yeah, and behind that TDF, I think, Ferrari behind that, which is a beautiful car.
We haven't seen Jeffrey. There we go. Oh, that is lovely, isn't it?
That's a big.
That's a big
what a
car.
sound! It is a big car. What a sound! Drum brakes. On that guy, 3-liter.
1959 car.
Boy,
absolutely fantastic.
Compared to a 59 Chevy, that must have been something else, huh?
Yeah, it must have blown the mind to have seen that kind of coming down.
Absolutely.
Around the streets of LA in one of those, if you saw one. But you can understand the attraction because they were so different.
Oh,
weren't they?
my goodness. And it's beautiful today. That MGA, that 41, that was Scott Brown's old MGA. That was a car he raced about 20 years ago. That's a good piece, too.
Michael Silverman currently wheeling it.
Yep.
It's those little stickers. It is the little tiny things that really matter that I pick up on now that I didn't really notice at first. But, you know, like that Castrol sticker, you know, that won't just be a modern Castrol sticker. It will be of the shape and of the way it was on the car at the time.
Right. And if it isn't, someone will tell you.
Somebody will take it off.
They'll point it out.
No, I did the Monaco Historics this year, and it's obviously a similar feel.
Yeah.
And obviously you've got this track which kind of just
what an event
embraces it all, and you can't get away from the history. But a lot of the guys that I noticed on our boards here were definitely part of that event. People like Paddock Dowling and so on and so forth. Gunnar Jeanette, people like that race around the world in historics. They're so good at racing those cars and so careful with them. So final lap for our Group 4, Jeffrey O'Neill. Jeffrey, I think I heard rumor that Jeffrey was chastised somewhat for only finishing 7th in one of his cars yesterday by one of the owners, and that got him the giddy up.
I think so. I think he's fixed that. Here we go.
Here we go.
In the corkscrew.
Nicely done, sir.
Beautiful. Where else are you going to see that?
Well, and if you knew the price of that car, which basically is priceless.
And I think we do.
Yes, we do.
My goodness.
He was telling me this morning, and Nick Price has given it to him to drive, and it really is one of the most expensive cars here. And look at him go up the inside again. Go on, Jeffrey. Enjoy what you're doing.
Here we go.
So Jeffrey O'Neill almost passing half the cars as he comes to the checkered flag in that absolutely splendid Ferrari to take victory.
What a beautiful piece.
So Jeffrey O'Neill, the 1963 Ferrari 250 GTO. Well, let's just say upwards of 50 million plus.
Yeah.
I don't like to talk about the prices of cars. I think it's rude.
I had to. I dropped out when they were 40 million.
That's the Brit in me, you see.
Right.
Oh, you bid on it?
I don't know.
I went to 35.
I did too. Yeah.
I was like, the wife was getting a bit annoyed.
Exactly.
But I just love the fact that this is a car that you know should literally be locked up in a museum in terms of what it's worth.
Yeah.
And if Sotheby's or any of the other were to bid on it, it's just the reason being it's one of so few in the world. It's immaculate. It's so important to the Ferrari legacy. But here it is racing. That's just very, very special.
And thanks to these guys for bringing them out. That's very special. There's a beautiful short wheelbase behind that. It's another gorgeous car.
I was asking Jeffrey O'Neill yesterday about, how hard was it at first to get some of these collectors to kind of,
Yeah.
Well, listen, the man of the weekend has to be Mario Andretti. He's here and he's racing Formula One cars. Let's head down to the man, the maestro himself, the great man Mario. He's with Taylor.
I'm down
down here with a man who needs no introduction, Mario Andretti. I would love to hear your thoughts on driving an F1 car, this modern F1 car here on this legendary racetrack. What was going through your mind?
Well, actually, something I've been looking forward to, as you can imagine. You know, you have a lot of opportunity to get in some of the older cars, but I just want to get a little bit of a feel as to, I'm not sure I'm doing myself justice or the car ultimately, but I know exactly what I'm looking for, and I'm getting the idea. So that's really what I was after. You know, this particular engine situation has got a very narrow power curve, so you got to have a lot of confidence in the car to be able to maintain it there. And I have a little bit of an issue getting fitted up in it. But other than that, like you said, I'm all smiles because it's been a bucket list for me, as you can imagine. I've been saying that. And McLaren and Zach Brown is making that happen for me. So I'm in awe of what they're doing for me.
And you've raced so many different cars over the years, almost numerous, too many to count. How would this rank in experiences?
Well, it's right up there. You know, you're always curious. You know, always when I have the opportunity to just know, you know, what I'm talking about contemporaneously, and this gives me that opportunity.
One more question for you. What advice would you give to younger racers coming up, or even gentlemen who maybe just, or ladies want to be in the sport of motorsport? How should they get started?
It's very simple. I always say, follow your dreams. You know, that there's no set pattern or a formula, you know, to try to get there, but there are many opportunities today, you know, with different series, you know, to get you prepared for the top level. And if you really want to do it, again, the system is there.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your time. What an incredible event here at Velocity Invitational, and a treat for all the fans. Thank you for signing autographs. I don't know if you'll be out there again today, but we've really enjoyed having you.
It's lovely to be here, trust me.
Well, Mario Andretti, it needs no more. Johnny, back to you.
He's such a gentleman, and I wish all racing drivers would look up to that man and realize what it takes to be both a great driver and a great sportsman and gentleman as well. Mario, we love you, and may you continue racing cars, fast ones, like an Andretti and the rest of the family for a long time to come. Thank you, Mario. Now, we are about to go racing again. Plenty coming at you, but I believe that Kev is also down with some Trans Am cars. So why don't we head down to Kev Harris, down in the thick of the paddock, to hear what the latest is with Trans Am.
Hiya, Johnny. Thanks ever so much for joining us down here in the paddock. I've found a couple of great guys who I'm really enjoying talking to, because I love this era of cars. I love what they look like and what they sound like, because it's thunderous. And the man that is responsible for all of this, we got Ken and we got Brian here. But Ken, you're responsible for getting all these guys together, and you've been doing it for quite a few years now.
I'm guilty as charged. We started this in 1988. The first few guys got together, and then we started running them, and then as we went along, there was 9 of us, and now there's 30, and then there's 50.
Yeah. And Brian, one thing that people may not realize is that all of these cars have got a story. They're all original. You can't just turn up in something that's a replica. It's got to be legit.
There are a lot of recreations out there, but none of them here. These are all legit survivor cars, lovingly restored or somehow survived, and are in the condition that they were back in the day they ran.
Ken, the car that's behind us is one that's got quite a story. You went down to Mexico to get this Javelin, and I understand you kind of bought it with the intention of maybe trading up, but you ended up keeping it.
I ended up keeping it. I was going to trade up to a Budmore Carcraft Boss 302 and ended up keeping this. Yeah. And it's only been, I don't know, 35 years.
You're just getting started. What's it like to take out on track? It is a big, heavy lump by the looks of it, but you just said to me that the way to drive this is to really go for it. Speed is your friend. Put your foot to the floor.
Speed is your friend, so the way you drive it, if the car doesn't turn, if it starts to push, stand on the gas, kick the rear end out, and it'll go.
So good. I absolutely love these cars. You got to watch them. You're Group 7, I think, is that right? Coming up later on. The starts with these is second to none. And for you, Brian, this sort of passion with the Boss 302 Mustang, it started some years ago when you came here as a spectator.
It actually did. I was 21. I came to my first car race here, 1974, to watch a bunch of Porsches, and there was this very thunderous, black, sinister-looking Boss 302 Mustang in the A sedan group, and I couldn't stop watching it. I couldn't get the image out of my mind, and I fell in love right then.
And it was a great era of cars, like, you know, the Mustang, for example. The Ford Motor Company wanted to put themselves on the map in racing. You know, win on a Sunday, sell it on a Monday, and that's what they started to do in 64, 65.
And that's right, and that's why the cars look so much like their street car counterpart. They were really leveraging Trans Am as a sales tool for their street cars.
And by the time, though, we got to the 70s, they started to change. The chassis now, we're getting to race cars.
The chassis after 1972, they went to a tube frame, purpose-built race car, went away from the unibody, take them off the assembly line. So then these cars they disappeared for a while, then we all gathered them back up, and here we are.
And here we are. What time are you guys going out? Do you know? I'm putting you on the spot here.
I think 1 o'clock.
And one thing that you said to him as well, Brian, which is really interesting, because I said these guys are thunderous. You make sure that when you go down that start line, all of you guys are in tune, giving people the best experience possible.
That's correct. Yeah, what we do is we really always tell the guys on the front, do a slow start so when we all hit the gas, it's an explosion. Yeah. So that's what we do.
And it works.
It really does work. And Brian, I mean, they're unique, they're priceless, they've got a story to tell, but when you get out there on the racetrack, do you become a race car driver? Do you, Brian, want to beat him, Ken?
Well, we all want to, you know, do our best. We all want to beat one another. We like to race around each other. Very strict policy is no car-to-car contact. I mean, the cars have gotten insanely valuable in some cases. So everybody wants to be comfortable in their car around the guys we drive with, which I think is part of the success of the group. That's why we are all such good friends. We respect each other. We have sportsmen. We're sportsmanlike, and we drink beer and celebrate our success afterwards. So that's what makes us a bit of a family.
Have a great beer and celebrate your success afterwards. What have we got there? Oh, something else. Little AC Cobra. I'm not entirely sure what that is. Yeah, some sort of AC Cobra. Noisy thing, but I mean, Ken, when you start up, you can make that kind of noise, can't you?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. You know what, Johnny? I'm going to go back to you because I can't hear a thing down here. But Brian, thank you ever so much. Ken, legendary. Group 7, they're going out at 1 o'clock. Check them out because they are awesome.
Well, the good news is, Kev, I can hear you loud and clear. So there you go. That's all good news. I'm joined here in the booth by JC Herrera with Crowdstrike, and a big part of the event this weekend. Got a lot of people here. How many people have you got here this weekend?
I think we got around 200 or so Crowdstrikers coming to this event this weekend.
And are some of them sort of newbies to, I mean, I know Crowdstrike are a big part of motorsport. They have been for many years, but I suppose for the staff, it's a chance to see what you're up to.
Oh, it's great. It's such a fantastic event. You get to see everything up close and personal. I think we've converted some folks along the way for sure.
Let me ask you a question. Why have so many of the tech companies, I kind of know the answer to this, but I'd like to hear it, if you like, from the horse's mouth. Why have so many tech companies, especially in Formula One, in the last decade, jumped in with both hands and said, we want to be part of this?
Well, I could certainly say more about why we believe we're synonymous with racing. I think everything that we do
makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, with speed, performance, precision, it's all things that we think about as well when we're building cybersecurity products. And certainly on the innovation side, we're always looking for what's next, trying to stay ahead of the competition.
And it's funny, I explained to somebody a couple of days ago about the sort of espionage of Formula One and the data protection that you need in Formula One, not just from the other teams, because that's been part of the sport, but from the way that you're sharing things on the cloud around the world. It's imperative that you protect and that sort of, if you like, intellectual content is protected.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, our whole mission to stop breaches is why we exist. I think people should have their data protected and kept private.
Well, as we can see, we've got a exhibition of some of the collectors that are here. We like to just get them out on track and show them off a little bit. Beautiful Ferrari zipping around on its own at the moment, but an absolutely priceless, again, version out there. We just saw one win. What are you enjoying? What are you having a look at? Or have you got time?
I'm looking at this gull-wing Mercedes behind us here, Johnny. It's fantastic, but I am partial to one of the cars that's on track here. There's a Black Series Mercedes GT out there.
Yes. Yeah, that's pretty special. I also have my eyes on one of the DB2s, the Aston Martins out there at the moment. Not currently, but I saw it earlier in the weekend. There's your Mercedes. I think we saw that this morning in the Gara exhibition as well, but that's a beauty, isn't it? You know what? I've got the best seat in the house. I'll tell you why, JC, because I've got the fuel pumps right here in front of me. So this had to fill up just before it went out. But all the cars have to come here. Some are noisy, some aren't. But it's really quite nice because I get as close as anybody else without actually leaving the booth.
I think just from this vantage point, the smell, the sounds, equally as fascinating as what we're seeing.
The one thing I love about Crowdstrike's involvement in motorsport is talk about walking the walk and talking the talk. Your CEO, the boss, the owner, the guy that pretty much puts it all together, he does it. He is winning, and he's had an amazing season.
It's been amazing to watch for sure. George doesn't sit still for very long, I think, as anyone knows. And he's got this saying, boy, if you're not moving forward, you're going backwards.
Yeah, we had him on our Speed City show. Thank you for sponsoring us on our Formula One coverage on SiriusXM, and we'll be doing next weekend. So tune in, SiriusXM. A little personal plug there, but he came on the show and we talked about. He was very humble about the fact, I'm just trying out racing, and that was about a year ago. And it's like, wow, he has just exploded in the GT scene in the last year or so. So hats off to you. I love it when you walk the walk and talk the talk. I mentioned Zach Brown there. He's exactly the same thing. It's one thing to be a CEO or be a manager, but and I tell you what, as I mentioned Zach Brown, why don't we talk to him himself? Taylor's just gone and rustled up an interview with him. Let's head down and hear from the CEO of McLaren Formula One, Zach Brown.
All right, well, I'm down here. I don't know if you can hear much because they are testing these cars, and what a treat to hear them. Hopefully Zach Brown can hear me as well with these questions. Zach, we're out here at a phenomenal event, and you've got some legendary drivers in the seats of these incredible machines. How are they enjoying the experience so far?
They love it. We've got some great drivers out, some iconic race cars, and they love it. They love the history. And the cars are fast. Even though they're old, they're fast.
And speaking of fast cars and progress, especially in motorsport, you're coming up on an anniversary for McLaren. What are you looking forward to? Where's the future of this looking?
Well, I think it's going to be a lot of celebration. We're 60 years old. We've won numerous world championships and Indy 500s and Le Mans, of course, once. So we're going to just try and relive all this great history that we have, while at the same time trying to make some new history going forward.
And maybe just a quick little intro for the fans that don't know. You're a car guy. What really started your love of motorsports and cars?
Mario Andretti. I'm born and raised from Los Angeles. My first ever race was the 1981 Long Beach Grand Prix. But then I went back in 1987, and I met Mario as a fan, and that's when I knew I wanted to get into racing. And I'm fortunate to actually have found that car itself not too long ago, restored it, had Mario drive it. So I don't know, I think I might be the world's #1 race fan, and I don't know, I think part of my role is to share this great sport, the history we have, with all the millions of fans around the world, because without fans, there is no motor racing.
Absolutely not. So you started as a fan of Mario. What a treat it must be to then be able to give him this opportunity, kind of switch seats.
Yeah, it's super cool. He's such a great guy. He's a legend. I mean, there isn't anyone more famous than Mario Andretti, and so to be able to bring a smile to his face with so much he's accomplished and so much opportunity he's had, this is probably kind of the last thing he hasn't done. So to be able to have McLaren provide that to him is really special.
Absolutely. We're pleased to have you here. Thank you so much. And what a first-class event here at Velocity Invitational.
It's a great event, and keeps getting stronger and stronger this year. You know, we've been here from kind of day one. Obviously, it's young, but the crowds are loving it, and they love what's going on here in the garage. So long may it continue.
And we've got more racing, more cars on the track to come. So, Johnny, I'll send it back up to you.
Great stuff, Taylor. I'm here with Crowdstrike's JC Herrera. And I tell you what, if you want to make a wish, if you've got a dream, Zach's the guy to ask, because he's made dreams come true for Paddock Award. He's made dreams come true now for the great one, Mario Andretti. And I love the fact that Zach says why he got into motor racing, because he went to Long Beach and saw Mario race. And what, I mean, God, talk about fanboy.
Yeah.
That is so nice. I want to get back into this, though, while we've got the demonstrations on. Talk about B2B. Talk about how motor racing for companies like Crowdstrike is so useful for B2B.
Yeah, I think,
business to business.
Yeah, I think, for us, it's a chance for us to bring people together.
Yeah, in a fun environment.
In a really fun environment. You just don't get a chance in other types of sports to get this up close and personal. And the community around it are the people in the community are so like-minded. So right away, you get the opportunity to bring like-minded folks together that want to compete and also are interested in a lot of speed, a lot of performance. And yeah, I think for us, it's a great venue for that.
It's interesting. I often, when I think of tech companies, I remember back in the early or late 80s, early 90s, I was doing World Superbikes. And I remember the Ducatis had Xerox. And I remember talking to the head or one of the top marketing guys at Xerox, and I said, well, why would you get into motor racing? We don't do much photocopying, kind of jokingly. And he said, you know what? There's not really a lot exciting about, selling photocopiers. He said, but you put our sticker on the side of that Ducati, everybody wants to be there, everybody wants to talk about it, everybody wants to talk about Carl Fogarty. We're instant fans, and our name is on the side of that bike. And it must be true when Lewis Hamilton puts on that helmet every weekend and Crowdstrike's right there. Likewise, the safety car. You can't miss it. And even if you're not in the world of ransomware or the technology world, it's hard to, if you like, make it sexy. But motor racing absolutely makes it so.
It's pretty sexy. You see the Crowdstrike logo on those Formula One cars running around, and also on the safety car.
Yeah.
It's just something to be really proud of.
Who, by the way, has had a starring role this year. That was very smart.
It works for us.
It certainly does. Yeah, whenever there's a safety car, no question about it, you will see that logo. You get more TV time than most. Yeah, we're getting we got this beautiful Ferrari out here. We're just doing what we're calling our collector's demonstration. We've only had a couple of cars out there at the moment, but we're still enjoying it. We've got cars from Tom Price, McGraw, Jeff Keller, Bruce Canepa is out. We're hoping to get Bruce in here. He's been doing, he's a well-known historic driver and does many a car, and is very famous in historic terms for driving these wonderful automobiles. Is there one you've picked out that you'd like to drive?
Boy, it'd be fun to get into one of the Formula cars, but I'm not sure that's happening.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, you'd know about it. Your neck would be sore. The G4, I don't know how Mario does it in his 80s. I don't know what his workout regime must be, because, it's an absolute workout, especially around Laguna.
Yeah, I was up close and personal there when they were starting them up, and they were not going slow at all. They were not babying these cars as they were zipping through the course.
So tell me what you've got planned for your guests. Over 200. Presumably you've got a hospitality place where you can watch. You turn 11, right?
Yeah, we've got a couple of places where employees were congregating. Not much work actually. We didn't plan for any of that. It is for folks to come and enjoy the event, get to know one another. And for us with COVID over the last couple of years, we're just looking for ways to engage our employees and to get people together. And I think it's things like this that are pretty memorable.
It's so funny you say that. I went to a motor race in New Zealand recently, and it was the first time I'd really traveled in a couple of years, and I was meeting people and going to dinners, and it almost, I kept thinking, what's the matter with me? And it was just that I hadn't done it for so long, and it was so nice to see and be tactile and shake hands and see smiling faces and be around people, because I think we've all been in this this weird bubble for 2 years where we haven't been around other people.
It was just fantastic to see people light up. You know, they're meeting people for the first time they've worked with over the last couple of years, and they're getting a chance to shake hands and really share stories at a much more personal and engaging level.
So, will you or any of your staff be going to Austin next weekend?
Unfortunately, not me, but we'll have staff there.
You'll be watching?
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
Good. Checkered flag is out. Well, and everybody's like, oh, well, the World Championship's over, Verstappen's won. But that, you know what? That actually sometimes changes the whole game because things start moving. People start doing different things. And I think the battle is on. Certainly McLaren are in the fight of their life to try to take on Alpine. So that's going to be interesting. Mercedes are coming good. There's some good tracks for them. I think Lewis and George Russell will put on a show. I've got a feeling that, well, I say a feeling, Lewis loves Coda, and I think it's time for Lewis to kind of step away from what has been, for him anyway, a relatively ordinary season, and really put on a show next week.
Yeah, I could not agree more. It'd be great to get him cranking again.
Yeah, I agree. Well, we're just finishing our collectors' cars demonstrations. We've had a Mercedes and a Ferrari out there. We're talking to Crowdstrike's JC Herrera. Thank you for coming on board. Enjoy your weekend, and feel free to throw anybody else you fancy at us, because we'll happily have you here in the booth and talk about what you guys are up to and how much you're enjoying the weekend, because that's what it's all about. We take racing drivers, we take fans, we take anybody who's just a guest. So enjoy your weekend. Thanks for coming up, and may Crowdstrike continue supporting motor racing worldwide. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Johnny. Appreciate it.
So we see the Mercedes coming in as the collectors finish their demonstration. My thanks to the Chief of HR from Crowdstrike, that's JC Herrera, coming in there and talking about Crowdstrike and their involvement in motor racing. And they are one of the sponsors here of Velocity Invitational, as they are, as we mentioned, in Formula One too. So look out for the Crowdstrike logo, both on Lewis Hamilton's helmet and also on the safety car that goes around before there's ever a full course yellow in Formula One. So we continue here at Velocity Invitational, and sadly the sun just hasn't quite popped out yet to give it that kind of gloss that we need here at Laguna, but it will be. So let's head down to Kev, and he's at the Miller exhibition.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Well, I am down here with a man who has got some absolutely exquisite machines parked up behind him, all under the name of Henry Miller, which, Bobby Green, was a name who is synonymous with just incredible automotive design.
He is. Harry Miller was a true genius based in Los Angeles, of all things. You know, not many people heard of Harry Miller because all he did was build race cars. But everyone's heard of Bugatti, right? Well, Bugatti copied Miller. He bought a Miller car, and that's what became the Bugatti. So Harry Miller thought differently than most people. He thought of simplicity, he thought of beauty, and he created cars that were absolute works of art. Every piece on the car completely handmade and designed by Harry Miller and his team.
And what we have behind us here as well, let's not be confused, these aren't replicas, these are original cars that are just in perfect condition because guys like yourself have looked after them.
Yes, I'm in the Harry A. Miller Club, and we're very dedicated to keeping this alive. The great thing is all of Harry Miller's blueprints and patterns still exist. So if a part is needed, a casting can be made, machining can be made to the blueprints and brought back into service. So that's what saved a lot of these Miller cars. There's not that many out there, and very few in their original state. And we have a couple pretty good examples here. You know, this is my Miller on the car hauler. That was Ralph De Palma's last race car. He retired in '36 and sold the car. And now Harry Miller concentrated on oval track racing, the Indy 500 being his key goal. And he was an early competitor of Duesenberg. Him and Duesenberg were in the early 20s, were battling it out. But Harry Miller found a way to defeat him, and they never came back again. And Harry Miller, the lineage of their motors, and you've heard of the Offie motor, the Offenhauser. So after Miller retired, his chief mechanic, Fred Offenhauser, took over and renamed it the Offie. Well, this Miller-designed engine dominated the Indy 500 from, say, 1925 into the mid-'80s until the Ford Cogsworth came along.
That's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, an engine to span that time, or the design, or the the kind of theory behind it to span that length of time is crazy.
It's absolutely crazy, but he did it, and they achieved it through meticulous machine work. I need to show you some of these engines. They look like pieces of jewelry, and that is why they ran so well.
And there's one that we were chatting about yesterday, I think the number 54 car, which is the one that has the supercharger right behind the engine block there.
Yes. So these two cars, the Bose and the 35 car, this was a kind of a scheme that Tucker had come up with. Tucker went to Henry Ford and he said, listen, this guy Harry Miller's a genius. Why don't we make a Miller Ford car to compete in Indy? You put a Ford flathead engine in it, and you're guaranteed to win the Indianapolis 500. And Henry Ford, he wanted to win racing, so he said, let's do that. So they built 10 of these cars. And it was a mad rush to get them done. They never even tested them. They got to the Indy 500. They all failed because the exhaust was too close to a steering joint and it froze up and they had to go out. Well, the 54 car later in 1941 got a different engine put in it. It got a Miller Ed Winfield V8 V16 engine with a supercharger, and it did real well. I think it finished third that year in 41 at Indy 500. So guys would take the cars after they all failed, and they'd put better engines in them. They took the Ford Flathead out, and they put Miller engines in them, and they were really competitive cars.
Yeah, really competitive cars they were. And we're going back to times when you talk about the oval race, the Indianapolis 500 as well. This was board racing, wasn't it? So precursor to kind of, well, tell us about it. I mean, you know all of this.
Yes, the car behind me, this would have raced on a wooden board track. Frank Lockhart, who, raced this particular car on a wooden board track in Beverly Hills, in Culver City, in New Jersey. Now, these board tracks were very short-lived. Some were a mile long, some were 2 miles long. Millions of boards of lumber to make these things. Some were banked quite steep. And they turned out to just be too deadly dangerous. The motorcycles were running on them and the cars. This is the early 20s. There were so many deaths. And then, of course, the Great Depression hits, and they kind of just start falling apart. And then people realize, you know what, it's safer on dirt and pavement, so let's just not do the board track again.
And what I love as well, and I learned this, I think, last time I was at a historic over here, spectators, kids probably who couldn't afford to get in, back in the day, there would be sometimes gaps in the boards. And to get the best view in the house, what did the kids do?
Well, after some of these tracks started falling apart and were in disrepair, there'd be holes in the track, about the size of a small head. So these kids were going underneath, popping their head up like a whack-a-mole game, and they'd duck back down before the car came. I mean, it was a giant wall of death. There's a reason they call it as the wall of death.
And then, like you say, the Depression came along, and apparently the lumber was getting stripped from the tracks, and that's all history. But what is it about these cars that got you interested in it, and how did you become interested in it?
Well, as growing up as an automotive lover, you kind of climb a ladder. You find, let's say, a stock car and you fix it up. Then let's say you want to build a hot rod or a race car and you fix that up. And you start, growing an appreciation for machine work, for design, because you're fixing your own car. And then suddenly you come across a Miller, and it's like something from another planet. Yeah. It's the most refined, perfect vehicle that a person could ever make. And so I think you don't come out the gate appreciating Millers. You kind of work up to it.
That's fantastic. And I love your story, and we've chatted a couple of times now, so I know this. I don't think you mind me saying, you're into restaurants normally, so cars is kind of like a passion project, but you left school, opened a cafe, and now here we are. You're a car owner.
I did. Well, it's all based around history. I mean, I love history, and all of my restaurants and bars are vintage. Some of them are landmark restorations. We have a 1927 bowling alley that we restored. We have a giant hot dog called Tail of the Pup, which we just recently restored and reopened. So, you know, what I do with the restaurants really carries over to what I've done with cars my whole life. It's just fixing up old stuff.
Fixing up old stuff. Let's just keep talking about old stuff for a moment or two, because we were over by the Ragtime races this morning. Talk about fixing up old stuff. Those Ragtime races are doing a great thing, aren't they?
They are. I think I saw your twin brother there. I think I talked to him.
James Harrison the first.
Yes. He's a great chap. Those guys are really keeping history alive. There's so many great stories to tell, and this is what we are. We're storytellers. The Ragtime Racers, the Harry Miller Club, you know, the Volkswagen Club, whatever it is, you're keeping a beautiful part of American history alive and worldwide history that's appreciated by everyone in the world. That's the greatest thing of, you know, America from the turn of the century into the 60s. We created some of the most incredible things on earth. You know, from music to architecture to clothing and cars. Great style, and I love just keeping it alive. I don't want it to ever die.
I think it's really important, and I love hearing that as well. And you're one of a few younger guys that I've seen here this weekend, and younger as well. Spoke to a great English lad over there, Horatio. What was his name? Horatio Fitzsimon, racing in a Lotus 26. There is a generation of people for whom, thankfully, are coming into this. And you're in the business of keeping it alive, because it's really important, isn't it? We need people coming through to look after these for the next 20 years.
It's very important. It's an incredible history, and I hope that by what I do, I inspire other young people to do it, and I love being inspired by others as well. So if we can just keep inspiring each other, we'll keep it alive.
Brilliant. Listen, Bobby, thanks ever so much. A pleasure talking to you. When we chatted yesterday, we held this man away from a glass of wine at the Sip and Savour Wine Pavilion, but I think you're safe to say that you're going to be there before last orders today, so thank you, Bobby.
Thank you.
Right, Johnny, listen, back to you in the commentary booth. How about that? What great cars. The Miller cars from back in the day looking absolutely exquisite. I know you would love them.
I absolutely do. Thank you for giving us that intro to Miller and that wonderful exhibition. I'm joined here in the booth by Bruce Canepa, who's just come back off track. Bruce, how was it first of all out there? What have you been driving this weekend? You're always in something.
Well, this weekend I'm driving a Trans Am car, so
that's perfect.
Yeah, we had a fun race yesterday, and we go out today at about 1 o'clock. So those cars are just a blast to drive.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they've gone with the B sedan and C sedan, sort of smaller displacement Trans Am, because it's such a big part of the Trans Am history. I do the modern Trans Am at the moment, and that's great. And we also know the Pony Wars and the history of the big muscle cars, but it's great to see the other contributors to Trans Am and what made it so special.
Yeah, well, especially the car I drive is a Penske Javelin in that group, and
awesome.
That era of Trans Am cars was American muscle cars. And,
absolutely.
And they were really great cars. They were great size and great performance, and putting them on the racetrack was unbelievable when you look back at all those cars racing, whether it was a Ford or Chevy or a Pontiac or a Chrysler product. It was pretty amazing.
Does it give you a sense of what the likes of Mark Donohue and so on were like as characters and racing drivers? Because you've driven, I don't know how many cars, I've seen you around the world, but you know your cars and you've driven so many. But does it give you a sort of respect for how they went about their racing?
Well, yeah, because those cars, they drove the wheels off those cars. They most of the guys that were in them, whether it was Parnelli or Mark or Fulmer or any of those guys, they all of them drove stuff that was a lot faster in their primary racing, and probably somewhat less safer. So when they got in the Trans Am car, they weren't afraid to just stand on the gas and bump fenders and push each other and lean on the cars, because they knew the cars were tough and pretty damn safe for very aggressive driving.
Bruce, what we're watching on track now is our Group 1, and these what we're calling the GP and Voiturettes, effectively Grand Prix cars before there was a World Championship. Have you ever done any of the ERAs or any of the older cars like this?
I haven't.
I bet you, would you like to or not?
Yeah, I would.
No safety belts.
Yeah,
tough on the brakes.
Well, I drove lots of stuff that wasn't so safe back in the day, so kind of used to that anyway.
What do you enjoy driving, or do you just enjoy driving anything?
Well, I like driving lots of stuff, but on the road I enjoy my Porsches. I mean, they drive fabulous. They're really a driver's car, and they're a performance car at the same time, and it's one of the few cars that you sit in the seat and you really feel one with the car. And on the track, I like all kinds of things. And you know, I grew up in dirt cars, and I did sprint cars for 6 years, and that was my favorite race car. Sprint cars. They're a little hard on your body at times, but they're definitely the most fun of anything I ever drove.
Just before you joined us, we were talking about the Miller collection, and we were talking about board racing, and that was something I was just completely unaware of until I moved to the States, that you actually race cars on wooden boards, and people would put their heads up to have a look, as they came up at the fairgrounds.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they did it with cars and motorcycles, both.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. We've also got James Alder coming in, again, a man who drives the Jaguar XK 120 and has been out on track also, as has Bruce Canepa. That's who joins us here for our Group 1 soiree of fantastic cars, Bugattis, ERAs. We've got an R2B out there. We've got an R2A, as well as a few Alfa Romeos. I don't know if you look down the list, guys, if there are any you want to pick out that you like, or you can just look at the ones on screen, like the ones like the Alfa Romeo coming through, shot right now, the 111.
Well, it's hard not to love an 8C Alpha. That's about as good as it gets.
Now, what a beautiful, sophisticated piece of machinery. And of course, this was the era that really got Mercedes-Benz when Hitler was coming into power, and they put the government behind the Mercedes-Benz. It was these cars that Mercedes wanted to race against, wanted to dominate, that resulted in the incredible Mercedes-Benz Grand Prix car, the open-wheel Grand Prix Mercedes-Benz with supercharged twin-cam 8-cylinder engines, and then the V16 of the Auto Union. They wanted to demonstrate to the rest of the world that they could beat those Alfa Romeos, and of course the ERAs. Those two ERAs are just incredible cars. I know you spoke about it yesterday, standing for English Racing Automobile. And then post-war, it was BRM. It was the same guys. British Racing Motor Car, I believe.
Yep.
I mean, just really incredible history. Those cars, those ERAs, as well as that Alpha, they might very well be doing faster lap times than I was in the XK120, which may not necessarily be saying much, but they're very, very fast pre-war cars.
Hey, I don't care. If you drive your car to each and every historic event, I think you can get a pass for how fast you're going. This man drives all across the mountains from Reno to bring his Jaguar here.
I know.
So we're looking at the 39 right now. This is another Alfa Romeo from 1939 as we watch our Group 1 cars on track.
Now, Jonathan, you may know was the two ERAs, and Bruce, you may know also, there was two cars that was Remus and Romulus. Are one of those two of these two ERAs that we see here? Because they were really dominant back in the day. I think owned by what one would have referred to back then as the Prince of Siam, which the movie The King and I was made about with Yul Brynner.
Yeah.
And it was it Prince Bira?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, the Bira brothers were big.
The Bira
racers.
brothers, right. So Remus and Romulus.
That's
so
right.
were they named after the Greek gods, the mythological Greek gods?
That was the name of their cars, yeah.
Yeah, fantastic.
Well, you got to name your car. Jensen Button used to name his car. So 7 laps to go. And as we say, we're looking at the sights and sounds. Paddington Dowling, I'm sure somebody you know all too well. Here's another perennial historic racer. He's in that ERA R2A. He got a win yesterday in this group. And once again, is running second on track to Charles McCabe. Tell us if you know any history of any of the drivers out there, because I'm always interested. The cars have their own history, but it's also I'm interested in the guys that take to the wheel, and I'm sure you have the odd coffee now and again with them.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a number of these guys have been doing these cars for a long time, and Paddens especially. he drives the wheels off those cars.
Oh, he does. Paddens is
really
great.
Really good in those cars. And then you got Ivan down there, Zaremba, and that's a guy that knows how to work on every single inch of the car. And you know,
Ivan has driven such a wide variety of cars. And excuse me for interrupting, but John Kerr, he's on the camera right now. He's not a young guy and still at it. I mean, he told me not to disclose his age. He does not want to have any problem renewing his racing credentials. But let me tell you, he's up there and he is just having the time of his life. He loves this, and he's one of my heroes.
And he's in the American car.
Yes.
Yeah.
Against Europe's greatest.
Yes, exactly. He'd be in the front if he was on a dirt track oval.
Now this is a Miller Schofield champ car that we're looking at from 1932. John Kerr at the wheel.
And that was one of the cars, of course, that was driven on the board tracks.
Yep.
And I believe Brooklyn's originally was a board track, and these cars went, very, very fast. I mean, well over the, 100 miles per hour.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this particular car that we're talking about was actually found, the 132 I'm talking about, we're looking at the 17, that's Greg Whitten in the ERA, but that Miller Schofield champ car was actually found as a wreck in the 80s and then restored. So I love to hear history like that, where people find something in a barn and go, what the heck is that? And then take it back to fruition and bring it to an historic event like this. And get someone like Bruce or yourself to go and pedal it around. I think it's great stories.
Yeah. Well, we're all caretakers for these cars. So
yes,
that's the idea.
Well,
talk about that a little bit, because I love that expression. It's something that's sort of come to my knowledge, is that the owners, the collectors, they're not really owners of the cars. They pay a lot of money to be caretakers of them and then pass them on in history to the next owner or the next collector.
Well, and that's what's important. And because if we don't do that, then future generations won't even know these cars existed or why they existed or how they existed. And when you look at a modern automobile, you look at like these supercars parked out here, and you say all that started from somewhere. And it started right here. It started with these cars. It started with the guys before computers using their brain to figure out how to make all this stuff work.
I know, that's what just blows my mind now in terms of design. We're talking about the Czinger that we're looking across the board at. They're using 3D printers to come up with what they want to put on the car, and they can change it overnight if they need to with a computer. And then you think about the guys back in the day that were designing these cars, and they had to do it by hand.
Oh yeah, and you look, especially the engines. You look at a Miller engine or a Bugatti engine or an Alfa, and you look at that engine in the 30s, and you say, man, that's some smart people, and they were using all their brain resources to come up with some incredible things. And that experience obviously has all been translated to a computer today to do it faster and more efficient than before, but it's still the same. It came from a man that figured it out.
There's been a position change, by the way. Paddens is now leading this race. With
not a surprise.
About
he won
4.5 laps left. Yes.
Yeah, he won yesterday in his ERA R2A, so I don't see any reason why he wouldn't do it again. We just got a quick glimpse of that 35 Ralton Light Sport Tourer, a mark of British Automobiles made there by Famiel Engineering Company in Cobham in Surrey back in 1933. But it was Ivan Zaremba you were talking about from New York, who's been with the company for 28 years. So another great story. We're just seeing it come through now. That looks a beast to drive, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Heavy duty up the Ray Hall Straight.
But look at how well it's doing. I mean, look at the difference in the design and style of these cars. They all wanted to, accomplish the same purpose. Oh my God, look at this. 2 sets of cars going into the corkscrew, 2 abreast practically.
Bruce, I got to ask you this. You do race around the world in these cars and all over America. Is Laguna like one of the bigger challenges for historics? I'm thinking like, I don't know, Watkins Glen or Lime Rock would be a little bit easier than here.
Well, yeah. I mean, Laguna is interesting because I tell guys, I don't think I've ever found the fastest line around here. and it's, I was just at the IndyCar race and I watched all their lines at the IndyCar race I'm friends with a team owner, and we had a great time. And I was watching video everywhere, and the IndyCar guys were going down into turn 2 straight down, and then a sharp turn and straight out. They were not apexing the corners at all. They were going clear to the outside of 2 going in, and then darting back like a drag race to 3. And I said, I've never seen that line before, and I guess I'll have to try that. So, but you know, this is a place that no matter how many times you go around it, and I've been around it a few times, you're always learning something here.
This is like the game of golf. I mean, you never stop learning.
That's a good parallel, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't do that game, so the hell, I'll just stress on this one, learning this one.
2 things you can't master: golf and motor racing. Some give it a damn good try, but I would argue even Tiger Woods would say he's still learning. Paddock's down then taking the lead ahead of Charles McCabe in our Group 1. We were just looking at that 1946 Delage D6. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous car. The Delage D6 race cars were built for the 1947 season and featured 142 brake horsepower. Here it comes in that beautiful blue color. Matthew Cobb at the wheel.
French blue.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing worth mentioning, of course, the national colors. I wish they'd go back to that because I think it's so distinctive, like in modern cars, the British being British racing green and the French being blue. And yeah, fantastic.
Of course, Briggs Cunningham, when he was campaigning his cars, he always, they were typically white, and I think with a red and blue stripe representing an American driver in a British car, or a car, of course, of his own design, the Cunningham.
Yeah.
Which I haven't seen any here this.
I think there's one.
There's one.
Yeah.
Wow.
Certainly saw it on the list. Whether I've seen it out is another question. Beautiful sights and sounds of Group 1, Bruce Canepa and James Alder here with 3 laps to go, and we're just looking at the number 7.
I think Patton's in his normal spot.
Yes. Evidently, I was reading up about Paddock Dowling that his father was a butcher. I mean, he couldn't come further away from motor racing in Ireland, but he got the bug like you all do. You all come from different walks of life and different ways of getting. How did you get in, Bruce? How did you get your love for motor racing?
Well, my dad, when I was born, my dad was in the car business. He was a car dealer. He didn't really like racing, and
what did he deal in?
He had Ford Lincoln Mercury and International Trucks, and BMW, and a number of franchises. And I loved cars by the time literally 3 or 4 years old. And I think he was kind of hoping I wouldn't race because I was kind of a maniac on everything, starting with bicycle. So,
what did you first race?
First car I ever raced was actually a sportsman car at Watsonville Speedway. And
another position change, by the way. Charles McCabe just picked off Padden's Dowling. Now he leads this race.
All right.
Then what? What did you go on to?
Then I went to Super Modifieds, and I drove for a car owner that had some good cars, and then from there he wanted me to move to the South and drive NASCAR because he was buying NASCAR teams, and I didn't really want to. I drove a couple NASCAR races, but I wanted to drive sprint cars. So I went to sprint cars I spent about 6 years in sprint cars.
That's tough.
And that car teaches you more about car control than anything you can drive, and it makes you aware that there's sometimes you need to have a little bit of fear. But they were the most fun. And then from there I got to drive. I went road racing and drove 935s almost immediately in road racing, and eventually 962s. And I was really fortunate. I ended up being asked to drive the first March GTP car with Bobby Rahal and Jim Truman.
Wow.
And I drove that, and and then of course we ran off to Pikes Peak at one point. And I did that the first time in a car that weighed 1,000 pounds, and it was really quick there. We were the set the qualifying record, and we were the fastest in the race, and then I went back there 20 years later and drove that Kenworth truck that weighed 13,000 pounds.
Now, I got to ask you a question, and I think I know the answer, but surely halfway up Pikes Peak, do you not turn to yourself inside your head going, what on earth am I doing?
Well,
because I would.
I did that before
I would too, by the way.
I did that before I took the green flag.
Because people who don't know, Pikes Peak really, certainly when you're talking about when you went up it, well, there is no more safety. I mean, it's just a mountain, quite literally.
Yeah.
And if you get it wrong, it's going to be a long way down.
Yeah. But it was fun. You know, it was all gravel when I did it, and
yeah, they paved it now, haven't they?
They paved it now. Yeah, it's a different place now than it was, and not in a bad way, just different. But
this race for first place, by the way, is just really heating up.
I know. I was just
obviously,
watching it from
Paddock
above.
Dowling wants that position back, and we're getting near the end here. But
Absolutely. James, what was your first car?
My very first
There
car
it
in high
goes.
school.
There we go.
Yeah, there he goes. Look at that. Dive on the inside going into 11.
There you go. Paddock Dowling then in the 1934 ERA takes the lead for now anyway. We're about to start the final lap. Or are we racing to the line? Oh, it's the
look at
white
that.
flag.
Look at that.
And this is a cracking race, yes. This is on, absolutely. 6 versus 7.
Oh, he's
Paddock
going to try to
Dowling.
outbreak him on the inside.
It's an ERA fest. Charles McCabe, they both won it. All right, I'll put both the racer driver hats on. Where would you go if you were behind in the 6? Where would you go for the move?
well, I don't want to say because they get mad at me for where I go.
Well, this back marker they're coming up may play a role in this. There's a huge disparity of performance. Oh no, they both are going to get by clean.
Okay, they're getting out of the way.
4 and 5.
But he's got
that
a
was
good
the Delage that they're
Yeah,
passing, that they're lapping there.
McCabe, though, has pulled away. Distinct as they come through 5 and
No,
still ahead of the hill.
That's Dowling.
Oh, yeah, of course it is. Sorry,
that is
sorry.
now in the
Excuse
lead.
me.
So he put the hammer down going on the inside of the Andretti hairpin, and looks like he's going to make it stick. These are super talented drivers. I mean, just look at the way they drift those cars.
Yeah.
I tell you what, they're doing the drivers of those period of 1936 proud because they are pushing those machines, no question about it. And I've got 2 very experienced racing drivers who are kind of nodding along, and they would disagree with me if I was wrong. But those guys know what they're doing, don't they?
Yeah, I know. Paddens knows the limits of those cars probably better than anybody.
I agree.
A wonderful race here to see here in our Group 1, our earliest group for the early 1927 to 49, 27 to 37 in terms of sports and touring cars, but GP and Voiturette racing cars.
Unless Paddens loops it, he's got it wrapped up here.
Here we go then. Paddock Dowling in the 1934 ERA comes across the line, takes the checkered flag. Only just, mind you, but enough to win. And that's how you do it, folks.
Yeah, Charles McCabe made that pass, but it was after the checkered.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great
2
race.
years
He'll probably
older.
get the position back.
Yeah, the R6B from 1936. Charles McCabe, as you mentioned, coming across the line in second. Excellent stuff.
So, Jonathan, to answer your question, my first car in high school was a TR4. I had friends that were building...
So you went straight to the British mark?
Well, I had friends that were building muscle cars, but I suffered from what I always referred to as the James Bond syndrome.
Yes, I can see from the flat hat.
That was you had to have a car that could go around corners as well as go reasonably fast in a straight line.
And not spill your martini.
Right. British sports cars or European sports cars represented that to me. I had a friend in high school that had an MGB, another friend that had a bug-eyed Sprite. I went for a ride in that MGB, and I thought, hey, this is really what it's all about. My brother was building a 57 Chevy in the garage, and that's when I sort of learned a lot of 4-letter words. He would be breaking his knuckles on that 57 Chevy. There would be a scream of some sort of 4-letter word, then followed by the sound of glass breaking as he threw a wrench through the garage window. I looked at a different approach. I decided gentleman sports car driving and racing was the thing to do. And part of that was also inspired by my visit to Elkhart Lake when I was in high school. So,
well, listen, guys, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. But in the words of Monty Python, now for something completely different. Let's turn from 1936 and head to Formula One and the most modern cars of Formula One that we've had here at Velocity Invitational. Let's head down to Taylor in the pit lane.
Thank you. I'm down here. Raz, tell me a little bit about yourself first.
I'm a local here in Monterey. I'm a violinist and a singer, and I'm just really happy to represent Monterey here on Laguna Seca tracks.
Well, we're pleased and hopeful to hear you sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, with broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight? O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Excellent work, Raz. Thank you so much. What a way to kick off a full day of racing. As you can see, I've got the cars behind me. They're ready to go. So, Johnny, let's head back up to you. Full day of racing. As you can see, I've got the cars behind me. They're ready to go. So, Johnny, let's head back up to you.
One comment on this. James Alder's still with me, and I just want to get a quick comment before you go. I know you're busy, but what do you take? I mean, you're events, but to see these glorious cars, which are in their own right historic cars, but
Absolutely.
so different, so special. We've just gone from 1934 and 1936 to now what, 95, 1990.
Wonderful era of Formula One.
unbelievable.
And is it Formula One? Is that an Indy car back there? And was Mario Andretti driving one of these yesterday?
Yes, he was. Mario was in there. These are all Formula One cars, McLaren Formula One cars, very special ones. This is Tanner Faust, who of course is a rallycross expert with his Rockstar helmet on. But this is a car driven by Alain Prost in the day.
Wow.
I mean, just absolutely four-time world champion Alain Prost, who of course is still involved in motor racing to this day, but also just incredible.
Well, I saw Mika Hakkinen was here yesterday. Was he behind the wheel of one of these?
Well, I'm not sure if Mika's still here, but that is Paddock O'Ward, and he is, of course, the current, you mentioned Indy, but he is the current Indy driver for McLaren Arrows, and he, of course, is in that absolutely resplendent Boss Senna car with the Honda power. Again, another McLaren. And then you see the mighty Mario. I'm still not sure who's in that car with the yellow helmet. Somebody's going to have to tell me.
Well, I can't tell with that full face helmet. You know, it's always hard to see the driver.
Yeah, we've got the. Charles Nürburg. That's who that is.
Fantastic.
I was wondering. That makes sense now because Charles is a very, very good pedaler, and what a thrill this is going to be for him as well. Because Charles Nürburg in that MP428, and then it looks like Mario is getting a chance. There he is, the mighty Mario Andretti in the 1978 Formula One World Champion, of course.
Yeah, he, of course, was the 1978.
Yes, of course. But not in a McLaren, I may add. So
no.
This is his first real try.
The Lotus
yesterday.
79, I believe, the ground effects Lotus.
Yeah. One of those cars is here, his IndyCar is here, and it's just such a great story for him. He did his last ever IndyCar race here back in 1994, and
well, I was spectating in Long Beach when it was still Formula One. Mario was in the Lotus 79 that year in 1978, and that was fantastic. I think that was also the same year when James Hunt had his big shunt in the main straightaway and went up about
the shunt,
15
they called
feet in the air.
Yeah, and you got
shunt.
a quick glance of the 996 McLaren F1 GT12R. Here it is. And narrowly missed out on winning the 95 BPR GT Championship. Ray Bellum came back in 1996 with the latest spec, and yeah, again, another one of those amazing McLaren cars. But here we go then, Tanner Faust leading the way in our Alain Prost car. And just a glorious sight to have McLaren, to have Mario Andretti in a McLaren full stop.
Very important that they warm up their tires in this group. They might perhaps do 2 pace laps, it's hard to say, but they got to heat up those tires to make them grip properly.
I got a great story for you. Mario went out yesterday in Jenson Button's old car, and they said, well, do 3 laps and come in. And so off he went. He did 1 slow lap. He got his head round it. He knows Laguna like the back of his hand. Heck, they named a corner after him. He did 2nd lap, 3rd lap, a little bit faster. They put the board out. He came round for lap 4. They kind of looked at him, and he looked at them, and came round for lap 5. They put the board out again, in. They put it out again at lap 6, and then they just gave up.
As it should be. As it should be. Let him have as much track time as he wants. I mean, the second American ever to become world driving champion, Phil Hill being the very first.
Yep, Phil Hill, of course, from California. Mario Andretti, and it seems a long time in the distance that we've had an American Formula One champion, but I just got a feeling with the likes of Pato O'Ward, who's out on track now, and Colton Herta, and many others following in their footsteps, that I think we're about to see a resurgence both of America in Formula One, and with the likes of Zach Brown leading McLaren and effectively flying the flag for America. I think these sorts of events, getting Pato and other car drivers involved in this, and also, actually, on a serious note, giving them time in modern cars. Pato, for example, will be going to Abu Dhabi and doing the driver test, which is usually for the sort of test or reserve drivers, which Pato isn't currently. He's a current IndyCar driver. But like any wannabe racing driver and wannabe Formula One champion, he too loves his Indy, but would love a crack at Formula One, as does Colton Herta. In fact, you've got to remember these guys, many of them did the if you like, the groundwork in Europe to start off their career. So it's still very much up in their minds. And even if you talk to many of the guys like Marcus Ericsson now, Rosenqvist, who are on their way to Formula One, Alexander Rossi, who've been there, Indy now is full of either young drivers capable of getting a super license or have the points to have one, or have been there, done that, and been in Formula One and now racing in Indy. And we love having them here. It's great to see Romain Grosjean, for example, racing now in Formula One. But it just shows you when someone like this man, Pato O'Ward, can go wheel to wheel every weekend in Indy with Marcus Ericsson and Romain Grosjean and many others, Alexander Rossi et al. I remember this car, James, those colors, the Honda and McLaren, when McLaren, who are now fighting for 4th place in the championship, were so mighty. They were like Mercedes back in the early 90s. Absolutely. No one could stop them.
Well, and it's an incredible story with Honda. I mean, of course, from the movie Grand Prix, Yoshimuro Honda really wanted to win a Formula One race. Of course, the driver was Pete Eric, played by James Garner. That was, and I think that must have depicted perhaps Dan Gurney. I think Dan drove for Honda. I'm not 100% positive, but look at how dominant Honda has become, as well as the other Japanese car manufacturers. And this is 25 years after World War II. So it's really an incredible story about how Honda now dominates so much of racing.
Yeah, no question about it. And this MP4 5B that you see out there, the Setter car, had 6 wins. And interestingly enough, Steve Nichols had gone with Alain Prost, and Gordon Murray had gone to the F1 project for sports cars. And then it was Neil Otley who designed this particular car, the MP45 and 45B. And Ayrton Senna and Gerhard Berger, basically, they created a brand new car. There's Mario.
Those rear wings are so critical. I mean, the downforce is, if something happens with the aero, you can just easily lose control over the car. I don't know if you had any experience driving a car with aerodynamics that build downforce or not, but you have to go faster than you actually think the car can make the turn in order for the downforce to take into effect. So it's very disconcerting until you get used to it.
I tell you what, for an 82-year-old gent, he's not doing bad, is he? Look at him go. Driving like Andretti, Mario. We absolutely adore this. Down the corkscrew he comes, as he's done so many times. God, doing a full Zanardi as well. I love it. He's not holding back. Mario is, well, he may be in his 80s, but he's driving like a 13-year-old in terms of his glee right now. And I know that the Andretti family are tuning in to watch either Uncle Mario or whoever it is, but Michael, I'm sure, will be watching. And I know that his brother, Aldo, who has passed away recently, would have been very proud to have seen this moment, because this is such an important thing for the Andretti family, to be reunited in some way or another with Formula One. And Mario is having the time of his life, and I would have thought Bruce McLaren, if he knew about this, looking down, would be very proud to have the mighty Mario in his car, for sure.
Fantastic that Mario is here. I actually did not know he was going to be here. I have met Mario before. Of course, I don't know him personally, but I got a call from my good friend Corey Pesaturo, who is actually the world's greatest accordionist. I'm friends with Corey. He called me and he said that his good friend Mario Andretti is going to be here this weekend, and here he is on the track. It's fantastic.
It's absolutely superb. What a demonstration this is, and hats off to Zak Brown. We heard from him earlier. It was a little loud, but he really is an aficionado of the sport, a true collector and a true historian of the sport. And this is all his own doing to bring his team here.
Whoa.
And also, big moment.
Got sideways out of 11 there. Yeah.
Fastest single-decker record in history.
But he caught it. I mean, he caught it right away with just a, incredible tribute to the reflexes of these guys.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about that Charles Nurberg has that speed record. And he's up there in his years, too. I won't say how old, but he's been around the historic scene for quite some time. I don't know if you know him, but he's pretty handy in a race car, as you can quite clearly see. It's a wonderful display. We've got so many different Formula One cars out there. But, people forget about Mario. He came over here from Italy, and he raced his first car in 1959. So we're going back to the era that, you were talking about earlier. And it was a 1948 Hudson Hornet he drove, stock car that he built with his friends. And he won everything, the Pikes Peak, the hill climb to Daytona 500, and of course the Formula One World Championship. In total, Mario won 111 career wins.
Yeah. Well,
now
an incredible American success story. Immigrated, pursued the American dream, and is as big a name in racing history as there can be.
Oh, without a doubt. Absolutely without a doubt. And so happy for him to be able to fulfill this. I've got to tell you the story of how this all came about, though. So I think it was Mario, and of course he's always at these events, but he was at Goodwood. And he sat in a McLaren modern Formula One car, or at least one of the 90s cars. And Zak Brown was there, and he said, "What do you think, Mario?" He goes, I'd really love to try a modern Formula One car. And he was half joking, but half sort of serious, because that's what Mario is. And Zak said, "Well, I could probably make that happen." So he kind of just didn't think about it, went on his way. But evidently in Miami last year, at the Formula One's first Miami race, he was there again with Zak Brown, but Martin Brundle was there, so they had a witness this time. So he says, "You know what you said about driving the car?" He said, "Yeah." And he said, I really like a crack at it. So Zak said, "All right." And he looked at Martin and he said, "You're a witness." And so it was sealed. And so here we are. And Zak does not renege on his promises. He let Ricciardo drive a very special NASCAR, a Dale Earnhardt's special NASCAR last year at COTA. He gave Paddock a ride in his current Formula One car, which is more than a serious look and a nod. It wasn't for fun, but it was, because Paddock said, "If I win an IndyCar race, can I test the car?" And they said yes. And here's Mika Häkkinen, the 1998 and 99 Formula One World Champion, of course. Another fantastic McLaren driver. I followed his career. Now, he didn't drive this car at Le Mans, but what a step this was for Ron Dennis to go to Le Mans. I mean, it's a bit like Ford versus Ferrari. McLaren building a road car to take on Ferrari, to take on Le Mans and win, and they did. And it was really what kick-started McLaren's real success in supercars and production-based McLaren cars, which now are, many, and the perfection is there to be seen when you see the exhibition we'll have later today. But this kind of started it off, the F1.
Well, that initial McLaren supercar, the center seat, I think it was, they just called it the F1.
That's right.
Really incredible car, way state-of-the-art, ahead of its time when it first came out.
Well, when you start putting F1 engineers and the brains of the brilliance of the guys that do the Formula One projects and say, we'd like you to build a road car that's as good as anything else out there, then suddenly this is what you end up with.
Well, I would love to drive one of these supercars, but I'm a little afraid of it. They do everything so well that what my fear is that I might not like my old car so much.
No, I don't think you'll ever give that up. I don't have any fear of that. Mick has taken his time and, of course, known as the Flying Finn in the day. He's a lovely man. And I'm glad he stayed around Formula One, because he's the kind of guy that could have just drifted off into the annals, if you will, and not bothered. But he's very much an ambassador and has been for some time now. And 2 times a world champion. I was telling the story yesterday that I met him as a young 18-year-old, fresh-faced Finn in Formula 3 at Donington Park. And I did one of my first interviews. And I had no idea who he was, but he won the race. So I trundled over and I said, congratulations. And I said, so what's the plan after Formula 3? He said, well, I'm going to go on to Formula 1 and I'm going to be world champion. And I said, wow. I said, you have a lot of confidence for a young man. And he said, no, not really. It's what my plan.
Wow. Well, you have to plan your work and work your plan, and that's the drive and determination that they have. Now, was it Mika that was involved in a pretty horrendous plane crash that he walked away from?
No, he was involved in a big car crash at Adelaide. In McLaren. He had a big crash at the Australian Grand Prix and walked away from that. I don't think he was involved in a plane crash.
Well, there was a plane crash with an F1 driver, and I apologize, I can't remember the name, but it was Jenson Button.
Oh, Jenson Button.
Jenson Button.
Another McLaren driver, yeah.
Crash that, I don't know, somebody was looking out after him.
Oh, no kidding. So Mario's in, Zach's there, looking and talking to Mario. But they're going to give him some more laps, I think. Now, we're starting to look at talking of Jenson Button. Here's one of Jenson Button's cars that he drove alongside Checo Perez and Charles Nürburg at the wheel.
Well, they don't put anybody in these cars. I mean, they definitely have to be able to pedal fast. Speaking of which, did you catch the pedal car race at Goodwood? I mean, that's so fantastic with those Austin A6 pedal cars. Have you seen that? The kids, I just absolutely love that. We need to introduce something like that here. Get kids on the track to start a new generation of petrol heads.
A boxcar derby where you build your cars and run them down the corkscrew.
Boxcar derby.
There you go.
Right.
Now this particular car, run by Jenson Button and Perez in the day, was actually probably one of the least successful McLarens ever built, which is not a great accolade, but it's still a beautiful car. I think its best result was a 5th place. But it was one of those cars that was sort of not, even in testing, Jenson was kind of not critical, but sort of saying, do we go back? I think one of the engineers, after testing said, do we go back to the previous car, simply because they weren't sure that they would have a competitive car. And it was the last year of the Vodafone coverage of those cars. But I remember those silver cars so well.
Well, of course, if they make too many changes at once, they don't get the desired results, then they may not know what change made the difference. So, I mean, when I'm working on my XK120 and I'm trying to improve the performance, I try to make just one change at a time so I can keep track whether or not it was an improvement or going the other direction.
And for those of you who are wondering, yes, the Senna car that you're seeing there is the one involved with Alain Prost at that famous incident at Suzuka, where Prost had left McLaren and gone on to Ferrari, but they were still massive rivals. One a 3-time world champion in Ayrton Senna and one a 4-time champion in Alain Prost. And if we talk about Hamilton and Verstappen in today's terms of their rivalry, well, there's certainly the reason I'm still involved in following motor racing is that captivated me unbelievably to watch Senna and Prost go head-to-head at Monaco and around the world, and especially for the title twice at Suzuka.
That was a wonderful era. Incredible competition.
So I'm just seeing a little girl running around. That's what you're talking about, right?
That's right.
Little pedal car.
A pedal car, yeah. She's probably about 6 or 7 years old. I love that. Love to see that. I have a video of that from Goodwood that I post and force anybody to see that will listen.
Well, as this exhibition continues and the F1 McLaren continues to put on a great show here at Laguna Seca, we are echoing around the hills of Monterey to the beautiful sounds of Formula One. We'll take a short break from the Velocity Invitational. Thanks for joining us. We'll be right back.
At 225 miles per hour, you do not have time to think about security breaches. At 225 miles per hour, you cannot concern yourself with ransomware. At 225 miles per hour, the only thing you should be focused on is your business. Crowdstrike, powering champions.
checkered flag.
Celebrate like never before at Newman Haas.
To design a house that becomes a monument, start with an architect who understands greatness.
Carl was totally involved in the team because as a team owner, his business was motor racing, period.
To build this house, surround yourself with the finest craftsmen.
The one thing that we both agreed on is arming ourselves with the right people to do the job.
Newman Haas was always the dominant team. They brought over Mario Andretti, who spent his IndyCar career at Newman Haas, and then Michael Andretti and Nigel Mansell, and then the later years with D'Amata and Bourdais.
He would leave nothing on the table if it was available. no matter what.
Remarkable day under beautiful blue skies, and definitely blue skies for Nigel Mansell.
He could reach for the top as well when it comes to drivers. And it's only championship caliber that works.
To give this house integrity, demand excellence from all who enter it.
I always felt like I have a chance of winning every time that I was on the racetrack with a Newman Haas car.
Mario Andretti is at this moment the national champion.
Everything is focused on the driver, but it's the team. I always say team with a capital T. There's a way of forgetting or overlooking the performances, but when you start looking at the record, all of a sudden you can start appreciating what the team has accomplished. You start thinking, oh yeah, these guys were at the top of the game, a force to be reckoned with for so many years.
And understand that no house is ever complete, that success is a process, not a destination.
You look back, how fortunate am I to be surrounded with people that have given me equipment that's so capable. Because you can't do it without it. You can't, I don't care how good you think you are. You need to have the equipment that's capable of that performance.
Indy cars are undervalued as far as collectibles. You have the biggest names in the world that have raced in IndyCar, Mario Andretti, Nigel Mansell. The cars are very sexy and very powerful. There's a lot of exciting cars in there.
Each one has a valid history to be proud of, to be able to brag about. Some of the best drivers that we know have been turning the steering wheel, so there's something very precious about these cars.
Because great houses, like great legacies, are built not by accident, but by one day of excellence after another, decade after decade.
Bourdais caps off his 4th consecutive championship season with another race victory.
The architecture of success is easy to define. 5 drivers to win 8 championships. Can you do it much better than that? I don't think so. It speaks volumes for the structure of the team as a whole, and that's the beauty of it.
Thank you to Carl Haas for yet another great and successful championship season.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Velocity Invitational. Jonathan Green here, bringing you the action from Laguna Seca, the fabled Laguna Seca, and the perfect place in many ways to celebrate what has been a fantastic weekend of racing. Thanks to our organizers, Jeffrey O'Neill and Ryan Turi, who have been out and about both in cars and organizing the event. But I'm delighted to be joined in the booth as we get ready for our next group action by two, stalwarts of American motor racing who were very much a part of what Trans Am was in the day, the roaring sound of Trans Am. And it's John Morton and Peter Brock. Welcome, gentlemen. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for sharing your time with us. I'm here, so delighted that you're here to celebrate this era of Trans Am, and one that doesn't get, I don't think, enough time on air that the historic Trans Am does, which we love, and the muscle car wars were exactly what defined Trans Am. But as a Brit, as a European, to see the Japanese influence, and to see the British cars as well, and to see the European cars take on the American muscle, and see how effectively that changed also the way the Americans approached stock car racing as well at this level and in Trans Am. Guys, just talk a little bit about that, because it's such an exciting issue. If you've got a copy of the program, you can read the article. First of all, John, your memories and your thoughts on that.
Well, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, okay. One of the brightest parts of my life was the two years I ran the Trans Am with Peter's team, the BRE team, and it was really the inauguration of Japanese cars in America. After that period, I raced for Nissan quite a bit and Toyota a little bit, but there was no reputation for Japanese cars until Peter put that team together, and we won the first professional race that a Japanese car ever won in America, and I think the reception it's gotten today is testament to how important that was so long ago. It was 51 years ago, and they've been going strong ever since, whether it's Nissan or Mazda or whomever. It's the Japanese cars have reached a level of excellence.
And Peter, unlike the ways that the Jaguars arrived here, or the TR6s and some of the European cars, the Porsches obviously, when they first came to Pebble Beach to race, it wasn't as a manufacturer. When Japan came here, it was serious stuff. They wanted to both race and sell their automobiles, which was a big stretch given the market. They were known for making smaller displacement cars, and no one really thought they had a chance.
Well, I think you understand that we were really breaking new ground at that time, because at that time there was no sedan racing in the United States. The Sports Car Club of America was totally sports cars. So the whole idea of racing sedans really began in the Southern California area. And we had a small group called the Good Guys Sedan Racers. And we began racing with the Cal Club. And of course this allowed us to bring in all of the foreign cars at that time that nobody had ever seen on the track. So there were people running Mini Coopers, they were running Lotus Cortinas, they were running Saabs, everything. So to bring the Japanese cars in at that time was a great thing, because people could compare directly against BMW and Alfa Romeo, who were our main competitors in that class. And it really built some great competition among the spectators. I mean, they would group on different corners and yell at each other, and it was a lot of fun to be a spectator at that time, because they were so pro-Japanese cars or pro-Italian or pro-German. So
it must have been a really interesting era, because, like you say, we've kind of gone through that history this morning, from our Group 1 all the way through. But you see the evolution, if you will, of, first of all, the British, the European cars coming over from ERA, and then Bugatti, and then on through Jaguar and so on and so forth. Porsche obviously playing a big role. But then when the Japanese came in, they kind of did the best of both worlds. They took the muscle car, or the muscle engine, and the reliability of that, and they took the best of the nimble sort of Lotus stroke Colin Chapman inventions, and then they brought the two together, and that's where you kind of get that Datsun Nissan kind of amalgamation of Japanese, an era, if you will, where they really sprung into action, and it took America racing by storm.
I think what happened was they aligned themselves with an American team, the BRE team, and the BRE team knew the whole spectrum, so they knew how to sort of meld the Japanese image into the American psyche. And I believe that's really what it amounted to.
And this is what we're going to be seeing in Group 8 later today, and really excited for this. Of the cars we're seeing on track now, and I mean, these are, well, the Group 6 cars, the production sports car and FIA sport prototypes from 63 to 69, but I'm sure you've got memories of these cars, especially this one, running around Le Mans in the hands of a Chris Amon or a Dan Gurney. But this was an exciting time for racing, the late 50s, early 60s, early 70s.
Yeah. Well, Peter and I both worked for Carroll Shelby at that time. And that picture you just showed was kind of almost the culmination of the Shelby era, which we both participated in to a degree. Peter more so than I, but he designed the Cobra Coupe, one of the most iconic race cars ever to race at Le Mans.
But that was a classic example of what I'm talking about, of going, okay, how can we go a little smaller, a little bit more nimble, but still have the power?
Yeah, well, that's what, that's kind of what we did. We took American ingenuity, great engines. We had American engine builders and American mechanics, and took a Japanese car. And to be honest, I had no idea they were going to be so successful.
Peter, how hard was it to raise money in those days? We always, still to this day, talk about sponsorship being the key to motor racing. It is an expensive sport, and if you want to go racing and you want to pay racing drivers, it costs money. Was it harder to raise sponsorship and get people interested back then, given that you were bringing something kind of new to racing at the time?
Well, we were very, very fortunate to have a visionary in the president of Nissan Motor Corporation at that time, Mr. Yutaka Katayama. If it hadn't have been for him to allow us to do what we thought we could do from not only the standpoint of doing the development, but also creating a whole image of Japanese American cars and how it could work for the American market. I think that was one of the things that really made it successful, is Katayama's agreement to allow us to do what we wanted to do, instead of directing us like most Japanese companies want to tell you exactly how to do something, but they don't have the understand of the American market. And Katayama had that. He had come over here actually and gone to college when he was like 19 years old, and he understood Americans. So he brought that whole American culture into the Japanese thing far ahead of anybody else, and that's what made the company successful.
Yeah, and I would have thought in the early days, because of the way that we're all set in our ways in every country, we all think we do it the best way, and I'm sure there was pushback, but that's what I love about motor racing is one of those sports and one of those industries where if you can prove it on the racetrack, then the cynicism kind of wanes. When you beat a Shelby or you beat a Mustang with a Japanese car, suddenly people sit up. And when people like Paul Newman start winning SCCA championships, and yourself and all the rest of it, it suddenly starts, it changes the world a little bit, and it also changes the image that you have.
Well, the other thing is that the whole cost of the Japanese car, you could buy a Datsun 510 at that time for $3,400.
Wow. For
another $3,400, you could have a really competitive little car to run on the track and run against the known names like BMW and Alfa Romeo. And I think that brought that whole youth market in, because it brought a whole new generation into the sport that hadn't been able to participate prior to that point.
Yeah, I think, I'm always amazed that people today, young people whose parents weren't born when we did this, championship or these two championships, that they really care anymore, but they do. They're really drawn to these particular cars in this particular team. And I don't understand it, but I like it.
Well, we're watching Horatio Fitzsimon. We interviewed him. He's a young Englishman who's out there at the moment in a Lotus Elan and listening to you talking about Carroll Shelby. I wonder how often you would talk about a Colin Chapman, somebody like that, who in his own way was a magnificent innovator and designer, obviously from the other side of the pond, but brought so much to motor racing. And I'm sure a lot that you guys, when you were tinkering and trying to build, would learn from.
Well, my first 2 race cars were Lotuses, so okay. Yes, you're right.
Well, we're watching. He's leading at the moment in a Lotus Elan, but here's a beautiful Porsche, that number 37. That's a Porsche 910 from '67. David Hagen at the wheel, but you know, Porsche, fantastic history, and it's almost bulletproof. I don't think there's a car that they produced where you could really pull it apart and go, well, what? That was a dog. That never worked.
Yeah. Well, you could take them apart, but sometimes they were a little hard to put back together. At least the cars like the 910 or the 917.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to Brian Rebb and Jackie Hicks about the 917, and they were like, oh, it was a beast, it was a monster. And I'm like, yeah, but you wanted it. They're like, well, we had to. You had to race what you got. But he said, I didn't mean it was a good car, but we raced it.
Yeah, it wasn't a safe car.
No. Yeah, they made it as lightweight and as fast as they possibly could. Not dissimilar to the Trans Am days for the muscle cars either, but that's racing. You take your advantages where you can get them, right, Peter?
Yeah, what you don't know won't hurt you.
Exactly. What were those days like? I mean, you mentioned the crowds. I mean, they were really popular races back then, and I mean, I hope we can get back to those glory days. I mean, NASCAR has had a phenomenal purple patch in the last 20 years, but I hope that the more production-based and the more sort of what we're seeing in IMSA now with production-based cars as well as the prototypes. I hope it has a real purple era where people come back in throngs and like in Australia, back the manufacturer.
I think so too. Some of the cars get so exotic and so difficult to understand what's going on, so highly refined that the audience sort of loses the understanding. One of the popular things about NASCAR is everybody knows how a Chevy works or a Ford, a pushrod engine, and they've really struggled to keep the absolute high-tech stuff at a minimum. And I think with the production cars, the same holds true. The production cars are more interesting to watch, really, than cars that are much faster, but a little difficult to understand. The ground effect cars, and I mean, the Cadillacs and the various prototypes, the Lexuses. You don't identify with them like you do a 911 Porsche or a Ferrari or a car that you can recognize.
And Peter, as we're looking at these cars, which are a combination of European and American cars, from Ford Shelbys, Porsches, etc., Chevron even, British manufacturer. We've got a Sunbeam out there, a Sunbeam Tiger, but we're looking at a Mustang now. I mean, give me a sense of how the Japanese thought in their own minds that they could take on this world, because, I mean, it's almost a ridiculous thought when you think about it, to go racing against these mighty manufacturers, but they did it. So what's the mentality? How did the Japanese, you mentioned it earlier, they let you get on with it, and that was because Katayama basically grew up here and went to college here. But it's the mentality. I get the feeling that the Japanese are tinkerers. They love the technology, and that's where they really come good. You give them a project, you say, I need to lose the weight here and here and here, and I need this much horsepower. And they can do that. But they're not so much, they don't go about their racing the same way perhaps the Americans and the Europeans do. Would you agree?
Well, I think one of the things that we really did is we brought the American sort of hot rod culture into developing the Japanese cars. They didn't do that much in Japan at that time. There wasn't really a whole tuner group over there. Now it's become huge, really, really big.
It's the big deal now.
Yeah, but I think that we made that conversion, and especially we had a great engine man named Art Early at that time who was building our engines and did a lot of the development on the engine and brought that engine really into a competitive state. Prior to that point, it hadn't been. We had a lot of problems with it at the beginning, and Art was the one who really discovered how to make that engine work. So that whole tuner culture and everything started right with the American ability to modify a production engine.
And it's true today too, and I almost think it would be nice to have a Goodwood type affair in Japan. I've done quite a lot of racing and coverage of racing in Japan, and when you go to some of the festivals there, I've done a lot of GT racing, and then they like us, you know, bring out some older cars and whatever, and they of course absolutely revere what they've also put on track themselves, like Honda, Nissan, and so many other companies, Mitsubishi, so on and so forth. But what's interesting is their love is different, if you like. Their mindset is kind of different than they see it, because Japan, as you well know, is almost, it's not a closed society, but it took a long time and it's open much more now. But you know and I know that going to the Japan in the 80s, there was still no road signs. You couldn't hire a rental car because you couldn't read the road signs. Now it's different. Everybody speaks English, or at least it's a much more open society. But they were always a closed society, and that was just, in some ways, it didn't hold them back, but it made it very insular in terms of that it didn't often travel. And so it's only when you actually spend some time in Japan that you understand their world.
Well, I had the good fortune of going to the Nismo Festival.
Oh, yeah.
And in the early 2000s. And it was a one brand festival, Nissan, Datsun. And it was incredible. The spectators, the enthusiasm over one brand of Japanese car. I was shocked, to be honest.
I think Americans would be amazed. I've done a lot of the GT races, and you go to a Super GT race, and the queues of fans looking for an autograph, they'll wait from 6 in the morning just to get one autograph from a Jan Maldenborough or any of the Japanese superstars. And the same in Super Formula. That's another side of Japanese racing that, you know, kind of goes under the radar a little bit. I mean, our current FR championship, F3 championship here in the States, you get a prize to go into Super Formula. And then you look at people like Pierre Gasly and Michael Schumacher and guys that have come up the ranks in Japan when they started out. And yet the Formula Nippon, as it was known then, and still is now, Super Formula, it's such a robust and fantastic race scene of single-seaters. And as you say, the love of motor racing, I mean, I would put it up there with the Italians.
It is. It's a little less frantic, maybe.
Yeah.
But it is. It's very much like more so than the Americans. I mean, you've got your fans, NASCAR fans, but they're not as rabid as the Japanese fans or the Italian fans.
Well, we're watching our Group 6 feature race, but I've had the opportunity to talk to John Morton and Peter about these wonderful cars that they were involved in. Let me ask you another question. Peter, how did you get involved in motor racing? How did you get the bug?
You start out with a little kid, you know. I mean, if you talk to anybody that's been in racing, they all start out pretty darn young. I started out about 12, and I think John pretty got excited the first couple of races he went to with his dad. And there just isn't anything like it when you're that age, and it's so exciting. And the fact that it's individuals that are out there doing something that you can't do any other way except as an individual. You know, any other sort of major event that you have to do has to be a large corporation with a lot of money. And of course, it's more like that today, but during our period of time, it was the era of the privateer, and the privateer could do really quite well.
Yeah, well, for me, I was 65 years ago. My dad took me to Elkhart Lake for the first sports car race I'd ever seen. I remember Carroll Shelby finished second, Phil Hill finished first, Eddie Crawford finished third. This was 1957. And on that day, 65 years ago, I said, that's what I'm going to do with my life.
That's a lovely story. We're watching Gear Ramleth here on the final lap. And we were mentioning the Lotus, but the Lotus 23B going strong in 2022, and that's what I love about this sport. You throw names out like 60 years ago, but that's perfect for this weekend because the cars that we're watching are 60, 50 years old, and they're still going strong. And it's as relevant today, I feel, as it always was. And it's as thrilling today as it always was.
Yeah.
So Gear Ramleth coming out of the last corner here in that Lotus to finish off ahead of Kyle Kelly here on the final lap. And somewhat appropriate, we spent a little time talking about the ingenuity of the Lotus and how John Morton and Peter Brock have got their starts in racing. Are you looking forward to seeing those cars out on track? Are you going to be out there?
I'm going to be doing a pace lap. That's all. But it's in the car that we won the championship here in 1971.
So tell me what to look out for.
Look out. Yeah. Yeah, and the 2-liter here.
Here you go.
Yeah. Look out for car
Obviously
number
the Datsun 510s.
72.
Yep.
Car 72. And that's Rob Fuller.
Yep.
He's likely to win. And there was a BMW that almost beat him yesterday. And I can't remember.
BMW?
I'm not sure. It was a BMW 2002. I'm not sure
he was
which
running
one.
second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, listen.
It was a gold one. Yeah, that one.
And,
that's all. Yep, a 71.
Rob Fuller in 72.
All right, we'll look out for
#1.
that. Well, guys, let me pause you there because we're about to do a completely different demonstration, but rally cars are coming on track. If you've got time, I know you're going to be out there in the pace lap, but if you've got time, come back and talk some more because it's absolutely enthralling and it's such a really important part of the history of motor racing here in the United States. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
John Morton. And Peter
Enjoyed
Brock,
it
thank
so
you so
much.
much. You're
Great.
very welcome. Please come back again, either during Group A or afterwards to talk about it. And we'll have a beer and have a chat. But let's head down to Taylor as we get ready for DirtFish Rally.
Yes, there's going to be a little bit of noise. We've got Group 7 lining up here, but right here I'm with Alistair McRae. Alistair, yesterday you were in that 2002 Subaru, the World Championship car. We're throwing it back to an almost 40-year-old car, but you seem right at home in any of these rally cars.
Yeah, and this is a Metro 6R4, which was used in 85, 86 in the World Championship, so a bit more old school, a bit more raw, but, you know, looking forward to driving it.
Absolutely. Getting a little bit sideways doesn't matter.
No, that doesn't matter. That's what you're supposed to do.
That's right. Well, enjoy the time here at Laguna Seca track. Check out this rally car. We're talking about historics in cars. We've also got historics in rally cars. So let's take a little bit walk down with Tony. We've got this Ford car right here. He's got his window up, but they also have passengers. So they got their thumbs up. They're giving us a thumbs up. So we'll head on down. This is the man I really want to talk to right here in the Pastrana car. Max, you were so excited yesterday to have a little bit of fun. I was waiting for more sideways action. What's your plan today?
Hopefully more sideways action. And yeah, we'll throw it sideways, get a bit of handbrake on, and yeah, we'll put some smiles on people's faces, hopefully.
Were you telling your passengers to hold on, hold their breath?
Nah, it's up to them.
You ever made anybody cry or scream?
Not yet, so hopefully not today. Not cry at least. I've made a couple scream, but not cry.
Well, have a great time out there and have a little fun for us. See you later, Max. All right, we've got a couple more lined up. Yesterday, we had all of these, some of them had a little bit of mechanical errors, so we're hoping we can get them out there for a little bit longer and give these guys a good ride. How was Laguna Seca yesterday, and what are you looking forward to today?
It was fantastic yesterday. You know, it was great to see the crowds out here. I think today we're looking forward to get out on track again, show everyone what these things can do. It's different than everything else that's out here, so we feel lucky that we're able to show this different part of motorsport that really is so cool, and it's a niche sport, but it's growing a foothold here in the U.S., and getting to showcase some of the historic versions of it is fantastic.
Awesome. We'll have some fun out there. I'll let you close your door. There we go. Well, we're ready to roll. These guys are going to go out on the track and show us something a little bit different. Lots of sideways action. We can't wait for it. Johnny, back up to you.
Awesome stuff, Taylor. Well done. As we look at that beautiful Lancia getting ready to go out there, we've got the boys. I've been watching these guys. They're having a ball this weekend. And unfortunately, the lady has to wrangle them all, and I think has the toughest job because her dad just threw this at her and said, off you go, Josie. Look after these crazy rally drivers. But she's won herself, so she gets the mindset. Let me welcome Josie Rimmer into the booth. Josie, this is something really quite special, both for you and DirtFish, for your family. but also for Rally, because I don't think Rally gets as good a look in around the United States as it should. As you know, we met during Rallycross. Your brother's a Rallycross driver. We've been around these cars. You have all your life. And, you know, I'm glad. I was in New Zealand a week ago in the World Rally Championship watching the real deal, as it were. But to have Alistair McRae, a champion in his own right and part of the legacy that is the McRaes, it's exciting for Rally to be part of an event like this, isn't it?
Yeah, we are so grateful to have the McRaes with us, to have Benjamin Peterson with us, to be able to showcase these cars that we're so used to being around. We sort of exist in this bubble of rally and forget that the rest of the world doesn't know about it all the time. So we love being here. We're really grateful to Velocity for having us out here. I'm just watching the 6R4 climb onto the track, and woo, that's a view I like to see.
I'm just worried they're just not going to look at the asphalt white lines and just do their own thing.
Well,
they've had a day to warm up. What was the talk after yesterday? Come on.
You know, unfortunately, 2 of the cars went down after yesterday. But
what happened? What happened?
Just some overheating, just some brake challenges. It's all good. The good news is we've got our wonderful mechanic Sean Medcroft here, and he's managed to turn them over overnight. But you know, you mentioned my job being to manage these drivers this weekend, and I've told them to stay on the track.
And are they listening?
For the most part. Max McRae is the one you need to look out for when you see him sliding out. What's he driving today? The Pastrana car?
I don't know yet, but if he's driving the Pastrana one, we're all in trouble, yeah.
Yes, Max is in the Pastrana Subaru today, that legendary car. So if you see him getting a little sideways, point your anger at him.
Now, I hadn't realized, but this car was actually developed. Your father was telling me yesterday, this car was actually developed by Frank Williams and his engineering team at Williams Formula One. Oh, beautiful!
There he goes. Alistair!
So that was about 12 seconds ago, I think you said that they were going to stay on track.
Alistair! Well, Alistair, you know, is an incredible driver. He's done it all. He's seen it all. But sometimes you just can't keep him away from the dirt.
No, and we've got a Ford out there as well as the Lancia. We've got the Subaru Impreza that Pastrana drove in the X Games, I believe.
Yes.
Lovely car. And those colors, those blue and yellow colors on a Subaru are just synonymous with rally,
It's just
aren't they?
classic. Yep, they're totally classic. Here's Alistair. He's back on the track. Good boy.
For how long, we wonder?
Oh, no.
Who are the lucky people in the back? I mean, in the passenger seat.
In the passenger, I was like, did you put people in the back?
Yeah, ballast.
Well, I know Steve Rimmer, my dad, is in the passenger seat with Benjamin. Here comes Max, always showing off. But you know, if you come to DirtFish, we don't have the classic blue Subaru, but we do have the classic Subarus all over the place, so you'll learn how to drift just like Max is.
Well, you know what? Let's talk about that, because I have been very lucky to, that's where I met you, of course, but I've been very lucky. I got an invitation from your dad to come up to DirtFish, and I want to talk about how special that is, not just for people interested in rally, but for people interested in car control and learning about how to drive well. You've been an instructor, you've also been a driver in your own right. Congratulations, I believe you were a class winner not just a couple of weeks ago. I didn't go unnoticed, because I know your brother's a very accomplished rallycross driver, so I made sure I told him that I was really impressed. But talk about DirtFish and what a special place it is, deep in the hills there in the northwest.
Northwest, yeah. DirtFish is just a magical place.
Look at that!
There he is. That is Max McRae in all his glory, toting the family name well.
That could be as fast as any other car going down there, because he didn't actually pause, did he?
No. He's a genius, that guy. I got to drive with him at Goodwood, and that was
pretty special.
That was a fast one. No, but DirtFish is incredible. We've got about 300 acres in Snoqualmie, Washington, so about 40 minutes east of Seattle. We've got a full fleet, like I mentioned, of STIs and BRZs, so you can pick which drivetrain you want to take for a spin. But the DirtFish family is what makes it so amazing. We've got a full team that works day in and day out to make sure that we're providing the best product, creating the best drivers, and encouraging people to get into this sport that we love so much.
And I want to make a point which I really hadn't given an understanding. I've been around motorsport, and yes, I'm a wannabe, and so I jump at the chance. But when I explained it to somebody else, they said, oh, I couldn't do that. I'm not a rally driver. And it was my brother-in-law who had a Subaru. And I said, why don't you come and learn how to really drive it? And he said, oh, no, I'm not a race car driver. I said, no, you don't need to be. It's not about wanting to be. You know, you have Ken Block, and you have Johnny Green, and you have Megan Marple. It doesn't matter who you have up there. The point is you're learning with an instructor and in a safe environment what brakes can do, what a handbrake can do, and what power can do when used in control.
Exactly. We see people every day that have never driven a manual transmission before.
Right.
So we start there, and you know, we also have Travis Pastrana and Ken Block. They come out every once in a while. We've got folks that come from the track. Jensen Button has come to DirtFish to play in the dirt. So, you know, there's no limit to what you can accomplish when you show up to DirtFish. Our incredible instruction staff has some secret magical way of turning anyone into a rally driver.
Now, what were you driving? What's your go-to now when you were driving?
Well, my first race car that I just purchased is a 1986 Merkur XR4 Ti. Everyone will know it as a Sierra Cosworth. So that means I'm a rear-wheel drive girl. So I love a BRZ. But
that's one of the learning cars, isn't it? You start off that way with a two-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, because that before you go to an Impreza, which is four-wheel drive, which is kind of like a bit of a mind meld to get your head around. But starting in rear-wheel drive actually gives you a better understanding, doesn't it?
You know, everyone has a different theory about this, about what drivetrain's best to start in. If you asked our lead instructor, who's down there in the Lancia right now, he would tell you to always start in a front-wheel drive car.
Okay.
Then he'd tell you to get on four-wheel drive, and then he'd tell you to go rear-wheel drive.
Interesting.
Looks like maybe we're pulling off the track here.
Yes, that looks as though we've got a limping Lancia, but that's one of the classic Group Bs, and of course the Lancia Stratus. I mean, these are the cars that dug up the rally roads around the world for many a year, and we've got some Group B entries here. We've got this Travis Pastrana X Games rally car, because of course rally has really made it in the States. Yes, there's the US Rally Championship, but it really hasn't caught the imagination of Americans as rallycross, which is of course more in a stadium setting. We brought them to COTA, we did the X Games, I was there, I did the commentary when Travis was there, Ken Block and many others. That helped because it made the people understand what these cars can do, and actually, you know, with the jumps and everything else, it really brought it alive.
Yeah, you know, we love, obviously, you can tell by the fleet that we brought, but we love the Group B, the classic rally cars, you know, the ones that proved to the world exactly what these beasts could do, and the drivers behind the wheel. I mean, that was the first time that you really saw them as athletes. They're wrangling this massive vehicle and this dangerous vehicle. But you're right, we're still working on bringing it to the U.S., which is why, you know, my British father had the crazy idea to start a rally school in Washington State. And I think we're getting there. You know, we've got people that show up to DirtFish, and even folks that have come to visit our tent here at Velocity who are learning all about rally, and you can see the glimmer in their eye when they realize that they get to go sideways in the middle of a forest. So I think we're getting there. We're working hard to get some more classic rally presence in the U.S. A close friend of ours, Dave Hintz, is actually putting on a Wild West Classics rally in 2023 so that people have the opportunity to come out and witness some classic cars the way that they are showcased in the rest of the world.
Yeah, like I said, I've just come back from New Zealand, and after almost a period of a decade without the World Rally Championship, and of course we've got so many. You mentioned the Impreza Possum Ball drove that to huge success in Asia and in Australia and New Zealand, and sadly not with us anymore, but he put them on the map for sure. But Subaru, you know, we've been talking about manufacturers all around here, but Subaru made their name as a manufacturer in rally, and that's if people would ask, well, why rally? What's the importance of rally? Well, rally is as important to manufacturers. What has he done to that car?
Oh, no. Max McRae has got something dragging.
He does. He'll probably be aware of it, but won't care.
Oh, you know what? That wasn't Max. That's Mackinnon car.
That's the Mackinnon car.
You can go ahead and blame my brother for that one.
Uh-oh. James is out there and in trouble. He took his girlfriend out there. Is she all right? Is she in one piece?
So, yeah, he took his girlfriend Lydia out yesterday. She came back grinning ear to ear. You know, we put her in a Nomad back at DirtFish, so no body. It's essentially a roll cage. And she came back, she was smiling so big that she had dirt in her teeth. So that's how we all feel whenever we get into a rally car.
And I want to mention, and it's great to have you here because your dad mentioned this yesterday, you also have, and I'm a big proponent of women in motorsport, and we don't have enough, and I want to see more girls take to motorsport, and don't be intimidated by the boys, and also don't be intimidated by motorsport in stock. Yes, it's been a male-oriented sport for a long time, but that's changing, and it's changing quick, and it's changing in rally. Why?
The big problem that we've discovered, the big problem that we continue to run into is that motorsport doesn't seem like an option for young women.
Right.
It's not a sport or a career that young women are really exposed to at a young age. And so that's sort of where it starts. So our first goal here is to make rally as accessible to women as possible. So we're doing everything from all women's classes to our full Women's Month for the entire month of March. We've got a forever living tab on our dirtfish.com website titled Women in Motorsport. And in that link, we're constantly posting articles, videos, features, so the young women have something to look to. And on March 11th, 2023, at DirtFish, we'll be holding our second annual Women in Motorsport Summit. And at that event, we're going to have some of the top women in motorsport at DirtFish. I don't want to jinx this, but there's a possibility that Michelle Mouton will be at DirtFish in March.
Now, if you don't know that name, I was with Michelle last weekend in New Zealand because she is the safety delegate for the FIA and a pretty handy rally driver in her day, back in the Group B days that we're talking about today. So one of the great proponents, if you want an equivalent, I would call her a Lynn St. James of her time in rally, without a doubt. The boys got pretty scared of Michelle Mouton when she stepped into the rally scene, and she was fantastic.
Yes, it's incredible to see the women that show up to DirtFish. You know, they might show up a little bit timid, and by the end of the day, they're completely out of their shells. They've made all of this progress, you know, and it's really a joy to watch people be exposed to this new sport and to realize that they can actually do it. We've gotten countless people, but also countless women that DirtFish has pushed into the competitive rally sphere. So we've been really lucky to see the progress. You know, we're always working to get more women into the field. It benefits everybody.
And the industry too, because a lot of people think about motor racing and they think about drivers. Now, in your case, I know you're a horsewoman, and so I knew you would be a good rally driver, because to ride a horse, you have to be absolutely fearless, and it absolutely translates, because it is that control, it is that trust, both in yourself and your skills, but even more so with a horse, you're dealing with an animal. So I know that. So any horsewomen out there, if you've got that kind of chutzpah, you can be a rally driver in about 5 seconds, trust me, and I'll put you with Josie and she'll make you into one. But I've got a good friend who's literally got a photographic memory. I think it should be brilliant at not only being a driver, but also a co-driver. It's a great job. You know, and that, talk about thrill seekers, if you can sit at a passenger seat and shout out notes to a crazy driver like Max McRae, then you're a superwoman.
I could never be in the passenger seat, but oh my gosh, I admire the women that are. You know, I'm really, really close to Rhiannon Gelsomino, Travis Pastrana's co-driver, and she and her husband, Alex Gelsomino, who is Ken Block's co-driver, those two run their own co-driving school called Oz Rally Pro, and they come to DirtFish and they teach clinics out of DirtFish. And the amount of co-drivers and women that we've gotten into the sport through those two has been phenomenal as well.
Well, I think you're flying the flag well. Josie Rimmer alongside me here, talking rally, and we're going to see more of both DirtFish. And before we go, I just want to mention one person we just touched on, but Benjamin Peterson, what a great guy. Tell me about his connection, because you guys have basically sponsored his career, and he's gone all the way from the ranks. I knew him as an F4 driver and then on to FR Americas, but now Indy Lights, and now he's got the fully fledged Indy car drive. I'm hoping to get him in here this afternoon to talk about that. But I mean, he's here this weekend. He's here in that Lancia, I think, at one point. But what a great story.
Benjamin is one of our favorite guys. Yes, yesterday he was driving the Lancia. Today, I believe he's in the Pikes Peak car.
Ah.
So he's had a fun weekend. He obviously knows this track very well. But yeah, back when Benjamin started in F4 and everything, he was one of our first sponsored drivers. And it was largely because, I mean, of course, of the talent, but Benjamin's just an incredible sportsman, an incredible athlete, and just an all-around great guy with a wonderful family, and one of the most hard-working and dedicated athletes I've ever seen. So we've loved being associated with Benjamin working through the ranks here. And yeah, as was announced a few weeks ago, he's just gotten a ride in IndyCar. It's incredible. So we're really, and we'll continue to support him no matter where he goes.
Good for you. Well, hopefully we'll get him in the booth at about 3:30 when we're having some Formula One action on track again. My thanks to Josie Rimmer and the rally guys. They've got, if you want to go, if you're here at the track, go down right by, right in front of the Hennessey project, as well as right in the middle of the paddock, if you will. You can't miss it. Look for the rally cars. Look for Josie. She'll show you around. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate you. Have a great time. Look after the girls in March. I can't wait to come back myself sometime. When you have an idiot's school, I'll be there. But let's head down to Kev Harris for the latest in the paddock. Thanks, Josie.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Johnny. Well, last night you and I were commentating on Minis versus Mustangs, and we were raving about the number 62 car that took the win. It was piloted by these gents, and we got Martin Lauber and Andrew Waite here. Guys, firstly, congratulations on last night's win. Martin, you were in the car first up for the first stint.
Yes, I got the car when it had good tires and the brakes actually worked, and I used them up and handed it to my good friend Andrew at the pit stop.
Andrew, myself and Johnny Green were loving calling that race last night, but we weren't quite sure who was driving when. It was a really good race, and you put that car, right through the pack, right away to the checkered flag. Brilliant stuff. Tell us about it.
Well, Martin came in, and I think there was a yellow, and so I went out kind of in the thick of a group of cars, and not 100% sure where we were. And being endurance racing, when things get mixed up after a pit stop, I just figured, look, I don't know where we are. We just got to go. And so I think it was like 9 cars we had to get through. The corkscrew was kind of fun to manage, right, at that point. And then it was just hammer down. And then I think about 4 or 5 laps into that, I just looked up and said, oh, my gosh, we're in the lead. And then it was about just, okay, let's keep her together. Let's not make any mistakes. Let's just wrap this thing up and finish in one piece.
It was a really exciting race to call, I have to say. And what was, obvious and perhaps understandable is in the corners, you guys in the Minis were whipping through the corners, whipping through the pack. When it got to the straightaway, then the Mustangs would pull back, and it was kind of like you would get away, they would come back, you get away, come back. But what people might not have realised amongst all this, Martin, is that Don Racine puts all these cars together. You aren't the owners. You choose to rent these and do it as like another class that you run this weekend.
Yeah, I myself, I'm also running in Group 5. I've got a Porsche 911 RSR spec car over there. But Don Racine and his son Dennis from minimania.com, they put together this every year. We're going 2-3 years running now, and it's great. We come out and rent these things and just have a blast. And I told you earlier, both Andrew and I had a schedule conflict on Friday, which was qualifying. And so on Thursday, I just offhandedly said to Jeff O'Neill, the organizer, I said, why don't you qualify it for us? And he said, I've never driven one before. And I said, well, most of us don't drive them very often. He came out here, and I'll be darned if he didn't qualify at P7 for us. So I started the race in P7. I handed it to Andrew in P1, and he took it even further and just dominated. So
And Andrew, we were chatting as well. You've raced all kinds of things, karts, go-karts being one thing, and understanding how to handle a car is not dissimilar to understanding how to handle one of these things.
Yeah, I mean, look, I run 100cc and shifter karts as well as all kinds of other cars, and when you have very little power and limited grip, it's just demanding. You've got to flow, you've got to drive efficiently, and it's just a hugely fun challenge. It's great. It's just a blast.
Yeah. And I think what you were saying as well, you sort of like understand about feathering the brakes a bit, allow the chassis to kind of do the braking, and then you get on the brakes.
Yeah, I mean, the first part of braking one of these cars is just to turn the steering wheel, right? That creates a little bit of drag, that slows the car down, and then you just add only as much deceleration as you need to get through the corner in one piece, and then keep the momentum, keep it rolling.
Really exciting stuff. So, chaps, you took the win last night. We're going again tonight. It's a 50-minute race. Just so we know, and Johnny Green is on comms, with perhaps with me later on, who's racing when tonight, and how do you think you're going to get on?
I think we agreed. I'm going to start the race, and my job, what I'm going to do is what I did yesterday. I'm going to try. I stayed as close to the Mustangs as I could so that I could watch. You can tell when their tires start to go off. So that's what I was watching for. So, if they get ahead, that's fine. You don't strike until their tires are starting to go off. So my goal is to give him the car in P1 midway through so that he has an easy second half.
And, I also got to mention the Mustang guys. Yeah. Look, I mean, they're driving the absolute wheels off those things. And being right next to one as it's leaning over and doing all sorts of, horrendous-looking things, kudos, lots of credit to these guys. They're incredible drivers. And I felt so comfortable. It was like dancing with a whale, Yeah. I felt completely safe, comfortable, and it just added to the fun to have these guys be as solid as they were. I want to mention
one more thing, if I can. If you can imagine all the crew necessary for all these cars, they're all friends of Don and Dennis Racine. They're all volunteers who came out here, towed the cars here, doing timing, fueling, tire changing. They're all volunteer crew members. So it's quite a wonderful community, these Mini guys and the Mustang guys.
Guys, listen, we could talk all day, but we are sort of running out of time this little segment. I'm looking forward to seeing a race later on. Best of luck to you guys. Don Racine is in the 177 car as well.
Dennis, yeah.
Right, we're out with his son Dennis. We'll look forward to see the 177 running alongside the 62 car later. Johnny, there you go. The scene is set for Minis versus Mustangs later on this evening.
Dancing with a Whale. I absolutely love it. Can't wait. I've just had Mr. Hakeem, who will be in that race in a while. Let's try that again. Thank you. Dancing with a Whale. Absolutely love it. What a great expression. I just had Hakeem in here a moment ago, who is driving in the 110. And he'll be here. He'll be on track with those Minis and Mustangs in a Mustang. Did a good job yesterday. And I just can't wait. That's going to finish off our day in style. Let's head down to Taylor for the latest before we head back to the track again.
I'm down here. Unfortunately, our Group 7 cars just took off the line, but I'm down here with Stevie Dix, who is a current mechanic. You are our lead mechanic in the Trans Am Series to our champion driver. What is it like working on these historic cars compared to, our current race cars?
Well, it's very interesting. The raw race car that is a Trans Am car, as they evolved, still the old cars are just as much fun to work on as the most modern car, because of the power and the sound they make. It's just raw American muscle, and I love it. Last weekend I was in VAR with Chris with our new Ave Riley chassis, and now this weekend I'm with Nelson Kale doing a 1968 Boss 302, Camaro this weekend, Mustang last weekend. But it's just a blast, and it's never a dull moment with these things.
All right, are you bow tie or Ford?
Ford.
Oh, there we have it. He made a choice. Obviously, this class is filled with a lot of great manufacturers, but we're about to see who takes it today in Group 7. Johnny?
Thank you, Taylor. Yeah, and I'm joined here by Tim Moser, who's been up in the booth already this weekend, and thank you for coming up again. But, this is it, isn't it? Win on Sunday, buy on Monday. This was the adage back in the day. for Trans Am. This is where it all began in many ways, at Sonoma and Laguna Seca back in the late 60s and early 70s. This is where the pony wars and where Trans Am really had its golden age. I've just seen Mika Hakkinen. What a sight to see.
It's great to see these American muscle cars on track. This is the class that gives you goosebumps, right? This is where Penske and all those guys, cut their teeth and made their marks and got their career in motorsports, was by making a big splash in this class of cars.
Why do you think it captured the imagination? The obvious answer is that these are the cars that people saw on the streets, and therefore, because they were going to the grocery runs and you did the shopping in them, when you saw them on the racetrack, you knew what they were.
Yeah, these were these were common cars, and so they were cars people could identify with, they could own. These cars were heavily modified and hot rodded later. There were lots of improvements you could make to these cars right out of the box and make them better. So they were just great cars for that. And it looks like we're coming around to take the green flag.
Here we go then, Group 7 feature race. Hold on to your mugs, because your wine's going to spill if you don't. Away they go then. American muscle car at its finest, as away goes the number 6. The Chevrolet Corvette, the Chevrolet Camaro Z28 from 1968 takes the lead away.
Yeah, we've got, I think
and
that's...
the AMC Javelin.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think we got Canepa up there in the Javelin. We've just got, 3 different models in the top 5 right now. It's just a great way to show all the differences of these cars.
Yeah, we got that 45, a quick glimpse of the 69. Boss, 302, Ken Adams at the wheel in that maroon Ford, and just a beautiful sight. It is the AMC Javelin leading the way at the moment in the hands and capable hands of Bruce Canepa. I'm sure that number 2, another AMC Javelin, Ken Epsom at the wheel, will be coming through. That was what happened last time out in their qualifying race, and already Bruce starting to build. Now, there's some good stories about AMC Javelin and how they got in and how Penske, the other side of this, I just mentioned why they were popular, but it was also one, whenever in motor racing, manufacturers get the bug and start going, oh, so you're entering 2 Fords. Well, we better get a couple of Javelins in there. And then suddenly it starts to build, the money starts to build, and then they start to build it, bring in the special drivers, the good ones, and then suddenly you got a championship.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was, that whole adage of race on Sunday and sell on Monday definitely started in this class of racing, right? These were cars that you could, and we got a pass for the lead. No, that was a pass for third. Yeah, these were cars that, like you said, in theory, people could drive on the street, bring out to a local club event and do a little racing. But definitely, body styles are very original. Now we got a pass for the lead.
Yeah. So the Javelin's pushing hard, but now having to settle for second and third as picking up the lead. Is that the number 9?
It's a Camaro.
Yep. Trying to see the number on the side. Yeah, I can't quite see it. But we've got a good race. We've got, a 6-way battle at the front. Coming through turn 4 and 5. I think it's the 6, and that's the Chevrolet Camaro Z28 of Tom McIntyre from Burbank, California. We've got 2 number 6s, that's the confusing part.
Yeah.
One is first, one is second at the moment.
Yeah, that's Joshua. It's the 19 car, I think. That's Joshua Fiber.
That's right, Joshua Fiber. Yeah, and then it's the 45. That's the Ford Mustang boss of Ken Adams.
Looks like Bruce is, falling back a little bit now up into the corkscrew, I just noticed. So he may have a problem with this car.
Go ahead.
He turned the fastest lap of the race so far with a 48.3. So he's clear of the field by almost half a second, but it looks like he's got a little problem with his car now.
I just saw that Pontiac Tempest GTO. John Hildebrand at the wheel. I think that's the only Pontiac out there, actually. We've got a couple of Dodge Challengers, but it's mostly... we do have a 70 Pontiac as well. Rob Kaufman at the wheel. But here we go then. And it is the 19, yeah.
Yep, the 19 goes back on top, not only in position but also in lap time. He's got the fastest lap of the race so far. So
yeah, he had a good run yesterday, did Josh? And look at him pushing it hard. I love the stories also that when the manufacturers came and when Trans Am really was at its height, the way they would try to push the limits of the rules, which is what motor racing is all about, let's face it. If it ain't written in the rules, you're going to try and bend them, or you're going to try and find an advantage. And one of those little bit of pithy stories that I heard from this era was that they would dip these cars in acid before the race to try to literally melt away as much metal as possible and still get it through scrutineering without letting the scrutineers touch them. And if the scrutineers just happen to put their, hand weight on the front of the car, they'd suddenly go, what have you done to the car?
Yeah, as soon as you started talking about rules and cheating, that was the thing that popped right into my head, was dipping the bodies in acid to lighten them up and lose material. Just insane what these guys, well, that just shows you how competitive the class is. They had to go to crazy lengths to win and to have an advantage.
It also shows you that they don't give a lot of time for the drivers and say, yeah, you just drive this, it's as thin as you like, it's a paper-thin car.
Yeah, I'm sure they didn't consult the driver before they did that.
Now, we just got a glimpse of Rob Kaufman in 7th place in his Pontiac Trans Am from 1970. So watch out for the white Pontiac.
Yeah, we got the number 2 of Ken Epsman. He's holding up the 2nd spot, and Bruce is still holding tough into 3rd. So maybe whatever little problem he had, he's got sorted.
Yeah, Bruce Canepa came into the booth a while ago, and I had forgotten he was driving in Trans Am because he's always driving something rare, fairly exotic, because he's one of those capable drivers that pretty much anybody would lend their car to. He was driving one of the Trans Am, and I said, oh, how's that? He said, oh, I love it. So good.
He is such an amazing personality in the paddock. I mean, he's one of those guys that can do everything from drive well, prep cars, metal fab. His shop in Scotts Valley is just insane. It's immaculate. He's got some beautiful cars there. So, yeah, he's one of those rare birds, right, that can just do it all. He's definitely belongs in this class of racing. He's kind of that classic.
He's a modern Dan Gurney.
Totally.
Carroll Shelby, maybe. But, those characters don't really exist anymore. But he'll like the compliment, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
There's the 96, the Chevrolet Camaro from 1967. That's Rick Jeffrey at the wheel. Talking of Jeffrey O'Neill's out there, too. Again.
Yeah, Rick Jeffrey's got a good spotty right now. He's running in 13th position. He's right in between a sandwich of cars. Looks like he's got a Camaro behind him. That's the 57 now that we're seeing on the screen.
It's funny, Tim, I had Cameron Lawrence in here yesterday, who's a current Trans Am driver, and I love the fact that Trans Am, I cover the regular season, and it's as popular today, I think, amongst the real aficionados of motorsport in America as it ever was. I mean, it's the longest road racing series in America, in 57 years now it's been going, since 1966. Incredible.
Yeah, the top class kind of fell away a little bit and got filled in with the TA2 class, and that TA2 class is so strong right now.
Yeah, the likes of Rafa Matos, Cameron Lawrence, and now also, interestingly enough, it's becoming a hotbed for NASCAR teams looking for youngsters. One of the guys vying for the championship this year is a guy called Brent Cruz. He's 14 years old. He's a kart champion, a world kart champion, and he's driving in Trans Am, and he's driving like he's stolen.
That is awesome. Well, now the NASCAR cars are coming back in their technology closer to the Trans Am cars.
And also they're looking at the road courses that we go to, like Watkins Glen, like COTA, and going, well, hang on, we're going to go and race there later in the year. Let's do some practice, boys.
Yeah, I think they'll do more and more road racing. As some of these gigantic ovals are struggling, I think financially, and the ticket sales aren't there, and I think the road racing is just more exciting for people.
Well, and we've got enough road race tracks and enough space on the calendar where NASCAR can do what they're doing at Indianapolis, which is run on the same weekend as an IndyCar race, for example. And the same is true of COTA. Yes, it's a Formula One track, but boy, the NASCAR race there is awesome.
It's and last year's race was a rain fest monsoon, and it was just one of the most fun races to watch all year.
Completely. Up the hill they go. Once again, 5 laps to go. We're about halfway through our Group 7 feature race. We're looking at the 77 of Richard Goldsmith in 9th place in that all-yellow Dodge Challenger.
Yeah, great view from the drone as he's going into turn 10 and heading down to the last turn, turn 11. That'll take him onto the longest straightaway on the racetrack and probably into the best passing zone. It looks like he's going to start to get a little pressure from behind here in a few laps.
Yeah, it's turn 11. It doesn't matter whether it's 2 wheels or 4 wheels. I've done a lot of MotoGP and World Superbikes here at Laguna, and it's the same for the bikes. You've got to get the drive out of 11 and make that pass into Andretti.
Yeah, the slowest corner, that leads to a long straight is always the key corner for lap times on a racetrack. Once your foot's to the floor, you can't make any more power, so it's all about carrying momentum off that slow turn onto the straightaway, and then that just progresses all the way down.
Another regular historic driver, John Chip Fudge, out there in the Camaro from 1970, and that number 71, all silver, there he is.
Yeah, that's a great car. A little bit later model car than some of these other ones, but it looks so good out on the racetrack, and it looks like he's doing a great job out there.
So we're getting down to the later stages of this, but we're watching a great battle at the front.
Yep, we still got the 19 Joshua Fiber up front. Ken Epsman in the number 2 car is in position 2. And then Bruce Canepa is holding strong in 3rd place.
The car leading at the moment with Joshua at the wheel was built by Bob Fryer's University of Pittsburgh racing team for competition in the SEA Trans Am and A Sedan National Championship racing car. We were talking about it yesterday. Mark Donoghue drove it in the day.
Just had a pass for the lead.
Yeah,
just wanted to call that out real quick.
Absolutely.
That javelin of Ken just took the lead, and Bruce is right there in the catbird seat, sitting in 3rd, just watching these 2 guys battle it out, hoping to pick up some scraps from one of their mistakes. He is in a perfect position as those 2 guys finally go single file. Let's see if either one of them got tires too hot, and there goes Bruce down the inside for 2nd, just like we were talking about.
Yeah, I mentioned, those Javelins, back in the day, the Penske Javelins were driven by Mark Donoghue and Peter Revson, there's a name. And, fantastic drivers back in the 70s. And that was the beauty of Trans Am. You had a Mark Donoghue and you had a Peter Revson, and Revson obviously going on to bigger and better in many ways. But we had these guys like Vic Elford that would come and just race these Trans Ams and race the wheels off them. And it's just, that's another part of the celebration of Trans Am, is that the best in the world wanted to come here and race these.
And just as we're talking about it, Bruce moves up to the lead. He made a pass in the corkscrew, turn 7, and now he's stretched like 3 car lengths over 2nd place. So maybe he backed off a little bit to save his tires and pushed to the end. That's a great strategy in these heavy cars, right? They can't run 10 tenths for the entire race. They got to choose, or if you choose when to suffer, it's better than suffering when you don't want to suffer. So it looks like maybe he's got some fresher tires, and he's clawed his way back into the lead.
It's wheel to wheel, though, isn't it? Look at this. Great stuff. Still enough time. Bruce Canepa in that number 6.
Yeah, they're going to have some lap traffic to deal with, too, here. So that'll be interesting and could play into the hands of Josh and Ken, who are in 2nd and 3rd. Bruce is in turn 4 right now, and he's in traffic. So,
interestingly, back in 1970, when those AMC Javelins came out, Donoghue and Revson basically created a shakedown at the Daytona race, early season of the 24 hours, before they went into the Trans Am season. And then between them, they got 3 seconds and 3 third place finishes, and won 3 times. One at Bridgehampton, Road America, and Saint-Jovit in Canada.
All right, our leaders are heading up into the corkscrew now. Wow, they are just swapping places back and forth.
It's awesome, isn't it? Beautiful sand. Down the hill they come, into Rainy Curve and out of the woods. Linus third, passing one of the slower cars.
Yeah, we've got Fiber back in the lead again. So Canepa's back into second, and we got a lapper that's getting passed by our third place driver, Ken. So this is turning out to be a great race right up to the end.
Yeah, our top 5 cars, we've got a battle for first and second, and then we've got this almighty battle going on here for third, fourth, and fifth place. Really good stuff.
Yeah, the Mustang had a big slide. He took a nice wide radius out of 11, but couldn't quite put the power down and lost some of his drive to that Javelin. But now he's going to poke inside in turn 2.
Well, that should be Jeffrey. No, that should be Jim Haig at the wheel there. But through comes Ken Epsom again. Epsom doing a brilliant job. The 44 still in contact as well. The all-white Chevrolet Camaro of 1968. That's Nelson Calais at the wheel. Look at him go, side by side here.
Yeah, this is the battle for third, and we've got 4 cars all in position for third place. This is awesome.
Into the left-hander, a very important corner again as you start to climb uphill here.
We got Javelin, Mustang, Camaro, and another Mustang, all nose to tail going up into turn 6.
So just a confirmation, Fiber, Canepa, Epsman. It could change though. Jim Haig in 4th, Nelson Calais in 5th position, Ken Adams in 6th. But what a battle. Here we come, up to the corkscrew. Linus third.
Yeah, and just like that, he does move up to third. Jim Haig takes that third position going up the hill. So now you're going to see him coming out of turn 9, and they're going to be nose to tail.
I love watching from the drone to see how close and where they make up the speed and how they do it under braking. We always talk about, yeah, well, I had him under braking, and you see it from here.
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen the drone footage work this well. It's amazing.
It truly is, and it really does. I mean, we harp on about it, but it's a useful shot, but it's also, from a commentary point of view, really interesting, I think, to watch and see where they're gaining time, and also what's up ahead. What traffic might be in front of them, because these shots are great, but you don't necessarily see what might be just around the next corner. But whereas from the drone, you can see when you're getting into traffic like you're seeing here.
Yeah, and we are on the final lap, so this is the last chance to make something happen for these guys. We still have Fiber up front, Canepa right on his tail. Jim Haig's in 3rd, Ken Epsman's in 4th, and that battle for 3rd is 4 cars, still nose to tail.
Absolutely fantastic. Here we go then, up the hill for the last time. The Monterey Hills gleaming in the background finally as the sun starts to come out. As if on cue for these beautiful Trans Am cars.
And this is what right now. This is that battle for 3rd. The Javelins got back through into 3rd. Let's see where our leaders are as they come down the hill.
Coming to the corkscrew for the final time here in our Group 7 feature race for historic Trans Am cars. And it's going to be Jim Haig right in the middle of it. But who's it going to be? Through comes the maroon Ford Mustang of Ken Adams, just at the back of this group.
The leaders are now on the front straightaway. It looks like the Camaro's got the lead coming onto the front straight.
Here we go then for the win. Look at this. Nip and tuck. It's going to be close. They're side by side almost as they take the checkered flag. Oh, wonderful stuff. And here we go. Look at this.
3 wide coming to the checkered flag.
Go, go, go. Who's it going to be? It's a photo finish. Oh, and it was. It was the 44 who made it, I think. Yes, it was.
All 4 of those cars were within a 1/10 of a second of each other at the finish.
Well done, Jim. Awesome. Well, he made that work. I think what happened was the all orange of he just got out of shape. Did Ken? I'm trying to think who was that then? Was that
was the Mustang?
Yeah, that was Ken Adams, I think. But awesome, absolutely. He got out of shape, and then
he got out of shape, and everybody just scattered for the open real estate, trying to find a hole to get by on the straightaway. That was excellent.
So Josh Fiber held on, but only just by a fiber, literally.
What an
racing.
exciting race.
Doesn't get any better than that.
I mean, the fact that we had the top 7 positions, you know, probably separated by 2 seconds at the end of this race was awesome.
Absolutely splendid. Well,
thanks for having me up in the booth again.
You're obviously a good luck charm. Every time you come up here, we have some great racing. You'll be out in the Mini again?
I'll be out in the Mini. I'm going to start the race this
How
time.
did last night go?
It went really well. We pitted right before the track went yellow, and you know you just can't guess on that. So we lost a lap. We ended up 6th overall. The Orbis Brakes Mini was just phenomenal. We turned like the 3rd fastest time, so we're in good shape. We're starting 6th, but I'm going to start the race this time and go as long as we can. Obviously, yellow is going to kind of dictate when we should pit, but we're going to go as long as we can and see if we can get it up there on the podium.
Watch out for Tim Moser. He'll be out in the big classic tonight. Mini versus Mustang. Let's head down now to Taylor. Down to the Gunther Works. Gunther Works.
That's right. I found this gorgeous orange Porsche down here. Am I good to go? I found this gorgeous orange Porsche. Let me say that again. I'm going to step out. We've got some awesome cars coming in behind us from the last race. But wow, check out this car. We're here at Gunther Works, and I'm here with our founder and the guy in charge. Tell me a little bit about what Gunther Works is and what you do.
Okay, hello all together. My name is Markus Siegwart. Guten Tag from Germany and here from Laguna Seca. It's a great pleasure to be at the show here. It's our very first time, and we appreciate everyone here. It's great that we brought the cars to the show. So loud around here, right? So, yeah, we are from Gunther Works. The company is based in Huntington Beach. We bring our Speedster here on track in about 20 minutes. So the car has a 431 horsepower engine. It's based on a 1995 C2 narrow body Carrera, Porsche Carrera. And yeah, so the whole 25 cars, the Speedsters and the Coupes, we are almost sold out. And it's great to be here to show the car on track.
Absolutely. And what other type of Porsche or cars would you like to remaster next?
So the project we show here is our Project Tornado. So people ask us for not doing just only the naturally aspirated side. So we started a project, it's called Project Tornado, with a twin turbo engine, 700 horsepower. It's a 2,650 pounds. So it's really stripped to, you know, for weight savings. And yeah, so that's the next project, and we start on this one in production in 2024.
That's amazing. And talk a little bit about being here at this event. What a crowd. How about the people? You know, how has it been talking to new clients?
Yeah, so the event itself, you know, Laguna is such a fantastic track, and to be here, we are so proud of that. It's our first time. It's amazing, the humble community around, a lot of fans of, it doesn't matter what Porsche, McLaren, so I think also the whole cars you can gonna see here this weekend, it's unique. When you see the McLarens, when you see the Hypercars, we are in that group, and with Zenvo and Czinger together, it's just great, and I think everybody enjoys it. At least the guys who get the chance to drive their own cars on the track, which is always phenomenal, you know.
Absolutely. Well, if you guys haven't made your way down here yet, definitely do. They are right here on the alley with these cars that are behind us, making quite a bit of noise, but you also have a chance to make a couple laps. Have you done it yet?
Laps?
Laps on the track?
Yeah, no, at 2:40 and 20 minutes we are on the track. Together with Billy Johnson, we are very proud to have this Le Mans driver with us. So yeah, let's wait what kind of numbers we put in. So we have been here with our coupe. So we did the first time a 1:30.99 just right behind the McLaren P1. So we are the fastest Porsche on the track, right next behind to the 991 GT2 RS.
We definitely don't want to miss that happening later today. Well, thank you so much, Marcus. Make sure you guys get down here, Gunther Works, check out these cars or check them out on the track later today. Johnny?
Thank you so much. Great stuff, Taylor, and a beautiful car. Now, with cyber attacks on the rise, a weakness in one area of your business can be a risk for all. Crowdstrike cybersecurity platform wins in the race to protect your valuable data by harnessing the speed and power of the cloud. Crowdstrike's cloud-native Falcon platform protects and defends your organization to identify and stop the most sophisticated cyber attacks. Gain the peace of mind to focus on your business momentum, not what's trying to stop it. That's protection that powers you. To learn more and to try Crowdstrike's Falcon free today, visit crowdstrike.com. So we're still up and about above the beautiful Laguna Seca, and as you can see, a packed paddock, and also the car parks filled up nicely as well as the day has gone on. It's not been the perfect weather for California. We're always told it's always sunny in California. Well, certainly on the Monterey Peninsula, you kind of hit and miss really, because when the fog comes in, it can stay in. But today it's nice and breezy, and the clouds are nice and puffy. And it looks as though we're going to get a nice afternoon. So people walking up and down between the corkscrew and the paddock, and if you are here at the venue, please do exactly that. I implore you to go up to the top of the corkscrew and have a look, because it's well worth a gander. And as you can see, we have our next groups getting ready to go racing, and that will be our Group 8. And we've had a fantastic conversation with John Morton and Peter Brock about Group 8, and they played a special part in the history of that, and regaled us, if you will, with the stories of how that came to be and how the Japanese manufacturers really came to the fore in that era. And we're about to see them go and unleash themselves on the track. Looking forward to this, really am. Also, I want you to watch out for the VW Beetle 1600 in Bahama Blue with Stephen Smith. He's out there too. He's got a great story. We might hear from him later in the day as well. And if you're here at the venue, don't forget, plenty of sip and savor, plenty of food. I'm right by the Taste of Brazil. I've been smelling it all day, so come and get your Taste of Brazil. Now, as you'll look down on Velocity Lane, our very own Taylor All in Blue is down there. Over to you, All in Blue.
I had to run down to this grid because there's this man that I want to talk to right here in this 72 Datsun. Gordon McCall, quick question. I've heard you've been practicing for this race in a special location. Can you tell me a little more?
Nothing but a church parking lot.
I love it. Running laps in a church parking lot and about to take this beauty out on Laguna Seca Raceway. You got to get in your laps where you can, right?
Well, this beats the church for today. It is Sunday.
It is Sunday. You're right. He's taking this churchmobile out on a Sunday. All smiles, a little bit of laughter here. So we can't wait to watch. Keep an eye out for 66A. Gordon on the track, ready to roll. Johnny, let's head back up to you because these guys have 1 minute left.
Yeah, we want to get you safe, Taylor, but great story. And in fact, I want to tell you where we got that story. That was one of the first stories we picked up this weekend. And it was the one and only Wayne Rainey that told us that. He's good friends with Mr. McCall. And he was saying he is serious. He has been practicing in his Datsun 510 to try and get up to speed. So great story. Best of luck, and he'll be going round and through the Rainy curve as the day goes on. So just another one of the classic stories here at Velocity Invitational. Hope you're enjoying it. This is the third iteration of Velocity Invitational, and we are so looking forward to this next Group 8 set of cars, because as you can see, it's very much dominated by manufacturers from both Europe and from Japan, because this is an era of 66 to 79 when the under 2-liter Trans Am SCCA B sedans and C sedans were all the rage, and they really took the world by storm. And I say the world, but the American race scene, I should be more correct in saying, because it really was a special time for these cars. And this is their feature race. Plenty of BMWs as well. And as it is today, production cars are still part. In modern Trans Am, we have TA, which is the 850 brake horsepower, almost unlimited power TA class. Then TA2, which is limited to 550, and that's now effectively the flagship of Trans Am, with fields of some 40 plus at each and every race. And that is really, really exciting. And it's still as exciting as you just saw the historic versions. Well, the modern version is as exciting. And then we have our production class, our GT class, and we have production racing from those cars as well. So, yeah, always worth watching a modern Trans Am race, and they'll be on CBS Sports Network for the COTA race. They were just on this week with the VIR race, and coming up in a couple of weeks we'll have COTA. So here we go then. Glad to say it's a beautiful afternoon here as we get ready for Group 8. Now, in the time from 66 to 79, Richard Nixon inaugurated as the 37th president in 1969. PBS came to be in 1970. And the first African-American Major League Baseball player, Jackie Robinson, died back in 1972. So, just to put you in position of what was going on back in the late 60s and early 70s. And just to be a little bit political, Roe versus Wade, a landmark Supreme Court decision, legalized abortion back in 1973. Ha! It's not like me to be political. Just telling you the news, folks. Just telling you the news. Moving right along. BMW, Alfa Romeo, Porsche, absolutely fantastic. And we get ready for what is a huge field, to be honest. Also out in this one again, Jeffrey O'Neill. Adam Carolla's in this one. He's in one of the Datsun 510s. And great story. Adam coming to join us here in the booth yesterday. And, of course, a very famous filmmaker and podcast purveyor. And great to have him in the booth and talking about not only his latest projects, and by the way, he was telling me that he's got a project coming out about Dan Gurney and also about Bobby Rahal. So really looking forward to that. And I'm just looking out the corner of my eye as Paddock Award is about to come into the booth, I think. But I can see him out the corner of my eye for sure. And I'm looking at Tanner Faust as well. But I think Paddo's due to come in and have a chat, and that would be great because he's a super fellow, and we could talk a little bit of IndyCar, and we could talk a little bit of Trans Am, and he's limbering up as though he's going on a looks as though he's going on a big marathon run somewhere, but he's getting a couple of selfies before he comes. But here we go then, Group 8 feature race is underway. Trans Am at its finest. Porsches, BMWs, all the way. And I'm joined, like I said, by Patricio Award. Come on in, my friend. Pato, take a seat.
Hello.
Mexico's finest. Here he is. How are you?
I'm good. Oh, what do I...
No, you're on, man. I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me. Okay.
Can you hear yourself?
No.
Oh, well, that's... don't worry about that. I can hear you. Hey, what a weekend.
Oh, man, it's... what a phenomenal experience. I can't explain
You're
how...
still smiling, are you?
Man, how specially it just feels to drive that car. Oh, I don't know how else to express it,
well,
you know?
As we're watching a whole bunch of Trans Am cars here in our Group 8, and we will talk about what's happening on track, but I got to talk to you. Pato Award, of course, is the current Arrow McLaren driver here in IndyCar, doing a hell of a job, I may add, but came here last year and sort of, well, it was part a bet, part a sort of, hey, come and race my Formula One car, but he gave you a run both at Abu Dhabi and here at Velocity, did Zach. And since then, you've never looked back because you come back again tell us what you've been driving today, because you got Ayrton Senna's car yesterday, and what did you drive today?
Same car. So
Okay.
I've been driving Ayrton Senna's 1990 MP4 5B.
Were you channeling your inner Senna?
Of course I was. Man, I mean, it is the car. I mean, it's the car that you still watch onboards, you still see videos about it. I mean, the most special and famous one, obviously, is going through Monaco, which, honestly, after driving it here, I can't imagine what that must feel like. I mean, I have so much more respect than what I already had for all those guys that used to do it back then, and it's a beast. It's extremely light. It's like 500 kilos. It's got V10 in the back, and the thing just loves to move around, and I can't express how special and how different and raw that felt driving that race car.
And you're one of the few guys that can make the real comparison between the current McLaren Formula One car, or at least a modern one. Drove one last year at Abu Dhabi. How does it feel in comparison? How has the world changed at McLaren, and what those cars could do back in 1990 and what they can do now in 2022?
So the modern Formula One cars do not like to move around. Okay. They are planted, and they like to be planted, and you can't really, there's two types of cars, and the MP4 5B, which was sent us, likes to get driven by only one axle, and that's the rear of the car. Right. I mean, the way it just moves into the corners, and the thing's just dancing on top of the racetrack, and you kind of just in sync with it, trying to see what it likes, what it doesn't like. But the Formula One cars now have so much downforce, and they're so sophisticated. Their window of operation in terms of power band and how the car likes to get pitched in order to get the front to work. I think it's narrowed down. I think the cars are definitely a little bit more specific in how they have to be driven. But man, this 1990 McLaren F1 car was it's everything you expect it to be. Just so alive. It has so much life.
Before you got in it yesterday, I noticed you said, "I know it's going to be a beast." And that's an expression you usually use for an recalcitrant car that won't necessarily do what you want when you want. Was it the beast that you expected, or was it, like you said, was it easy to dance with?
So in terms of how the car was behaving, going into the corners, I mean, again, I didn't really push it to its limits, right? It's quite a bit of value in my hands. I didn't want to get myself into an bad situation.
Yeah, you don't want that headline, do you?
No, I do not. But I was hustling, and I was pushing it a bit, and the wheelbase is so much shorter than what they are now.
Right.
And the cars are just very reactive, and just they move around. They move around a lot, and I was amazed with how much traction there was actually. The rear tires, I mean, the car is just, it's low and just fat. I mean, the thing is half the track width. And exiting the corners, the amount of the traction was a lot more than I thought. A lot more than what I was expecting. All
right, let me ask you another question, because you can make a good comparison because you race here in Indy. How does it feel? I mean, you mentioned the weight. Obviously, it's a very lightweight car. All Formula One cars are. But compared to what you race around here in IndyCar, how does that feel in terms of feeling in the car?
So the Indy car is quite a bit more alive when it comes to inputs and everything compared to the F1, modern F1.
Yeah.
So I guess in terms of driving style, this was a bit closer to what the Indy car is like, but it's 500 kilos. So the amount of weight that you're moving around just feels so much more agile in this car or in this MP4 5B car, because it weighs 50% of the weight that the Indy car weighs. And it's everything you wish it is, and it's just a phenomenal piece of machine.
Well, we're watching, obviously, our Trans Am car. We're watching the number 90, Jim Frola, leading the way. We've got Pato O'Ward listening to us and talking to us about his experience this weekend. What about this new McLaren driver they picked up? I mean, a little bit of competition here. This kid Mario from Italy. What do you think? Has he got some potential?
Oh man, I think he's trying to get some super license points.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, what a thrill, though. Hey.
Man, he's someone that needs no introduction.
Yeah.
And he's probably the biggest or one of the biggest names in motorsports ever. And what a great guy. And you can tell he's such a racer because he got out of the car and he was mad. He was mad that he couldn't really push it more, and he was mad
I heard
that
they told him to do 3 laps and he kept going.
Oh man, he's just, you can tell he's such a racing driver.
I so envy you, and I you know, when I'm on a historic race like this, and I hear the stories of Bruce McLaren and Denny Hulme and Chris Amon and the Rodriguez brothers, to put a Mexican flavor to it, they would race both in Formula One and in sports cars, come and do a bit of Trans Am. And I'm really pleased for you because you're kind of getting to do a little bit of that, which is, sure, your dedication is IndyCar right now, absolutely. But you've done a little bit of testing in Formula One. That could be a possibility. But here you are this weekend playing with some historics and enjoying motor racing, because the life of a modern racing car driver, and you know this, whether it be Formula One, whether it be IndyCar, it's very tunnel vision. You're working out, you're racing, you're working out, you're doing media. You don't get to enjoy what is a fantastic sport. But here, this weekend, you get to be Paddock.
Man, I think you said it. You said it better than me. It's all about just loving driving amazing cars, and I feel so privileged in order to. Or I guess that I had the chance to drive these amazing cars. I mean, even last year when I got to drive Mika's V10 1998 car, it was.
Mika's no fun, is he? I followed his whole career. He's absolutely no fun.
No, he's a legend. Yeah, I mean, man.
Hey, Pato, you've got to go into this corner here. You don't want to do this.
Oh, you need to go flat out.
You need to go flat out there, flat out.
Yeah. Oh man, I mean, it's just.
Character.
Yeah, and that's what it's about. At the end of the day, we all love cars, and we all love race cars, and some of the best race cars in the world are here. And I just, like I said, I feel so privileged and lucky to have been able to give it a go in both of those amazing cars, and just all the opportunities that Zach Brown has presented me. It's just really,
have you made
really
any
grateful.
more bets with him? Because he's good for a bet.
I did make a bet with him, but this one, no, I haven't. I need to make another one. Well, I don't know what it would be. I need to think of it. But once I think of it, then I will do it.
Now, this isn't a bet, but are you actually going to try to do another run in the actual F1 at Abu Dhabi again?
Yeah, I'll be doing FP1 in Abu Dhabi.
You're actually going to do FP1 on Friday?
Yeah, that'll be awesome. I'm very much looking forward to that.
That'll be fun. So you're in the real deal.
Yeah.
How can we make one of the other drivers ill that day so that you have to keep going? Like, appendix comes very quick. Ask Mr. Albon. All right, we'll work on that one, Paddock. Now, exciting times for you. What about the winter? Bit of Bathurst, maybe? Bit of Baja 1000?
No, man. In the
Monte Carlo Rally?
For me, I've asked for a few weeks off because.
What?
Yeah, I need to rest up and get ready for my IndyCar Championship next year.
Well, listen, thanks for coming in and talking to us. You're always welcome here. I'm glad. That smile on your face, I just love it. I know you've had the weekend that I wanted you to have because you've just got it ear to ear. Last time I spoke to you, you were at Miami, and you'd just done your first test in the F1 car, and you were like, yeah, it's kind of fun, I'd like to have another go, and now you've got the chance on a Friday, so I'm happy for you. But I think these weekends are ones that you'll remember for a long time, right?
It's probably one of the most special days in my life. I never thought I'd be driving such a special machine, to be fairly honest with you. I mean, it doesn't even make it to the bucket list because you never even think it's a possibility.
Yeah, exactly.
Insane.
Well, listen, best of luck next year for Arrow McLaren. Go for it. We want you to win an Indy 500 win, if not the championship. That's my pressure on you.
All right. That's my plan. Let's do it.
Okay, let's do it. I'll be there with you at the 500. Don't you worry. At least to spray some milk at you if I can. But hey, thanks, Paddock, for coming up. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you
Enjoy
for
it.
having
Get some
me.
rest, and we'll see you next season.
Sure will. Later.
Paddock Award doing a brilliant job as always. A great guy with the media. Always a lot of fun, and great to have him on board as Jim Frula gets another brilliant victory, or at least leads the way under the safety. Rob Fuller in second place, and Alan Benjamin. We had Alan Benjamin in here, 4 laps to go. I thought they'd finished, but they slowed down there for a moment. I took my eyes away, and there they were. But I was just saying goodbye to Paddock. But yes, we are under safety, and we have 4 to go. But it's the BMW out front. Jim Frula in the 88, followed by the 72 with Rob Fuller, and Alan Benjamin in that Porsche in 3rd position. Richard Stewart Mill in the 18 is also right there as we continue our coverage of Group 8. So we're under safety here as we welcome you to the Velocity Invitational. I say welcome you because it feels like it's a whole new day now the sun is out. And we're about to speak to Gunther Works in a moment, but we'll just get this Group 8 race done and dusted for these boys because they're doing a hell of a job. But we're under safety, but it's going to be a bit of a sprint, I think. And we've got 3 manufacturers at the front. So that's an exciting prospect too. And watch out for Alan Benjamin, who's probably looking forward to see if he can get this restart from 3rd place in that all-white Porsche. 1968 911 TR. And there you see the truck on track, just waving the cars through. And a safety. Like I said, I don't mind the cautions because we get to see the cars up close, and our cameramen don't have to rush through the corner and just try to chase them up the hill. They can actually go close and enjoy them coming through nice and tight. BMW. BMW have done a good job against the Datsuns today. And that 510 doing a great job. And like I mentioned earlier, Jeffrey O'Neill, Adam Carolla, some pretty mighty names in terms of the world of wineries and the world of broadcasting here to enjoy it. Now, coming down through the corkscrew, hopefully. I don't know how far that truck was away from actually leaving the track and letting us go racing, but you've got about a 30-second margin now before they get to the start-finish, and we'll soon tell whether the pace car's coming off. The drone shot actually gives us a really good view of whether he's actually going to pull in or not as we come out of Raleigh down towards that right-hand at turn 10. It's only when I first saw the drone shot that I realized just how tight turn 10 is. It looks a lot more sweeping when you're down low or on board, but when you see it from above, you see how tight and right-hander it is. And sure enough, the pace car is coming off, so we'll have a sprint to the finish now here in our Group 8. My thanks to Pato O'Ward for coming in, the IndyCar driver for Arrow McLaren. And yes, we were a little distracted, but we had to talk to him about his Formula One experience. Here we go then. Away they go, the green flag waves, and it is a fight between 3 different manufacturers. The Datsun 510 hounding down on the BMW, and Alan Benjamin in the Porsche in 3rd place and looking for a way through. Datsun versus BMW, Germany versus Japan. It was great getting John Morton and Peter Brock in here earlier to talk about the rise of the Datsun 510 and what it meant to the Japanese to go racing here against the likes of BMW and all the muscle cars from America back in the day. And here it is in action, frankly. And this is when Japan decided not just to show up and race in America, but Katayama, the boss at the time, had grown up and gone to college in America, and he saw the value of letting the Americans do what they do and bring Japan as they saw best into racing. And they did it with such great effect that it actually literally launched Japanese cars into the American market in a big way, and they've never looked back. And of course, as you know, today every freeway is absolutely full of Japanese marks, as well as the Americans, and of course still the European car. So it's a classic race. Look at this, nose to tail, these two, and they are going at it. Absolutely fantastic. The BMW 1968 takes on the 510. 68 versus 71. They come out of the corner. The last corner, who's going to have the drive? The BMW's got good grunt. But here comes that Datsun, 2 laps to go. Rob looking for a way, but that's good driving. The BMW takes the right line. They both are very nimble through, and fast momentum cars out of the corner. Back on the power into turn 3, the right-hander. There really is nothing between them, and they're not either of them out of shape at the moment, but these two now pulling away from third place. Alan Benjamin in the Porsche. He's just lost a couple of car lengths to them in the last half a lap or so as they come under the bridge towards Super Ron, our cameraman. Richard Stewart Mills still in 4th position, Tim Breck 5th, Daniel Calgiano in 6th position, and Robert Smalley in 7th. Adam Carolla making the top 10, well done to him, given that he, to be fair, doesn't get a lot of chance to race. He's a big enthusiast. He's one of the top podcasters in the world currently, Adam Carolla, and you can catch him on adamcarolla.com and download his podcast. Watch some of his films. I highly recommend Uppity, Ford versus Ferrari, another one he did, a documentary on that. But look at this, down to turn 10 again. Line astern, the pair of them, pulling away from the Porsche. Datsun versus BMW, Stuttgart versus Tokyo. Into turn 11. Now, here's where the Datsun's got his chance. He's tucked in behind the Beamer. Out comes the white flag. Last chance hotel then, down to Andretti. Mario watching on, I'm sure. Almost side by side, he tries to do the undercut, but he's cut off by Jim Frula, who's doing a great job of holding off Rob Fuller. Fuller's closer than he's been before as they go through 3. And he's certainly going to make a go. And will it be up the hill? Alan Benjamin trying to stay with them in 3rd position. But I think he's going to have to settle for that at the moment. With these two going away, they are. But that Datsun, that old blue Datsun, trying to force a mistake out of the BMW, but Frula's wise to it. Now the climb up the hill. Who's got the power? Pretty evenly matched in the last couple of laps. But if anything, I would argue that 510's just got a bit more drive, a bit more grunt, maybe a chance on the inside at the corkscrew. But Frula's taking a good defensive line, sticking into the middle of the road. That's how you do it. Into the corkscrew they go. The next possibility at the inside of Rainey, or round the outside if you're really brave, but you've got to have more power to do that. But the last chance will be up the inside at 11. Here we go, the lining up for that, into 10. One more corner to go. This has been brilliant so far by the all-gold BMW 2002, or BMW 2002 from 1968. Jim Frula at the wheel. Here they come. And Frula's going to hold on for victory. Takes the checkered flag, but that was superb. Great stuff as the Datsun of the number 72. Rob Fuller takes 2nd place, but a great finish again. Alan Benjamin in the 68 takes 3rd in that 68 Porsche. But that was the kind of racing we've come to expect from Velocity Invitational. Well done to Jim. And BMW do it in style. What a classic. Now let's head down to Kev, who is down with John Schomer from Ferrari. Let's head down, Kev. What's happening?
Lovely, thanks Johnny. I'm down here surrounded by Ferraris and I bumped into John this morning, and there are many Ferraris here that you think, well, they're quite so special and they've all got their story to be told, but there's one in particular that John was keen to point out to me because, John, significantly in terms of racing terms and innovation terms, this one is arguably one of the most important here.
I would totally agree. Now, this is called the Sperimentale. It's 1961 experimental car ordered by Enzo Ferrari, based on his response to when he saw the Jaguar E-Type. He was enamored with the way it looked. He called that the most beautiful car he'd ever seen. He was also scared because that car was so sleek and looked like it would go through the air faster than his cars. So he said, build me something that's going to stay ahead of the Jaguars and take us to that next level. And this is what Pininfarina bodied on top of a 250 GT Berlinetta chassis with a Testarossa dry sump racing motor. And it weighs 2,100 pounds. It's completely aluminum bodied, chromoly chassis, and it was built to learn from. That's why it's called the Sperimentale.
And there's so many bits on this that Enzo Ferrari did indeed learn from, didn't he? Or rather the designers or Ferrari as a company learned from.
Absolutely. So one of the things in that era, Enzo was a very bold man, and he would say, aerodynamics are for those who cannot make horsepower. And so it's kind of a cliche for the times, right? That aerodynamics were not understood commonly and certainly not respected.
But about 2 hours before the race, at a very famous race, some aerodynamics were bolted onto this car.
Yeah, so Bizzarini and Chiti, two names you might know in the Ferrari world, were in charge of this project. It was a separate project from other things they were working on. The car was about 10 seconds off the pace. And they knew that the Germans had been working with wind tunnel testing, and they knew that these things worked, but they didn't want to insult the designer or insult what Enzo Ferrari believed in. So at the last minute, the morning of the 1961 Le Mans, they grabbed some scrap steel out of the back of the truck and put these canards or dive planes on the front. And if you look at the back of the car, there's a quick little Z-form wing that they bolted on, and all of a sudden the car's 10 seconds faster. So the proof's in the pudding, if you want to put it that way. The car actually had some downforce. It was able to be driven faster and maintain better lap times.
But still, Enzo Ferrari didn't like the wing that they'd put on the back. So they used it for the race, then they had to pull it off. But it was later iterations where suddenly we started to see that design come in.
Absolutely. I don't think they ever even they didn't ask permission or apologize. They took the materials off the car after the race and they were never reapplied. The car lived a pretty awesome racing life. After that, it was driven by Sterling Moss, the Daytona Continental, where it won its class, took 4th overall. It was a successful race car, but those little experimental bits were thrown away and forgotten, because it was an insult to the Pininfarina designers, who were, of course, Italian, and believed that beauty generated speed. To a certain degree, that's true, but aerodynamics, science, also exists, and they have to coexist together.
Yeah, they certainly do. And coming out the factory there, you know, Italian Ferrari, you'd think it has to be red, and this one obviously is blue. We've got a French flag on the top there, and there's a little bit of thinking going on that ticked the box there as well.
Yeah, so they thought ahead. This was an experimental car, which means they didn't really know what it was going to do. Most factory Ferraris are painted red. That's their color. That's the Italian country color. This one's obviously painted blue and has the French colors as stripes. And that's because in case the car didn't do well, then they could walk away from it and say, well, that's not a factory works project. But it did pretty well. And this was the original livery. It was later painted white with white racing stripes on it. When we bought it, it was red. This car lived all kinds of different lives as a drag race car, as a sports car racer, and as Luigi Cinetti's shop car. He used to send the young guys in the shop off to the grocery store to pick up hot dogs in this car because it's so drivable.
John, listen, we could talk about this car all day because there are stories for days, but, you know, all the experimental nature of everything that's been going on this car, hands down, takes the prize for one of the most significant Ferraris here today, and I'm thrilled that you talked to us about it.
Thank you very much. I think one of the takeaways to take away from this story is this is not the GTO prototype. It's commonly maybe referred to as that. This is a separate experimental project that contributed to the development of the 250 GTO.
There you go. How about that, Johnny Green? An education in Ferrari from a man that really knows his stuff. And from cutting-edge technology of the day there to cutting-edge technology of the 21st century. Take a look at these hypercars. Johnny, back to you.
Ah, Mr. Segway. He's on a flyer, is old Kev, today. I love your work, my friend. You're absolutely right. I'm here with Marcus Sigwald, and we're going to start talking some hypercars, because this is such a big part of this weekend now. And as they hit the track, I'm delighted to join you. Taylor spoke to you earlier, but we've got you in the booth now, so welcome. Let's talk hypercars, and also what you've been up to this weekend, because you look like, with a smile on your face, like you've been having a good time.
Yeah, thank you so much, John, for having me here. So it's a great honor, it's a pleasure to be here at the track. First of all, thanks to Velocity Invitational. The whole scenario here is just great. So guten Tag from Germany.
There you go.
And
you are welcome.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, let's talk about the Hypercar group. We are honored that we are in this group. You know, I think, look at these cars, the Czinger and the Zenvo, and we are here with a 1995 car. So our car based on a 1995 chassis C2 narrow body. Yeah, it's great to be on track with Billy Johnson as our driver.
That's interesting. How did you get hold of him?
Yeah, it's a connection between Peter Nam, the owner, and Billy Johnson. So the first time we touched base, it was, you know, from scratch, just right away an improvement. So he's really a great driver, and we are so happy to have him here. And yeah, so let's talk about the car. From our engineering standpoint, the idea was to create a bridge between the analog and digital centuries. So the car, when you look at the track, we try to make it square track. So it's based on this 1995 C2 chassis, and the car is made everything in-house out of carbon fiber. So we stripped the car down to the media bare chassis, and then we just keep the door bars for safety reasons, and then we build the car from scratch by ourselves. It's all made out of carbon fiber. So the roof, the hood, the whole body, and the production is in-house, as I said.
How does that change the dynamics of a car that wasn't necessarily designed to be completely carbon fiber?
Yeah, I think the key word is that we want to lose weight. So sure. The weight savings, when you see the car there, so the car total weight is about 2,650 pounds. And by the way, with the coupe we did, the first time we have been here at Laguna Seca, we put the number 130.99 right next behind the P1 on this track. So yeah, the power, it's big. Porsche engine, we use the 3.6 liter, and then the engine gets built by Jeff Gemroth. It's a 4 liter. It's naturally aspirated in this car and has a 400, close to 40 horsepower, 440 horsepower.
Because the reason I ask that, obviously, is that what every racing driver or every racing team wants to do, is make their car as lightweight as possible. And all those dimensions you just gave, add the carbon fiber or take away the weight, and you get this sort of product, and it really does change the power to weight ratio, doesn't it, massively?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, from a technical perspective, you mentioned the power to weight ratio. It's phenomenal what, you know, the number is talking when I say a 130.99 just right behind the P1. So the only Porsche which is faster at the track is the 991 GT2 RS.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, look at the car, how the car handles. It's just great looking at it.
So how did the company come to be? How did you start doing this in the first place?
Yeah, so the idea was that Peter Nam wants to create his own car, so that was his dream. And his favorite Porsche 911 was the 993, so the very last air-cooled. And we just had been sitting down together at that time, and he said, okay, let's do it. So from scratch, he created a project where, as you can see, we try to keep it period correct. We want to have these gens from Porsche brought into this analog and digital bridge we shaved. And so that was his idea. And then the first car we launched at Quail in 2017 was this red car with a big wing. So it's also two options we offer. On the coupe, we have the big wing, we have the ducktail, also to, have this kind of like a Porsche, things we want to show there so that we keep it period correct.
Have you been taking a look at the car we were looking at the moment, the Zenvo, and also the Czinger, and some of the other cars, the Hennesseys are here? Do you kind of have a quick look at what the competition and what other hypercars
Oh yeah,
are doing?
for sure, and we appreciate it, and the honor to be in this group is, even more means a lot to us, because
This blows my mind. This is wild. It looks odd at first, but when you explain what they're trying to do, which is effectively use the wing as part of the steering, that's interesting too.
And I talked to the Czinger production manager yesterday. It was just impressive what craftsmanship these guys are doing with this 3D printed, completely upright, including the calipers. So it's just great to see the cars going around the track with us.
So what else are you hoping to develop? What are you working on? What kind of other cars are you hoping in the future, the next couple of years, to work with?
Yeah, so the 25 cars we do, Speedster and Coupe, we are sold out with these cars, and the new project we showed up here is our Project Tornado, and it's a twin turbo flat six fan, and it's the first production engine with a flat fan, and we work on this project heavily, and we try to bring this car on the track, I'm sure next year. So we are right at the end of have everything engineered, so we want to launch the car on the track, next year, I said. And we start production in 2024.
And what about Velocity Invitational overall? It's great to be able to get your cars. It's one thing to show people them as they walk by and they're static. It's another to get them out on track and really put them through their paces and show people what they can do.
It is. That's why we appreciated being here. Velocity Invitational gave us the chance to show the car at the booth, to get the car out on track, to talk to people. A lot of, yesterday people step by and say, hey, have you seen this car driving? It's phenomenal. It's fantastic, isn't it? So that's a great opportunity for us also to show what we're doing, because this car is made to be driven. It's not just like a car sitting in the collection. We have some customers, they call us every weekend and say, hey, we take this car whenever we can. So there's not only the cars and coffee, they just can take their helmet, they just can go to the track, put the Hoosiers on, and change a little bit of their suspension. But that's what the car is all about. Again, and the number 130.99 just right behind the P1 here at the track, that's all said.
I got to ask you a personal question, but as a Brit, as a German, are you just not amazingly impressed about how the Porsche is so revered here in the United States, and how many of them made it over this side of the pond, and how they continue to be revered both at the racing level and at the production level and the sales level? I am just flabbergasted about the old British cars of Lotus and Triumph and so on, but as a German, it must be heartwarming.
Oh yeah, look at my skin, it's goosebumps all over. So, no, that's right. I think the iconic cars, Porsche, the name, everything together, when you look what kind of history they brought for us, and what we try to save also when we build our own cars. But, when I look around here, I have never seen so many Porsche enthusiasts, as here in the United States or at the track. So I'm with you, and I think it's just great to have all these fantastic people around and sharing their passion about the Porsche brand.
Because I think it would surprise quite a few Europeans maybe tuning in on our live stream just how the Americans have taken to European cars. There's almost a snobbery on the other side in Europe about, well, the Americans do their own thing. Well, actually, that's not quite true. They have a real reverence for what we built back in the day and what we continue to build and sell out of Europe, and what we continue to bring to the biggest market in the world, which is the USA, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Well, thanks for coming in. A great display of these hypercars. Give a last minute, there's people listening in the paddock. Where can they come and find you? Give us a chance to come and see you. Where can they find you?
Yeah, it's just right next to the Camaro section over here. We have this orange Project Tornado showing up just right in the front. So step by, hang out with us, ask us any questions you want. We would love to have you until the event is over. And
for those listening on the live stream, how can they find you online?
Online, it's the website Guntherwerks.com. We are based in Huntington Beach, and also Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. Just, Gunther Works, put that in and find us there.
Marcus from Gunther Works, thanks for coming in and talking to us. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Any other cars that we should know about in the future?
I can just say there are a few new projects coming up, so just wait for it and follow us, on Instagram, Facebook, subscribe, and you will going to see a lot of cool things going on.
Perfect. Thanks for coming in, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Thank you.
Perfect. So the track coverage continues here. Great stuff from Marcus from Gunther Works. Thank you for sharing what was a very interesting look at that Porsche. And what a great guy to drive it too. Almost going sideways throughout most of the corners. But a beautiful car, and I saw it up close yesterday, and they have put some absolute beautiful work into that car. But currently you're watching one of the Zenvos, and really impressive car on track, and I'll tell you more about that wing when I get a chance, because it really is pretty impressive. It's starting to come. There's the Porsche again, but they're still doing some laps around the track. But that wing, it looks as though it's got a problem, or it might have a problem, but it actually doesn't, because it is actually steering the car, or it's part of the steering input. So when the car brakes, the wing goes forward, when it goes left, when it goes right, and so on and so forth. And that is the Danish manufacturer Zenvo. We spoke to them yesterday, but I'm about to speak to the Czinger father and son who came in here yesterday. They're back in here and refreshed, so let's bring them in. Here they are.
You gets us all refreshed.
There you go. It's always nice to have a couple of Zingers. How you get on, boys?
We're having a great day. It's another beautiful day at Velocity Invitational, and it really is like the Goodwood of the U.S., which is a cool thing. If you've ever been to Goodwood, that's really cool, too.
Oh, yeah. What have you learned this weekend? Because you're here showing people, I know, talking to Marcus yesterday, that this is a car that's coming out fourth quarter next year. You're making a limited number of them, but tell us about the Czinger and the concept behind it and what it's all about.
Well, the Czinger 21C is the first of a series of super performance vehicles across different categories. We're starting out with the Apex category, Hypercars, and this is the world's first human AI generated design, 3D printed and automatically assembled car. And its purpose is for someone to have a lot of fun and have the capability literally not only to beat the existing hypercar performance records across the spectrum, but completely erase them. We had this car at the track last year, and running Michelin Pilot Cup 2Rs, with a production kit car, we ran a 1:25.11. So, the current production track record, the McLaren center record, is 1:27.6.
Wow. Now, what about sort of stats when it comes to, like, what do you call it, 0 to 60? He turns immediately to his son. Tell us, because that's what, I mean, the boy in me wants to know that. I like that stat that you just gave me.
I like that stat too.
Yeah, I also want to know the 0 to 60, whatever the quarter mile, what you tell me.
Absolutely. So track times for us are really the ultimate prove-it-all function, right? That's the number that matters most. But 0 to 60, we're the leader in that category as well. 1.88 seconds.
Wait a minute. Repeat that.
1.88 seconds.
0 to 60.
Correct.
Gosh.
Correct. Yeah.
Well,
so we have.
That'll blow your toupee off.
You know how in Fast and Furious, Dom Toretto's always going, "I've got the mythical 10-second car."
Yeah.
Well, this is an 8.1 second quarter mile car.
Yeah, it is, isn't it, really?
Yes.
Wow.
And we're doing that with a powertrain that does 1350 horsepower. So we've got electric motors in the front, we've got the V8 in the rear. That V8 is actually our own design from scratch. So we've made that motor in-house, we patented that design. Just that combustion engine does 950 horsepower, and we get another 400 out of the EV in the front.
Now, I don't know if you know how technical we can get here, but how do you combine the electric motor with the combustion engine from the V8 at the same time to get that full?
Yeah, so we can separately deploy each, and then there's actually a third electric motor, not to get too technically, called an MGU, motor generator unit, which acts as the starter for the ICE engine. You can actually put power into the crank of the ICE engine as well. And then we've got torque vectoring. We're able to deploy front wheel power, which we really mainly use when we're coming out of corner exit on the track, or if we're doing those 0 to 60 acceleration type moves.
So you're literally talking Formula One capabilities.
Yeah, this is an LP, LMP strong hybrid powertrain with torque vectoring, so you're moving torque to the tire surface that can use it.
That is unbelievable, really unbelievable. I was just down working with the World Rally Cars down in New Zealand, and it's very similar. They get the chance to use the boost of the electric motors, but they only get a certain amount on each rally stage, but they can do it instantly. And I guess you're not worried about that. You don't have any parameters, but you can use it from the get-go, and hence that 1.8. You can literally put all wheels out there and all power to the wheels as soon as you want it. But like you said, the torque must be absolutely ridiculous at that point.
It's cool.
It's cool. Yeah, and then the red car, which we're showing inside in kind of the driver's lounge, that car is less so geared at track records and more so at top speed, but also the hypercar records that are 0 to some top speed to 0 again. So 0 to 250 to 0, we'll do that in just about 27 seconds. Just taking the current record and shaving multiple seconds off of it as well.
I mean, do you set out to go and break those because it's such an accolade and people do like to read those stats, or did that just come with the territory of building the ultimate car?
Well, I mean, it's about humans. Who wants a car unless you're going to go out and do something with it and compete? And hypercars are about being hyper competitive.
Yep.
And we're very, very competitive. And we want to create an American performance car brand that, because Lucas and I are both inventors, designers, people that build companies, we want to have this set of tools and create a group of cars, starting with this car, where we can say, hey, this isn't Ford versus Ferrari, this is Czinger versus the world. This is Cleveland Hot Rod Garage meets California Silicon Valley Garage. We created the tools, now we create the cars.
Well, listen, hold it there for a second, guys, because we're going to join Taylor down in Velocity Lane as she gets ready to go for the next group. But hold on with me. Down to you, Taylor. What's going on?
That's right, I'm down here with Group 9, and I just want to show you right here, starting at the front, this is George in our Corvette. What's special about this car? It actually took second at the Le Mans race in 2003. I talked to him today. Obviously, he finished first in yesterday's qualifying race, but what they did today, added some new tires. So hopefully that will allow him to stay up on the top in that pole position. Moving our way down the grid here, we've got this stunning blue sky. It's white and blue. It's beautiful. Our Porsche, he said he made a little bit of shock adjustments. They're ready to master that rainy curve. So hopefully we've got a little Porsche Corvette battle going down. And then moving a little bit further in our third position, we've got Chris in a Corvette, actually really good friends with George at the top. He also had a little bit of trouble, still finished in third. His plan, he's got a different line in turn 7. So he's going to really make that happen. Moving down the line, we've got Juan here. We talked a lot about the sun. Juan loves historic race cars. It's a beautiful day is what we were just talking about. So everybody is excited to see how their cars perform a little bit differently in the sun. So as you can see, I've got these guys lined up. If we keep moving just a little bit further, I've got a little treat for you down here. Past this Porsche. As you can see, I don't know if you know, V8 supercars, Australian fans, anybody tuning in, and the man behind this car, you may know him, Zach Brown. He's ready to put it all out there. And this is actually our only V8 supercar in this grid here, so that'll be interesting to watch. So lots of Porsches, lots of Corvettes, but this one's definitely going to stand out from the crowd. So let's see. Oh, there, my driver's in there. Here we go. Excuse me. Hey there. On the wrong side. How's it going? I saw you earlier today. We've got a lot going on with F1, but now you get a chance to step in this V8 supercar. You were out there yesterday. How much of a difference is it in this vehicle?
Well, I'm on the wrong side of the road, but no, it's good fun. We had a good race yesterday, so hopefully we'll move forward. That's the goal.
Absolutely. And thinking about the different cars in this class, what do you think really makes a difference for you? I mean, obviously you're on a different side of the car, but what does your car have to give for these other ones?
Car's pretty good under braking and through the corners, but it's lacking a little bit of power compared to the GT cars. So it's a bit of a seesaw on the racetrack. So try and get a good start and see where we go.
Absolutely. It's all about that start. Well, thank you so much and have a good race out there.
Thank you.
All right. Well, let's head back up to Johnny. These guys are getting strapped in. I'm getting the whistle now for 3 minutes to go on the grid. If we want to just keep walking down. Oh, there we go. Firing on up. It's going to be quite the race. So, Johnny, why don't you take us through it?
Absolutely, Taylor. Run, for heaven's sake. Don't stay there. Those boys aren't going to hang about. But I've got the Zingers still here with me, and I want to finish off before we go to this race. Guys, we've got people tuning in from Australia, from Great Britain, from around the world. Tell us where they can find you. Tell us if they're really interested where they can look, because I'm sure you've pricked a few people's interest, because a lot of people will never have seen these cars, and I think you've got people chatting.
Absolutely. So we are a California brand. We are a U.S.-based company, but we are international with our sales already. So if you're in the UK, HR Owens. If you're in Germany, Door Group. If you're in Japan, Sky Group. If you're in the Middle East, we're going to have 9 Motors there. If you're in Canada, we've got FAF Auto. Across the U.S., we've got 7 of the best dealers representing us as close partners, as our sales team, as our service team, including Tom O'Gara's group, Tom Price's group, the luxury collection to our left and right. So plenty of opportunity, and there are still a few cars left, so hurry on in.
I was going to say, sounds like you got it all covered. You're going to have to go into bigger production.
Well, not for this car, but for what comes after, likely. I mean, this car, to me, really represents the inflection point between analog design and engineering and the first total system level integrated digital design and engineering, and these are going to be super
Before you go, you just saw Taylor talking us through some of the Group 9 cars. Are there any cars, any normal cars, because you guys have got supercars, but are there any other cars that you've seen out here this weekend that you're like, whoa, was wanted to see one of those?
Oh my gosh, so many. I mean, we love cars from the 60s, like the Corvettes, the Mustangs, the Trans Am cars. There aren't many here, but the Can-Am was always my favorite series. Up on your, when we were coming in, that billboard, as Lucas knows, the W196R, the Mercedes, was always my inspiration. He's seen that car, that along with the SR71 Blackbird, which is the world's fastest manned air-breathing craft. So, very wide range of vehicles. Lucas?
Yeah, I mean, so many cars I'm into, from American Muscle to the Italian cars we have here. I think that gray F40 that I saw, that made my heart stop for a second. On the Ford side, there's a Ford Falcon, a black Ford Falcon. I love that car. I think the history is neat. Really a car that has similar capability to a Mustang, but a lot of people don't quite understand that or know that. So that was a highlight for me to see that car.
Good. Well, thanks for coming in, guys. Best of luck with the cars. I've got the brochures. I will be keeping them and keeping in touch with you guys. Hopefully we'll see you back here next year. Best of luck at the end of next year when you start selling these babies.
Okay.
And there's always room in the... If it doesn't work out, there's always room to talk about it.
We'll be back, and we'll get you in one of these on the track.
That I will
How's
hold
that?
you to.
I promise you...
just fine. You don't have to let me drive it. I'll sit in one.
We'll let you drive it.
There you go.
Cheers.
I'll take it around.
cheers.
Hey, thanks, guys. Really good.
Thanks, John.
Father and son team making Czinger a household name around the world, and we're looking forward to what has been a fantastic exhibition, both on track and off track. And if you're here at the location, please get down. As you can hear, they're two of the friendliest guys you'd ever want to meet, and they've got a fantastic product, so go down and see them. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks. I will. Thank you so much. Right, let's get down. And I agree with what Lucas was saying about the car that Zak Brown's driving. It's such a rarity to see V8s from Australia here in America, because, of course, NASCAR is king here. But we had the V8s at COTA a few years ago, and even had a couple of NASCAR guys try them out. And really, they are very, very impressive. And if you don't know about the V8 Championship in Australia or Bathurst or any of the big races, tune in, take a look on the internet. They're a fantastic race series and have been for many, many years. And of course, the reason why Zak Brown is in that car is that he is currently involved in that championship. So with United Motorsports, so definitely get a chance. There it is, that whole going on the outside there with the mobile colours and the Rockstar paint scheme right behind the Porsche. Like he says, he might lack a little bit of power in that V8 compared to some of the Porsches, but he's right in the thick of it with 10 laps to go. So this is our Group 9, 95 to 2012 IMSA ALMS GT LM GT production cars, and they're roaring into action. We've got Ferraris, Porsches, the odd Corvette. I say odd Corvette, there's certainly nothing odd about a Chevrolet Corvette C5R. George Crass at the wheel. And a couple of Porsche GT3Rs. Matt Johnson out there. And already the field spreading out, but Zak holding his own. I hadn't realised what a good racing driver Zak Brown was, and I don't mean to be rude to him, but we're so used to him managing and being a marketeer, and his company United in the USA obviously spent many years in sponsorship in car racing in America, but of course now as CEO of McLaren, having to run Mr. Lando Norris and Mr. Daniel Ricciardo next weekend at Austin is enough on his plate, but he still has time to race the cars, and I love that fact. So just coming into shot, the number 12 GT3 Cup car from 2012, that's Ransom Webster from Reno, Nevada at the wheel of that. Beautiful paint scheme, and all of these cars absolutely immaculately prepared. Ransom currently in, what, 7th place overall. George Crass is the man that's jumped out into the lead. He had a good run yesterday, and he's doing the same again today. Finished second at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, as you heard from Taylor there. And also a little fun fact, it also helped Chevrolet win the manufacturer team championship in 2003 and 2004 in a LMS insert competition. Finished the 2003 24 Hours of Le Mans in 2nd place. Some beautiful sounds too as they roar on out. Out of turn 12 they come. Zak Brown up to 5th place already. Juan Gonzalez, I've spent quite a lot of time with the man from Mission Foods. He races in SVRA and is a constant factor, as well as running in IGT as well and sponsoring that. So he's a familiar face to me at least, and I'm sure to many in the historic scene. As we take a look at the 43 going through shot there. The GT3 Cup car from 2001, that's Howard Swig. San Francisco in that one. Whoa! Getting a little bit of out of shape there with the 2000 Porsche. In all blue, that's Matt Johnson. He was here last year as well. And I think he may well have been at Sonoma as well. So good to see him pedaling around hard. And of course, this era, 95 to 2012, there's plenty going on in the world, but an interesting time both for racing and for the world. The age where Google begins in 1998, Facebook founded in 2004, and along came the iPhone in 2007. All of this happening while these boys were racing around the circuits. Corvette sounds so good. Matt Johnson's car, incidentally, in 2000, Mid-Ohio, Daytona Sears Point, raced there and also took part in the 24 Hours of Daytona and raced in the inaugural Grand Am Championship in 2000. Out of Pro Technic in Houston, Texas. So it's also a car that was campaigned by Kevin Buckler, of course, who's based down the road. Kevin also a man who has done a lot of historic racing, and he and his team were very much a part of the first inaugural Sonoma race for Velocity Invitational. And I'm sure Kevin will be back here again to race as well. And not here this weekend, I don't think. But his TRG group prepared cars, winners of Daytona and many a race under that name, including Aston Martins and Porsches. As we look at the blue sky, 36 from 2000. Clay Cavari from Tucson, Arizona at the wheel. Currently in what, second place? Excuse me, in third place. And this was an original factory ALMS and Grand Am car restored to period correct participation for the 2024 Hours of Le Mans under Mike Colucci Racing, driven by Court Wagner and Shane Lewis. And did, in fact, do several European Le Mans events, including the Nürburgring, Silverstone, and ran then a full campaign in ALMS in 2000. In 2002, finishing 11th overall at Daytona. And Van Overbeek, one of the drivers of that car. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Overbeek was due to drive here this weekend. There's Zach Brown, still pedaling away in 5th place. He's got a good little battle going on, hasn't he? That's a nice little battle between himself, Juan Gonzalez in 4th, and David Lockwood just behind as they dive into the corkscrew. And it's great to see the Porsches and the V8 supercars on track together like this. Like you said, it's quite a different configuration, not one we're used to seeing on track together, but I love it. And that's all part of Velocity Invitational. Five laps to go then in our Group 9 feature race. And I'll tell you what, I don't know how it sounds across the airwaves, but here, sitting in the middle of the paddock, it sounds absolutely glorious. I'm here right by the start finish in the middle of the paddock, and it's literally a cacophony of sound echoing around the hillside. I get to hear them roar past the main straight, and then I actually see them come through turn 3, where the hospitality, and then they grunt straight out of there, right where we are now. So as they accelerate under the Michelin Bridge, I get another nice big roar from these Porsches. And and then they drift off into the distance. Yeah, Zach was saying, good braking on these holes, nice. There, and I'll tell you what, he's going to put the hurt on as they head uphill. Come on, Zach, put on a show. Up to the top of the Rahal straight, down into the corkscrew one more time. Corkscrew, not advisable, unless you're very brave to make an overtake. But a clean one can be round the outside of Rainey or into 10, potentially. And here's that battle, once again, for P1. And again, it's between those Chevrolets. The number 50 in second place at the moment. It's George Crass. This is a good race, really good race. Pretty equally matched. It's interesting because on my notes, I've got George Crass in the 50 and the 53, so, well, see if I can find out which is which, because this is too good a race. Yeah, it's Chris Hines, actually, in the 53, and then, yeah, there you go. Chris Hines leading in the 53, and then George Crass in the 50. Well, let's get that clear straight from the get-go. Two great cars. And Chris doing a really good job. Is it Martin? Now, I just went quiet because I've got Martin Lauber and Alan Turpins joining me in the commentary booth to enjoy the last couple of laps of our Group 9 feature race. Let me catch you up. We've got an almighty battle here between these Corvettes. Here at the lead, George Crass and Chris Hines. Guys, welcome. Enjoy. What have you got to say? How was your day, first of all?
We're having a fantastic event here. Racing, I myself am racing in Group 5.
Yeah, I saw you.
Yeah,
doing good.
Yeah, we won the qualifying race yesterday, so we'll be starting P1 this afternoon, and then also in the Minis versus Mustangs. My partner Andrew Wade and I managed to finish first in that race as well.
That was so much fun yesterday.
But I'll tell you, I'm envious of the horsepower these guys have out here right now, and the braking, and the handling, and all the other fantastic evolutionary improvements from the cars we're driving to these wonderful machines.
Alan, how's your weekend?
Oh, it's great. You know, Group 5 is such a nice group, especially after these fast guys. Group 5 is the birth of the modern GT cars that we're seeing right now. So all the basic, the suspension geometry, the slick tires, the high horsepower cars are in Group 5, which is great to watch right after these guys.
Well, we've got an almighty battle. Zach Brown from McLaren is doing a real good job in that V8 supercar as he comes into the corkscrew. He's hounding that Porsche as he has been throughout most of the day. And as you can see, I'm joined by Martin Lauber and Alan Tepping. Great to have you guys on board. What do you think, first and foremost, about Velocity Invitational as an event? You guys do a lot of events.
Well, I think right now Velocity is the prime event in the United States for vintage racing. The way they set up the paddock is great, and it's just an amazing show for the public as well.
Yeah, I agree that it's wonderful for the public, and I have to say, as a racer, they haven't lost anything. You know, with the addition of all the amenities for the public, it has not taken away from the racing whatsoever. In fact, the organizer, Jeff O'Neill, he's such a racer. He stepped into our Mini on Friday.
I saw that. I heard that.
And he had never driven one. My co-driver and I were unavailable to qualify the car. We had a prior commitment. He stepped in, never drove one, put the thing on P7. And so he's a true racer. You know, I mean, he loves good wine and good food and a wonderful atmosphere, but he also loves driving. And so he has managed to combine those two passions in a way that benefits all the rest of us.
So it's your fault. You've ruined him.
Yeah.
You see, he thought he had to. The only way he could have fun was in a multi-million-dollar car. But you've just proved that a Mini is just as much fun.
No, but if he wants to, he could go buy 100 of them, and then we could have our own series.
Yeah, we could. Alan, what have you seen this weekend that you've enjoyed or put your eye across and thought, "Ooh, that's nice. I hadn't noticed that before"?
Well, yeah, I'm not driving this weekend, which is a shame, but...
Well, you can have more fun.
Yeah, well, kind of. It's kind of a torture as well. I see my friends all driving and racing and having fun, and I'm like, I could be out there and doing my stuff. But it's also fun just to enjoy and have a sip of wine and
there you go,
chill out.
Well, talking of chilling out, we're about to get to the closing stages of this Group 9 race. This is the final lap, and it's been a cracking battle between the two Corvettes, but it's coming to a close because the number 50 of George Crass about to make it happen. How's the track been to this weekend? Because it's been a bit chilly. Have you had the grip you wanted? Have the tires been up to temp?
Today we will have, because the sun has come out. It's going to help us quite a bit. It's been a little slick Friday and yesterday. So this is great watching these Corvettes. It
is, and it's also great that they're not finishing the way they did back in the days with Borgmeister and the other Corvette team, right?
Look at them; they're not letting up at all.
No.
Yeah.
And look, they're going to be together almost as they cross the line. Out of the last corner they come then. A wonderful race between these two, and it's still going to be nip and tuck at the line. It's getting very close, but just holding off. Crass takes the win, and that was great. And I love to see it from the drone because you could see how he was catching. That was great. Awesome stuff.
That's wonderful. Somebody owes somebody one.
Did a great job, yeah. Somebody owes, somebody a drink, yeah?
Yeah.
No question. Well done to George Crass, though. Now, I've been mentioning the corner that is Wayne Rainey, and of course we've been mentioning the corner that is named after Mario Andretti, and we have both those icons here this weekend. And jokingly, Wayne told me that he was still sweeping his, that's why he comes to the track now. He lives just down the road. But let's head down to Kev Harris, who's with Wayne Rainey.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. How about this? You come to a car show and you find a bike guy. Wayne, thanks ever so much for taking the time to have a chat to us, but what brings you to the Velocity Invitational this year?
Well, it's Laguna Seca. This is where I live in Carmel Valley, which is just over the road. And my good friend here, Gordon McCall, has been prepping his car for about 5 or 6 months for this event. He hasn't raced in 20 years, so I'm out here working on his pit crew.
And you've done a great job because, Gordon, we're going to talk about your car in a second because it is absolutely immaculate. But, Wayne, people are kind of likening this show to Goodwood. It's like a West Coast Goodwood Festival of Speed. But this year, for you, Goodwood was really quite special. Tell us about what went down.
Yeah, Goodwood was pretty special. I was able to race or ride my 1992 World Championship bike again. Kevin Schwantz, Mick Doohan, and Kenny Roberts came to ride with me. Was able to ride it up the hill there. The Duke of Richmond just made me feel very special, and it was a wonderful time, and I'd like to do it here too.
Like to do it again too, the Duke of Richmond. We heard it here first. How about that? Well, listen, the internet blew up around the world when it happened. I'll know that much. But Gordon, I'll come to you now because, as Wayne said here, you've been working on getting this car ready for this weekend, and he's been in your pit crew, and you've done a stellar job. Tell us about the Datsun that we're sat next to.
So Wayne's a heck of a crew chief, I'll tell you. It's been a lot of fun the last few months. As Wayne said, I owned that car 20 years ago and regrettably sold it. There really wasn't a lot of areas to run the car. There weren't a lot of sanctioning bodies that were accepting under 2.5 liter Trans Am cars. And so I got rid of the car, and then all of a sudden, this group started getting popular. People started realizing that the 2.5 cars are pretty cool with a ton of history. And so I bought the car back and put it back in the livery that it was in 50 years ago. It's been a race car its entire life, 9 logbooks. So here it is.
And here it is, and it looks absolutely immaculate, like I said. And we're sat here as well with some more recognizable big block Trans Ams behind us. People wouldn't have realized that Datsuns and even a Volkswagen Beetle there back in the day, and Alfa Romeos further down the line, they were running, 2.5 liters and under in Trans Am.
Correct, and the battle that was going on back in the day was incredible between the BRE Datsun 510 with John Morton driving it and the Alfa Romeo GTV with Horst Queck. Just legendary battles and those two cars are here. And John Morton's here, and Peter Brock, the B in BRE, is here. It's just it's an amazing thread of history of this great form of racing.
And just talk about history for a moment, because we're surrounded by all different types of cars. You've been involved in putting on car shows for a long, long time, Quail obviously, but what do you make of this event? 3rd year that the Velocity Invitationals are running, 2nd time here at Laguna Seca. Just what kind of a job is Jeff O'Neill doing?
Jeff is spot on with this event. There's just no doubt about it. I was really privileged to go with Wayne back to Goodwood, and the Duke of Richmond has a singular vision. That's very similar to what Jeff O'Neill's mindset is, a singular vision for having something that isn't just about racing. It's more than that, and that's what brings families out. That's what brings spouses and better halves out. There's more going on here than just what's happening on the track. And, personally, I couldn't be more thrilled with what he's doing, and Jeff's got a lot of support from a lot of people, including myself. We want to see this event flourish. Yeah.
And Wayne, I'll just ask you about the event as well, and likening it to Goodwood and other events you've been to. How do you see this one shaping up in its 3rd year of being?
Yeah, it's a wonderful event to attend. I've seen Mario Andretti here, Mika Hakkinen. They're driving their F1 cars. You see the Hypercars here. As Gordon says, these Datsuns that raced 50 years ago, and seeing the guys that designed them like Peter Brock. But you see the real spirit of racing here, and seeing all the different drivers with all racing Mustangs and old Porsches and stuff. I mean, they want to go fast, they want to do a good job, and they're all, ready to go race. So, I mean, that's what's cool about racing bikes and cars, is that it's all the same.
It's all the same. That's one thing that struck me, actually, and it doesn't matter whether you're someone like me who might get a track day and a few laps with a hot driver who takes you out and teaches you how to do it. I'm going to get out grinning ear to ear. But yesterday, I saw Pato O'Ward get out grinning ear to ear. I saw Tanner Faust on his Instagram saying he's ticking a bucket list driving that Senna car. Mario Andretti got out. He's beaming from ear to ear. Doesn't matter what level you race at, the sensation when you get off the bike or get out the car is the same.
Yeah, it's a real thrill. I've worked with Gordon here and some of the other drivers, and everybody, each time they get on the track, they want to be able to go out there and do a little bit better than they did the time before. And here at Laguna Seca, it gives you that opportunity. I think there's 50 cars in Gordo's race, so you can't make a mistake, but yet you still want to be the fastest guy. So it's a ton of fun to watch. It's a great event.
Wayne, thanks ever so much for talking to us. Gordo, fantastic. Once again, great job on this car. And I know you've just got back from racing it and you really enjoyed it, and you kept it clean. No dings, no dents.
Brought it home.
Brought it home. Lovely. How about that, Johnny? What another moment down here at the Velocity Invitational. Let's go racing. Let's see what's on track with you.
Thanks, great stuff as always, Kevin. Always nice to talk to Wayne Rainey, a legend on two wheels. I remember his era so well. I commentated a lot of his races, and I was privileged enough to work with him in Moto America, which is going from strength to strength, I may add. I just want to bring Steve Smith in here for a moment, because he's been racing today in a rather unique Beetle. Is that right?
1965 VW Bug. It's always.
It was kind of the odd one out, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of one of the only ones you'll ever see vintage racing.
What was the story? Why did you enter, and what's the story behind the car?
So the Trans Am U2 and 2.5 Challenge guys reached out to me back in April to kind of come join their group, because apparently two guys raced Beetles in the '69 season of Trans Am.
Oh, okay.
And they heard about this weirdo racing one up in Portland, and they're like, "Oh, we'd love to have that car. Will you come join us?" And I was like, "Yeah, that'd be kind of fun."
That's a fun phone call to get.
Yeah. So
how was it then?
Oh God, I came in April, and the whole weekend was an absolute disaster. I blew the engine. The alternator died, the battery died. It was the experience of the race itself was amazing, but the car was just a disaster. So they were like, well, we've got another race at Laguna Seca coming up in October at the Velocity Invitational, you know, come down again for that. And I'm like, okay, that sounds good. So I got my backup motor, put that in, and ran the Portland Historics back home, and then kind of left the car alone until I got here. And it's amazing. I mean, Laguna Seca is one-of-a-kind track, and I was here at the 2011 Historics racing that car, and that's what's cool about that car. It's the first and only Beetle at the Monterey Historics as well. So it's kind of a special little car, special to me.
Yeah, and you enjoyed this weekend?
Oh, so much fun. I mean, I'm going to do Velocity next year without a doubt.
Good.
So,
well, listen, thanks for coming in. We're about to turn our attention to Formula One. I've got a single-seater driver expert alongside you. This is Benjamin Peterson. I'm going to bring Sam Smith in. We're going to go from Steve Smith to Sam Smith. So thanks for coming in. We'll talk to you again when you come back.
Yeah, no worries.
But I'm glad you've enjoyed it, and it's nice to find out why you were here. Because I kept looking and going, well, that's a bit odd.
Yeah, it's always a bit odd. It's a Beetle.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Well, now we turn our attention to what has been one of the highlights of the weekend, without a doubt. And, of course, it is McLaren Formula One. I've got Benjamin Peterson in here once again, and the reason I've dragged him in because he's really here to do rally, but I know that he's kind of looking envious at these cars because obviously these are the elite of Formula One, and there's so much history. Benjamin, your good buddy Paddock O'Ward is out there, or your rival, I should say. You race for AJ Foyt, he races for our McLaren. He was up here talking to us, and he was grinning ear to ear, and I'm sure you are too from your rally experience today. But what are your thoughts on what you're looking at here?
I mean, I want to take my headset off right now and just listen to the
to
car.
it, yeah.
It sounds so good. No, I spoke to Pato earlier today. He showed me the famous Senna car he was driving, and it's so simple. Like, looking at just the beauty of how simple it is, it's pretty breathtaking. And
there is Pato.
Yeah, he's getting ready to hop in the car, but just really excited for him. I mean, what a special thing to be able to drive that car around here. Me, on the other hand, I drove a Pikes Peak hill climb car today, which was a bit different from what I've ever tried around here. But no, it was super, super fun. And just looking at the screens here, I mean, it's just a beautiful car on track right now.
Well, I'm going to bring a fellow journalist in as well, Sam Smith. Meet Benjamin.
Nice to meet you.
He's
How you
going
doing?
to be tearing up at IndyCar next year, and I wanted him to join us for these very special moments of what has been definitely the spectacle of the weekend, to see these Formula One cars that Zach's brought out and enjoy it. But Sam, what's your take on the weekend?
Oh, God, it's been fantastic. One of the best parts about it has been seeing these cars run, right? And seeing them run not just at a walking pace. You know, So I was at Road and Track for about 8 years, and while I was there, I was lucky enough to test an ex-Alonso McLaren F1 car. And one of the things that I came away with is just how much they are spaceships, right? They are deeply complex. They take a crew of people to run. They're just massively complicated, wonderful little jewels, and every single piece of the car is FEA'd and kind of designed and burrowed down to its absolute best. And then you get in it, and there is an otherworldly component to driving it. It's a remarkable thing, and it's a remarkable thing to be able to see these running here.
We're looking at Charlie Nürburg, who's got actually a land speed record under his belt.
400 miles an hour,
I know,
right?
is that ridiculous or
Yeah.
what?
Wow.
Yeah. And he's getting up there in age, and I was surprised to see him in this modern car. This is a car that Jenson Button and Checo Perez drove back in the day, and it wasn't the most successful of McLaren's, but it sounds just absolutely awesome. And I wanted to bring a single-seater expert in Benjamin here just to talk us through. I mean, just give us an idea. I mean, your IndyCar team, how many, for example, are working on your car of an IndyCar day?
I think we're about 6 to 7 guys per car, but I mean, I was in the pit lane earlier today just for a show car like today for these F1 cars. That's quite the crew just to run them. But I mean, yeah, it's a lot of people that go into running cars like these. It's not just a plug it in and go kind of car. But yeah, they're pretty breathtaking.
growing up in Denmark, when you first heard of Formula One, because I know growing up as a European, you must have been a fan. What was your sort of first inklings of Formula One?
You know, it's my first taste of F1 that I saw as growing up as a kid. In person would have been kind of the, this car that we're watching right now, but like kind of the V8 era.
Okay.
Even the car Mario was driving earlier, that was my first impression of F1 in person. So they just sound so good.
Yeah, I know. We long for the V10 days, I think.
Absolutely.
I had a chance yesterday to talk to Indy Lal, the head of McLaren F1's Heritage Program. They travel around, they bring these cars in, they run them for certain very fortunate individuals who have, have the means to make it happen. And I was asking him, because one of the great things about these cars is the load that they put on you and how much skill it takes to drive them at the limit. And he was saying that, especially with a blown diffuser car like this, a lot of it is teaching the drivers and the owners how to work up to simply get the car going fast enough to where it works, right? The way the aerodynamics work on any F1 car requires a certain amount of commitment and speed in the corner, but the blown diffuser cars especially, they are not producing max downforce until they are right at the absolute limit. And he said it's been really interesting watching everyone work up to it and talking with the guys who own the cars. And Charlie in particular is an excellent driver, but watching those guys get up to it, he said it was interesting watching their eyes open and just kind of having them slowly realize just what the cars are capable of. It's remarkable.
And Benjamin, give us an idea. We're looking at this F1 Le Mans car here. Once you get to this level of cars, the precision and the technology involved in these high-end cars, you're about to do a full season with AJ Foyt Racing, and that's going to take you to the next level, and I'm so excited for you. But, it really is next level, and it just give the audience a little insight into what it's like to be racing at the top level.
Yeah, well, firstly, I want to give an appreciation out to the guys driving the F1 cars today for the fact that there's no tire warmers on the car. Right. I saw that earlier. That is pretty, it's insane, I would say. But, they stayed on track and letting the tires build heat. But in F1, they use tire warmers all the time. So that would be tricky to have that caliber car with no tire warmers here, for sure. But these cars that perform at such a high level, same thing with the Indy car, it's they do everything so well. So to be at the absolute limit, you really have to be at a high commitment level for sure. But when it does everything so well, when you make changes on the car, it's like these very little minute things that you can feel is making a difference, because they're just so precise to start with. But when you really start to push them, everything kind of starts to slow down, and now you feel bigger changes taking effect as well, and they're so fun to drive.
Yeah, that's the one thing. I was lucky enough to go in a two-seater Minardi with Damon Hill once at Donington Park, and it was wet, and I didn't think anything of it. I knew Damon pretty well, and it was a chance of a lifetime. I had a medical, I did all the rest of it. But he talked to me afterwards, and he said he was, in his words, scared shitless. And I said, Damon, don't, you can't lose language on an interview like that. And he said, no, I was worried for you. He said, because you were behind me. And he said, these cars don't run very well and stable at slow conditions. And he said, I couldn't get the tires up to temperature because it was wet. I was worried about going too fast because of slipping and going off the track, and your legs around mine in the Minardi the way it was, I'd have broken your leg immediately. And I was like, I'm glad you didn't tell me any of this before we went out. But it's a really good point. These cars really only perform at speed. You can't drive them slowly. It's dangerous to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. On the topic of feet, it was funny earlier today in the Pikes Peak car. I brought Steve Rimmer, the owner of DirtFish, who brought all the cars down for a ride in my car, and his leg was right up alongside the gearbox. So when we were in the corner, sometimes it would hit the side of the gearbox where it was just so hot, and he didn't want to think that he was scared of the driving. He was just burning his leg on the side of the transmission. So he told me afterwards, like, just for the record, I wasn't scared. I was just burning my leg on the gearbox. So that was pretty funny. But yeah, they're just breathtaking cars around here.
That's been one of the really neat things, watching America kind of wake up to Formula One in the wake of the Netflix show, right? You know, it turned on so many people to the intricacies of the sport, not just how it works and how the people work, but what the cars require to drive hard. But there are so many little interesting trivia bits, right? You know, the fact that the engines literally will not turn over until they are warm. So they are plugged into oil and coolant carts the night before or several hours before to get them hot enough simply so they can turn, because the clearances are that tight. Every little bit of these things is so alien to the American audience that, you know, there's just so much interesting to learn about it. It's fantastic.
Yeah, a week away from Austin, I think you're right. The Netflix show has, without a doubt, blown up Formula One in this country. And to have accolades like Mario Andretti driving, just a footnote, as a journalist, you've got to have loved seeing that this weekend and seeing Mario doing that this weekend.
Yeah, there was something about it, right? You know, we have, America in particular, we have so few household name Formula One drivers. Mario, Phil Hill, you know, and really Mario was at the peak of it, right? My grandmother knew who Mario Andretti was, and she barely knew what a car was. You know, it's, on a certain level, when you see that guy there, and he was not going slow, he was on it. It was just this life-affirming moment to watch him strap into the thing, and I was in the garage before it happened, and I saw the look on his face. He was talking to Zach Brown and Bruce Canepa, and I watched both of them standing there. And every so often, he'd sneak a look at the car and just kind of smile like a little kid. And it was Mario. The guy's a titan. And when you see somebody like that getting excited, you know it's pretty special.
Yeah, no kidding. How about this car? I don't know how much you know about it, but I was always impressed because growing up in England, watching McLaren be so successful in Formula One, I actually thought Ron Dennis was kind of losing it a little bit to go and suddenly say, well, I think I'll build a sports car to take on Ferrari and go to Le Mans. And I don't mean that rudely to him, because I had so much admiration for what they do at Woking, and I've been there and I've interviewed Ron, and I saw all the cars out there on display and their accolades of history, the trophies. But I just thought, come on, this is a bit of a stretch to go and build your own production car when it's being done so well by the Italians and the Germans. And yet, that was a real step to go to Le Mans. It was almost Ford versus Ferrari-like, the way they did it.
It's such a remarkable program, right? You know, I've met many of the people who worked on that car, some of whom are still in Woking, right? Still at McLaren. Yeah. And it was this weird little skunk works that came together around that car. Several years ago, I was lucky enough to test one of the BMW factory cars, an F1 GTR, and talking to the people in the program, one of the really interesting things they said was that, you know, the race car program was almost an accident. They didn't want to do it. They didn't want to put it together. Gordon didn't design the car to be a racing car. It was a road car first and foremost, and so there are all these things they had to get around to make the car work.
But I'm going to pause you there. I want you to finish that story because Taylor's about to talk to Charlie, who's just got out of the car brimming from ear to ear. So how do you, Taylor?
I am down here on the pit lane. Charles, you just hopped out of that car. You've ridden everything from Ferraris and Le Mans race to IndyCar. How did this compare?
Well, it's a real privilege to get to drive a car like this, and it's otherworldly in a way. You know, Lewis Hamilton won the Chinese Grand Prix with this car, and Jenson Button was second at India with this car. So two British world champions, you know, were on the, you know, it's a real privilege, and I cherish every minute of it. And you know, these guys do such a great job, and I appreciate Jeff and Velocity giving us a chance to run them.
Absolutely, and I can tell you're just grinning from ear to ear. That smile's going to last you for a while, but you are no stranger to speed, obviously, with setting those records, speed records. How did this compare as well?
Well, it's a very different experience, but it's, you know, I mean, setting that 414 FIA record for the fastest normally aspirated car in history was fantastic, but getting to drive something with the history of this car and with the speed of this car is really special, and I'm very grateful to be able to do it. So.
Well, wonderful. You were great out there on the track, and happy to have you here at Velocity Invitational.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, Velocity's great, and appreciate people coming out and supporting it. So anyway, cheers.
We're all smiles down here. Johnny, back to you.
Yeah, I think it's somewhat appropriate there's a sign behind him that says life is better, because it is. It just got better for Charlie Nierberg. Look at that grin. He's up there in his age a little bit, but he was like a little 15-year-old, wasn't he?
was pretty great to see, right? Especially a guy, we were talking earlier, he was in the garage walking around his Formula One car wearing his Bonneville 400-mile-an-hour hat, which is kind of the life to live. If you're going to pick a life to lead, that's pretty great.
Well, he's not going to be frightened of the speed, that's for sure. Why I wanted you to come in and join us for this, Benjamin, is that none of us, Sam, myself, we're never going to experience the kind of speeds that you're going to experience at the 500 next year. You said something that a lot of drivers say. When you get up to speed, things slow down. Explain that, because a lot of people may not understand what you mean. I do, because I've spoken to a lot of drivers.
Right.
But just explain that.
You get to this point where, you've done so many laps, whether it's preseason testing or a lot of testing in the car throughout the season, where you just get super comfortable with what's going on. You don't have to process, I need to shift at this point, at that point. So you get in this zen almost where you're doing everything you used to have to think a lot about, but now you don't have to think about it, and now you're just in this zone where everything's just clicking. You're hitting your marks. You start to notice things you would never have noticed when you weren't at that experience level earlier in your career, and that when you get to that point, it's just so magical. You notice what the wind sounds like. You notice what the car is doing. You notice little things from the track you've never noticed before, and that just comes with experience. But back to Charlie getting out of the car with how happy he was. I know that exact feeling, and I know he will go to bed tonight, close his eyes, and just process this week and how much he enjoyed it. And I know tomorrow he will be thinking, when can we go again?
Yeah.
That's the feeling.
What you just said, I was very privileged to talk to Jack Villeneuve in his Formula One days, and we were at Hockenheim, and I said the same sort of thing. Explain what it's like to me. And he said, well, here's the best example I can give you. He said, by what I mean by things slowing down. He said, I went out into I'm going in a Formula One race, and I'm in the Williams, and I'm going at 190 miles an hour. And he said, I smelt grass, and then I smelt oil, and then I smelt metal, and then an instant later I passed the crash.
You're right.
And I got it. Because that is how heightened your senses are when everything slows down. And as we coming here would naturally, drive our hire car here and don't even think about it. We're talking on the phone, we're listening on the radio, and It becomes, like you say, second nature. But it's that heightened senses that really amazes me, is that you really kind of, the brain is doing things that we don't get to do on a normal level.
And I would say when we're talking about that zen, when you're in the zone, everything slows down. Another great way of describing is when you're on a lap like that, you don't think about anything during that lap from a driving position. No thought goes through your head. Everything is just purely feeling.
Which is quite relaxing, I would have thought.
It's a very enjoyable experience. So me personally, I feel like I always drive my best when I don't think about anything. Everything is just based on feeling. But it's just such an amazing feeling.
Great to talk to him, isn't it? I love getting into the heads of racing drivers when they're not at a race weekend, because it gives them chance to talk and tell us a little bit about what is an amazing career.
And I love how it transcends eras, right? Sterling Moss used to talk about going around Goodwood and being able to watch guys on the sidelines reading newspapers and seeing the headlines on the pages as they turn the paper. And
or waving at the dolly birds at Monaco.
Right, and what's so fascinating about Indy is that the speeds are so high, but all the way back to the beginning of that race, everyone looks at it the same way. They talk about the winds coming through the grandstands. They talk about tiny changes in weather. And the fact that you guys can get to the point where you're, in qualifying, going around at 220 miles an hour and thinking about nothing but what you need to be doing next, not what you're doing then, is remarkable. It's one of my favorite parts of the sport, is that everybody on some level gets into flow state and thinks about it, right?
It's when you get to that level and you're able to focus like that, and when you're competing against guys where everyone is at that level and it's so tight in the times, it's what makes the sport so special. If it wasn't so competitive, there would be no drive. So I remember qualifying here this year, and it was top 5 was separated within 0.2 of a second.
Right.
So it's the car makes a big difference. Your driving definitely makes a big difference. Being on your absolute A game with being in the zone when it comes time to putting a lap together for qualifying, It's just really, really cool.
Is it hard, therefore, to come down on a Monday after that adrenaline, after that fight or flight mode where your brain is literally on top C? Because that's another side of it. You know, what do you do after racing? What do you do when you get back to normal life and, you know, you deal with the everyday rubbish that everybody deals with? But you know, you've been at such a heightened level over a weekend for 4 days where the input is, you're almost a machine, let's face it, for that weekend. Is it hard to become a human again?
I would say it comes with experience, right? But when you go into a race weekend, let's say it's Monday coming up to a race weekend, you're mentally prepared for the fact that you're going to come to the racetrack usually on a Thursday, you're going to have practice Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then by the time, you know, the races happen on Sunday, you're mentally prepared already the week before for the fact that then the race weekend's over, right? So usually right after the Sunday race, things, you don't have any urge for the next session because you know mentally, okay, the race weekend's now over. So usually it's pretty relaxing right after that. You'll come home, Monday goes by, and then you get the urge again. Then it's back to training, it's back to being on the sim, and honestly just looking forward to the next race weekend. So it's no, mentally you're prepared for what I kind of just explained.
Well, listen, Benjamin Peterson, it's been absolutely delightful. I'm so happy for you. I followed your career since you came over. You're sponsored by DirtFish, and that's why you were doing the rallying. You're racing for AJ Foyt. Do you know your number yet?
It will come out soon.
What was your number in Indy Lights?
24.
Okay. All right. Well, watch this space, folks. Where can they find you? I want people to follow you this year.
Yeah, you know, my personal Instagram, Benjamin Peterson 24. Yeah, you'll have access to all my social media content through there. So yeah, really appreciate it.
Congratulations in Indy Lights. Make it happen in IndyCar. Well done, my friend, and best of luck to you.
Thanks, Jonathan.
You've been listening to Benjamin Peterson, who will be doing a full season with AJ Foyt Racing, and that in itself, what an accolade. Stay with us, Sam, if you can. What an accolade to be racing with a pro like AJ Foyt, one of the greatest of all time. We've been talking about Mario. You know, I mean, to be hanging out with AJ at a race weekend must be pretty nice. Sam, tell us about your thoughts on the weekend. We're about to watch IMSA roll into action, 72 to 77. Are you an IMSA man?
One of the things I love about Laguna is just how much it works for all variety of cars, right? You know, IMSA cars in particular, the cars in this Group 5 feature race, you have a lot of different platforms, you have a lot of different drivetrains, and yet they all have strengths. You know, Laguna is a fast track in places, it is a slow track in places. There are places where it's easy to pass, places where it's difficult to pass. But one way or the other, across the course of a lap, it ends up kind of being an equalizer. And what I think is so great about this particular era of motorsport in general is that you can watch from trackside and see how the cars work differently. The front engine BMWs turn in differently than the Porsches do, turn in differently than the Corvettes do, and they all have to work differently with the power and the amount of grip they had, and everybody has strengths and weaknesses. And if you really watch it, it's obvious. If you really watch it, you can see it happening in real time.
Well, we're making our graphics department an easy life because we're bringing in another Smith, Peter Smith this time. It's been the Smiths for the last hour.
More than a few of us.
Yes, my mum's maiden name is Smith, so I'm with you guys.
All right.
Peter, welcome.
Thank you.
How's your weekend been?
Fabulous.
What have you been up to?
Racing the car and...
well, what car were you racing?
I have a 1958 Austin Healey Bug-Eye Sprite.
Awesome. I saw you out this morning. Well done.
Thank you.
You got a bit of coverage?
Oh, good. Yeah, no, it started every session and it finished every session, and it's going to go home in one piece. So that's a good weekend.
That's a good day at a historic race. How do you like Velocity Invitational?
Oh, it's fantastic. So it's a beautiful pace, lots of fabulous cars, friendly participants. The weather has been mixed, but it's been good. A little cold and foggy the first couple of days, but you know, that's Laguna Seca, so it's been great.
Well, I'm going to throw you straight into the maelstrom of Group 5. What's your IMSA knowledge or love or hate?
I don't know a great deal about IMSA. I have a buddy who's a big IMSA fan, but I see that's a Corvette. It looks like a mid-70s Corvette with a big motor, a lot different than my car.
It's a 1976 Greenwood Corvette. And it is a doozy, isn't it? Lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. But yeah, we've got cars here in Group 5 from 1972 to 1977. As Sam was saying, you know, once you get close inspection, these cars are so different, and they turn in differently, and they act differently, and not dissimilar to the cars you were racing against today. Everything's different, and yet you all do the same thing in a different way. That's the best way to describe it, really.
Yeah, these cars will accelerate a lot more than my car will. And that's the difference, and I think you'll see this in this race, even between the Corvettes and the Porsches. The Porsches are more a momentum car like mine. They have to keep the momentum going and try not to brake as much as the Corvette, which will need to brake and then jam on the gas and get going. So you'll see the variations in the speed, and that'll determine who gets ahead and who can stay ahead.
And this is also what's so great about this era is that this was a time when, you know, certain manufacturers, different manufacturers had different approaches to how suspension should work. You know, Sam Posey once told me that the BMW 3.0 CSL and 3.5 CSL, they were designed to effectively work for Hans Stuck, who liked to drive sideways. He was a fast factory driver. He knew how to work the car, and he basically drove through the side windows. And when you drive the thing, when you know, I had a chance to test one a couple of years ago, and what was remarkable about it was just how much that felt true. It didn't matter what you wanted the car to do, it was going to do that. And you know, an RSR is the same way, a Datsun Z car is the same way. They all have what they like and what they want. And the guys who were very, very good in period, just like many of the historic drivers today, know how to give them what they want. And it's such a remarkable thing to see, because again, you can watch it trackside and see the cars moving.
Yeah, no kidding. That's a competitor, Peter. How's it been as an experience? I mean, you must do a lot of historics. Have Ryan Turry and Jeffrey O'Neill got it right?
I think so. We had the drivers meeting the other day, and you know, the attitude is go out there and have fun, be respectful for the other cars, and I think you've seen that this weekend. There's been good behavior from the competitors, but there's been fun racing. There's some fun racing in my group. And I think that's the recipe for success.
Yeah, and I think on behalf of the mere mortals, those that don't get to do and drive these fantastic exotic cars, I think you really can learn a lot here. The drivers are approachable, the people who are purveying the cars are approachable, and even the likes of a Mario and a Mika, a Paddock who came up and sat with us. We just had Benjamin Pedersen, an IndyCar driver. You know, these guys are approachable, and it's a weekend where they enjoy it. I mean, Paddock said to me, you know, these are the weekends I enjoy as a racing driver because I can be myself. I don't have to worry what I'm saying and how I'm coming across to the media or what my team manager or sponsors want me to say. And that's great for them because it allows us to enjoy them and them to enjoy motor racing.
And Paddock's so great. You know, he was actually sick before he got here. He popped a bunch of medicine. He so badly wanted to be here and do this. Because, again, even for him, for, you know, a modern, current IndyCar driver, getting to have seat time in some of these McLaren Formula 1 cars is a dream. And, you know, he said this much. But he popped a bunch of meds, got on a plane, and got here. And he, because it matters to him. And not all pro drivers are like that. And when you meet the ones who love the history and love the cars, they fit right in with this sort of thing.
Well, you're looking at that 54 of Charles Christensen in that Porsche. He's currently in 10th position. Chet Taylor leading the way in the 155. Porsche 911 from IMSA, that's from 1974. And Chandler Briscoe chasing him down in the 55, a BMW 3.5 CSL. So have a look at the list, Peter. See if there's any you fancy or...
Well, I see Ranson Webster in a 1973 911. He ran a Porsche in my group, I think.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. He's very fast. So I'll keep an eye on him.
It's interesting, you know, we see these two 911s going up the hill, and it's interesting, too, because what we have here is a little bit of a cross-section of a pretty healthy evolutionary era in the IMSA racing. You know, there are narrow-body 911s, there are wide-body 911s, there are Group 2 and Group 4 BMWs. As the era went on, manufacturers and teams were playing with what worked better. And some of that, in some cases, it was more tire, it was more aero. In some cases, it didn't work. And you can see that in how the cars go through the corners and how the drivers work them. This particular BMW has the later body kit on it, the big long wing, the bigger fenders than the earlier CSLs. And it is noticeably different, and it drives slightly different from the earlier cars. It's a neat cross-section.
Yeah, and it's interesting, you know, we've got a good cross-section of IMSA cars from the mid-70s, but it was still, at that point, dominated. We've got those Chevrolet Corvettes out there, but really you're looking at the Japanese and the European manufacturers totally dominated in this era.
And I see one British car on the list here, a TR8, which is...
Well, you've got a Ford Capri, if that counts.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
Yeah, Zach Brown's out there in a Ford Capri.
What's the engine in that Capri? Is it the V8 or is it a 6?
That I don't know. You've got to... I'll riddle me. Carry on talking.
All right.
I'll find out.
So
I'll ask Eric.
The TR8, is that a Group 44 car?
It is a 3-liter 6. I'm Julian
Okay.
Ford. There you go. That was Roger, not Eric. Oh, we got some passing. Now we've also got a car slowing. That's not good. Let's hope he's okay. So Group 5 in full sway here. The 911 from 1970, that full orange with Ross Merrill at the wheel. He's from Salinas, just down the road.
I do get so lost up in the evolution of 911s, right? You know, on the one hand, you have this tiny sports car that evolved in so many different ways for so many different series, and through the years, you know, the fact that the doors and the windows are really all of that remained unchanged. You know, here we have narrow body stuff going out the corkscrew, down into turn 9. You know, all of them are fundamentally underneath the same car, but they are so drastically different in how they make their power and how they work on a racetrack. And at the end of the day, they're all still 911s, which means they carry most of their mass in the back. They want to enter a corner with the taillights first. They spend a lot of time moving around in the hands of people who are really good at the wheel. It's great stuff to watch.
And I can't think of a manufacturer that came out with a car that has been not bulletproof, but damn near in everywhere it's gone, from every kind of racing, from endurance racing to sprint racing. You talk to drivers, and every time I talk to a Porsche driver, I say, what is it about the 911? And you know, the obvious thing is, like you say, the weight in the back, but there's more to it than that, and they've refined it year on year of Porsche, and it's one of those success stories that I don't think will be easy to repeat, let's say in the next 30 years, because it's just one of those cars that is instantly recognizable from the 356 all the way to the current GT3 car, and beyond, to some of these hypercars even from Gunther Works that we saw. You know, it really is so distinctive, and very few marques have been able to pull that off.
It's interesting, too, because, you know, when you really start digging into how the company works and how its history has worked, so much of it initially was driven by timing and a lack of funding. But, you know, everybody looks at the 911 and thinks, okay, well, you know, over the course of 50 years, it evolved. But it was a careful evolution. Some of it was driven by what they needed to do and wanted to do, and some of it was driven by what they had to do, what they did or didn't have the money to do. Because for so long, it was a small family company. And it's such a great story because it is equal parts underdog and overdog, equal parts family story and corporation, and with all of these twists and turns inside of it. And in the end, you have this one distinctive shape and this silhouette that carries through all of it, and a philosophy which is ultimately that you just keep trying and you just keep poking at it until you get it right. And they clearly did.
Oh, no question about it. And, you know, if you look at marques like Mercedes have got a different way of doing it. They've got such a cross-section of different cars for different markets and different kinds of drivers, whereas Porsche have concentrated so much. They're branching out now, but that 911, you know, wherever you want to talk about it, it's like, oh, yeah, I know what that is. Peter, what would you like to have driven today besides the little Sprite that you did?
Well, there were a couple of cars in my run group that I would love to drive. There was a 250 GTO, there were some 250 short wheelbases, and there were some Alfa Romeo TZs. Any one of those cars would be wonderful to drive. But again, I'm just happy to be out here in my little bug eye on the track with those cars and get to see them slide through the corners real close and personal, and it's a lot of fun.
I've been asking. Go ahead, Sam.
No, I was just saying, you talked earlier about the choices Jeff and his team have made to assemble this event, and you mentioned the GTO. That's the car that Jeff shares. It's owned by a friend of his. He gets to drive it, which, in the big scheme of things, is an awful privilege. It's been fantastic, but it was sitting out like everything else underneath those tents earlier. And I walked by right before lunch this morning, and I did a double take because there were two little boys, probably about 7 or 8 years old, sitting in it, and they were just grinning ear to ear. And then their father came over and someone helped them open the door, and when they got out, 2 other kids were shuffled into a 250 GTO, which is a healthy double-digit millions of car, and it was there to be shared. And one of the things that one of the instructions Jeff had given was that the car should be shared with people who came up. So there were families coming up, and the minder who was standing next to the car was letting kids get in and out of it, and you don't see that anywhere else. It's a neat choice because ultimately this event really does care about spectators, and that matters, because if you can't share these stories going forward, why do they exist?
Exactly. I love that sentiment. And I want to ask a question of both of you that I've asked almost everybody that's been in here. Where did you catch the bug? When did you catch the bug, and why?
I must have caught the bug when I was very little, and we were on a summer vacation, and my dad let us go into go-karts. And I had to drive something from then on. I must have been 7 or 8. And then my parents are both from the UK, and I used to get shipped over there summers. And I got the bug for British cars when I went over there because they were so different from the cars that we saw growing up. And so I bought a British car when I graduated from school, and as I advanced, a friend of mine put me in a racing school, and the next thing I knew, I was buying a racing car and restoring it, and here I am.
And Sam, how about you?
I grew up around a British sports car restoration shop that my father opened a little later in my life, but when I was little, he had a series of MGs, one of which was an MGTC, and I have this vivid memory of being about 6 years old, and we went for a ride in the car. I think we were going to get lunch or coffee or something, and T-Series MGs have an ash frame with hand-hammered panels over them, and I was sitting on the left side because the car's right-hand drive, and we went around a right-hand corner, and because, when a T-Series MG gets a little old, the wood starts to flex, the body flexes, maybe the door latches get loose. We went around this right-hand corner, the door opened, car didn't have seat belts, and I nearly fell out of the car at about 30 miles an hour, and my dad reached over and grabbed me by the shirt, and so I vividly remember hanging out into traffic through an MGTC with the door open, going through an intersection with my dad's hand, and all I sat there thinking was, this is amazing, and I want more, and I'm going to die, and it's great. Just didn't stop.
That's a good story.
It's a very good story.
Listen, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. Chet Taylor still leading on the final lap here in our Group 5 feature race. The sun has come out, but it's going down at the same time, but it's a beautiful evening coming into one. As we look at the 155 of Chet Taylor leading the way in, of course, what? A Porsche. Yes, absolutely. But a 911 IMSA from 1974 as we look at the years of 72 to 77 in IMSA. Somewhat apropos, since we've spoken quite a lot about the Porsche, that it should come home first this afternoon, followed by the BMW CSL. And I have to say, that BMW CSL was also a car that, growing up, started me getting excited about racing, and that's again a rare silhouette of BMWs. I absolutely love the 70s shape of the BMW.
Yeah, there's something about that whole period of the company's history, and you hit my other button, which is 2002s and CSLs. Yeah. I grew up with those, club raced those, well, probably 2002s, and there is this whole, you talk about Porsche being a family, but BMW in particular, the CSL came out of an era when they did not have a lot of money. Over here, they basically ran a handful of cars, shipped over a handful of Germans to Alabama, put them in a warehouse, and ran them around the country, and at a time when people still thought those letters meant British Motor Works, and there is just this delicate and wonderful innocence about the cars from that period, and they did wonderful things with relatively simple engineering. It's such a neat story.
And to be fair, the likes of David Hobbs, Brian Redmond also took it to the next level in those cars, because then that really brought them home, because they just ragged those cars and made them so popular in the racing terms as well. And so, as they say, the rest is history. Well, I'm so glad you two have enjoyed your weekend as much as I have. As we see Chet Taylor take the winner, checkered flag, in his 74 Porsche in our IMSA Group 5. We've got the mini race coming up, and we're looking forward to what has been a great weekend of racing, no doubt about it. My thanks to both of you coming in, and thank you. We'll see you again, I'm sure.
Right.
Keep that bug eye going.
I will. It's been a pleasure.
Sam,
Thank you.
Stay with us. We're going to talk a little bit more, but thank you, sir, for coming in. And we're going to take a short break. But before we do, with cyber attacks on the rise, a weakness in one area of your business can be a risk for all. Crowdstrike's cybersecurity platform wins in the race to protect your valuable data. By harnessing the speed and power of the cloud, Crowdstrike's cloud-native Falcon platform protects and defends your organization to identify and stop the most sophisticated cyber attacks. Gain the peace of mind to focus on your business momentum, not what's trying to stop it. That's protection that powers you. To learn more and to try CrowdStrike Falcon free today, visit crowdstrike.com. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back from Laguna Seca after this. Welcome back, everybody. A beautiful evening about to unfold here at the famous Corkscrew as part of course, the Laguna Seca Raceway, built in 1957 and rolling still in 2022. A magnificent venue for an event like this, and Velocity Invitational has, in my opinion, knocked it out the park as we get ready for some more demo laps from some of our supercars. And I've got two super people with me who have also brought their supercar from Denmark, no less. But Pushkar Gadambe and Alberto Solera. I think I've got my pronunciations close. Let's talk to you guys because you've been right by me throughout most of the weekend, but I've been particularly keeping a close eye on that blue car that's been hooting around the track at great speed for Zenvo. But as these cars go out, let's talk about, was that you driving it? Let's talk about that first and foremost because it is special, it is different. But let's start with the company itself, Zenvo. What is that all about and what are you trying to achieve?
Yes, as you said, Zenvo is a Danish hypercar brand. It was been going since 2008, and the cars you can see there are our latest iteration of vehicle, the TSRS, which is one of two models we produce. We produce a slightly lower downforce car, which is the TSR GT, so without the wing you've been seeing flapping around the track over the weekend. And this is a slightly higher downforce car with the rear wing. And that's really our party piece, our rear wing, Zentripetal wing. So we own the IP. That's our patent. And yeah, that's the main party piece. I think you would have seen it on the cameras.
I did, and I tried to explain it, but why don't you? Because I probably absolutely ruined it. But it's clever because it basically goes with the steering mechanism. Am I right?
Well, on demo mode, when it's stationary, it's all about the steering input. That's just a show mode. So when you're driving around, there's a few factors that give it a predefined position or wing position. So there's steering input, there's individual wheel speed, traction, G-force, and also overall car speed. So a few stats. The wing on itself gives 325 kilograms of downforce at 150 miles per hour. And when the wing's in full tilt, so if you're going, say, a full right-hand turn where the wing's fully bent over, it will give you 75 kilos of sideways force, pushing the car towards the inside of the corner. So it almost acts as like an aero anti-roll bar.
And on track right now, we have some more of these super hypercars, if you will. And Pushkar, I always think when we start talking about this, and I'm delighted first and foremost that Jeffrey O'Neill has brought these cars because I love celebrating the history of the automobile, but if you don't look to the future, then you're not really celebrating it, correct, in my opinion. How, when you're looking at what you guys are doing, do you look at the competition? Because you've got to somehow stand out, you've got to be different, and it's a pretty full market when it comes to the supercar market, and once one catches the eye, it's hard to sway somebody into saying, no, well, have a look at this.
So we are not, as a company, we are not trying to achieve track numbers, fastest lap times, fastest track times. What we are trying to give customers is smiles per miles. Yeah. So in that sense, we are different to our competition. We are fast, we are up there, but we are not the fastest. But that's what our customers like. It is a usable car. It is what you can jump in it, drive for it. You can drive it on the coast. You can drive it on highways. It's a usable hypercar. That's what we're trying to achieve.
And I also think that sometimes it can be quite intimidating when you see a supercar, a hypercar, because you suddenly think, oh, it's got that big engine in the back, and you've got to be a racing driver to be able to do that. Do you have modes that allow a professional to drive it hard and a mere mortal, if you like, to drive it simply?
Yeah, I mean, we've got two power modes. So in road mode, we're looking about 850 horsepower, and we've also got our smart IQ mode. So the ECU is constantly detecting for wheel slip. If it detects wheel spin, it reduces the power. If it does, it gives a little bit more power. So very usable. There's also ESP, ABS, so it's a fully safe road legal car as well. This isn't a track car. We've developed this car for the road. It's a very usable car, as Pushkar said. In race mode, max power, it's full 1177 horsepower on pump gas, and if you can get E85, then you're looking at 1360 horsepower.
Including the ECUs, everything's developed in-house as well. So we are not kind of taking technology from anywhere, other brands and stuff. All engine, gearbox, ECUs, all the mapping, all the technology has been developed in-house in Denmark.
Proof's in the pudding. A racetrack like Laguna is a chance for you to stretch its legs a little bit. How was it?
Yeah, I mean, the circuit's amazing, and yeah, well, obviously the car, I'm very biased, but we've got 0 kilograms across the front axle, so it's very well balanced. So all these high-speed corners here, you can see the wing fully banked over. It's a pleasure to drive. Yeah, it's really been a fun weekend here at Velocity.
Obviously, McLaren playing a big role here, and once again, we've got the McLaren supercars on track. I'm sure that you've got the Zingers next to you, the Hennesseys are parked to my right. We've had the Gunther Works as well. Do you take a look as you go along at these sorts of events at what the competition and what the other cars are doing different things, and maybe pick up some ideas, or at least see how they're marketing and what they're marketing to?
Definitely. It's very selfish or foolish just to keep an eye on yourselves. The world technology advances so quick, and it's also a good chance to meet the other teams. It's a very small world. We all know each other, so it's good to discuss, throw some ideas out there, and also just discuss things like emissions, technology advances, because everybody's got different solutions. We all want the same aim, but it's a different solution. So we've gone with the aero wing. Lamborghini went with the flap design. So it's good to see what everybody else is offering, and likewise get their opinions, being experts in the field as well, to see what they think about our ideas.
And a motor racing event, that's in a nutshell, that's what motor racing is. The essence of motor racing is trying to get to the same level, the same 1/10 of a second, but by doing it necessarily sometimes different ways. Pushka, have you enjoyed Velocity Invitational? It was the first one?
Yes, first one. I came in Friday night, so I was only here yesterday and today. It's been a great experience, especially coming to a track like this. It's about the corkscrew. I have played video games all my life, driving Laguna Seca, so it's been a great experience. Great people, great passion around Velocity. Its organization is great as well, with all sides of things. So yeah, great fun.
Well, as you know, we are broadcasting live around the world, so let's do the business side. Let's sell a little bit. Zenvo, from Denmark, what have you got? What can the customers, if they want to find you, where can they find you? What's available? What production are you into? Give us some idea.
So with the TSR series, we are only building 10 units, out of which there are 3 units which are going to be without the wing, which is the TSR GT. That's not been announced to the public yet, but it is sold out. We have got 2 more units of the TSR with the wing available, and that's about it. We are launching a brand new car next year at the Quail, which is going to be a V12 hypercar. So that's what we are looking forward to, and that's what the company is currently focusing on, and production of the last few units of the TSRS.
Rough price?
They start at 1.68 million euros, which is the same as the dollars these days, but without taxes and stuff.
So now's a good time to buy in the US.
I was going to get Jeffrey O'Neill to buy one, but he's been driving a Mini, and I think he suddenly realised how much fun he can have in a small, tiny car. Jeffrey, just pop in here, just grab the mic. You popped up here. How's the weekend gone, first and foremost? Because you're in down mode. I can see that. You're out of your overalls. How has it been?
It's been fantastic. It's been, Jonathan, it's just been wonderful. We've had such a great time. Great turnout, great cars, great people, great wine.
And a great race win, I may add. Well done.
Great friends, and and a podium finish. Yes.
I love that. That was very good.
Exactly.
But hey, knocked it on the head. 3 years now. Are you happy with the result?
100%. 100%. I think we have a ton of great racers, collectors, enthusiasts, you name it. I think we have a little bit of everything, and, when you come to Velocity, you get a little taste of, every part of the car culture, from 1910, Hupmobile all the way to, McLaren, Senna, and what have you. So.
Well, listen, I'll let you go and relax, because I want to thank you on behalf of Zenvo and all the other hypercars for making them part of this, because it is so important. Because if you can't have a history that doesn't have the future. I mean, otherwise it isn't the history, right? We're just saying that.
That's right, and thank you guys. That's what's making it happen. So we love having you guys here. Yeah,
it's been a pleasure.
The cars are stunning. So really, really cool. As a matter of fact, there's a young man standing over here that I'd love to have you chat with, who he knows every detail about your car. He knows more about your car than I do.
Bring him in. Bring him in. We'd love to have him.
Let's go.
Let's go. That was Jeffrey O'Neill, who has organised the event throughout the weekend. And I'm not going to put him on the stage for too long because he's had a long day. Who is this young man who says he knows Zenvo?
Hi, I'm Cameron.
Okay. What do you know about Zenvo?
Just an unreal car. I mean, watching it go around the track, it's a machine like no other. With that twin-turbo 8-liter V8, it's just unreal.
Yeah. Twin supercharged. 5.8 litre V8. So there's a Roadtrek supercharge on each cylinder bank, and the reason we did that is it's very linear power delivery, so there's no sudden rush of torque. Again, back to what Pushkar said earlier, it's about miles per hour enjoyment and actually using the car. So, this thing isn't just going to get loose on the road. It's very NA. That's the whole reason we went twin supercharger.
Why does it stand out to you more than maybe some of the other cars?
The wing on the back is the thing that stands out the most. The fact that it is able to completely readjust its angle based off its turning is just unreal.
That's next level, isn't it?
It really is.
Are you going to buy one?
I think it's in the future.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough car to buy. And now I know the number of units that you're talking. We are really talking about a very, very elite number of people who could potentially buy one, and to see one on the street would be quite.
The good thing is about how customized they are. There is not two vehicles the same. When the client comes to spec his car, every single panel can be different. So that we're offering what the big boys can't do. You're buying into the family. You are part of the family. We do remote servicing anywhere in the world. We can fly to you. The possibilities really are endless when it comes to Zenvo. Pushkar mentioned about the 2 new vehicles being launched next year at the Quail. These are going to be 100 units. So we are really having an expansion now. Zenvo's here. We're showing everyone we're here to stay. We're a real brand, real manufacturer, and it's really exciting. The next few years are going to be really big for us.
And Cameron, last question to you. How's your experience been this weekend? Have you enjoyed it?
Oh, just unreal. I mean, the cars that have been here, the excitement on the track. Watching that Ferrari GTO go around was just unreal. It's just something you just never see.
That's right.
Yeah.
What's the price of that thing? So I heard 70 million or something.
70 million, yeah.
Yeah, I think I overtook him actually, and I was like, "Whoa, steady!" Yeah.
We're watching another display of fantastic McLarens out on track at the moment, and in a moment we're also going to turn back to the Minis and the Mustangs to finish it all off. But thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
I'm glad you're an absolute devotee to the Zenvo, and that Jeffrey was able to point that out, because I'm sure these guys are pleased to hear that.
Yeah. Well, great. Thank you so much.
Pushkar, jump back in there and we'll finish it off. But I guess my next question is that open-ended question of what next? Where do you want to be? What do you want to do? What innovations do you want to pull off? You just mentioned the sort of bespoke nature of the cars. Everything's different. But where next? Where do you want to see yourselves?
I think as I said, with the new product, that's why we are promoting ourselves so much. We are at all events in the US this year. It's mainly, the main concentration is the new product, higher production, but still stay quite low. So when I say higher production, we are not talking 1,000 units a year. We're talking about 25 to 30 units a year from 5, which we are currently doing. So that's where we want to lead up to. We will have many more products at a cheaper price range, but that's still 5 years down the line.
I'd like to talk about our new engine, if that's possible.
Go for it.
It's a partnership with Marley. Everybody knows Marley, so very big brand. So it's a 6-litre V12. It'll be twin turbo. Just on its own, we're looking at a minimum of 1,250 horsepower. Then plus the hybrid. It'll be a Euro 7 approved engine, and probably in a road car the most tech advanced V12 that's ever been.
That's really impressive.
Yeah.
So, your final thoughts on the 2 cars parked here and your experience here? Have you met some good people? I mean, it's a bit quieter today than it was yesterday, but I've been parked right by you, and it's been busy most of the weekend.
Yeah, a lot of people have been happy to see it. As I say, the brand awareness is getting really good. America's been really good to us. We signed some dealers, we've got some car sales. So, as I say, that expansion is really happening though. We're going to be quadrupling the workforce in the next couple of years, probably in the next year, because we really are. We've got some good targets. And it's good to finally meet people. Everybody in the US has been so welcoming, and everyone's a car guy.
Yeah.
So, you get they have the same enthusiasm. It's nice to speak to people that
you're not selling anymore.
Exactly. It sells itself. Actually, yeah, you're right. It's really good to be here this weekend, and the range of vehicles, even on a personal level, I've had a great time.
Good. That's kind of where I was going. Push to say for you.
Likewise, yeah.
I know you were on Friday night, but.
On a personal level, it's just been a great experience. We've done a lot of events this year in the States. This is probably our last one this year, and we can't wait to come back next year.
Awesome. Well, thanks for both of you coming up here. Keep those cars safe. Drive them home carefully if that's what you're doing. We'll carry on. We've got one more big race to come, but I won't put you through Minis and Mustangs. That's not your thing.
It was a great race last night. I watched it. It's
you can sit and
buzzing
enjoy
for it. Yeah.
I've got some of the guys from Mini coming in to join me for it, so we'll all enjoy it together. But thanks for coming in. Best of luck to Zenvo. Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you. Thanks again.
We'll come and find you next time at Quail.
We'll see you soon.
Here.
Thank you.
All right. Cheers, guys. So, as we watch the McLaren Ultimates on track and we talk to the Zenvo guys, that was really interesting. A fantastic brand from Denmark. You can look at them up. And I'm going to bring Sam Smith back in because I know he's going to be wanting to talk about these McLarens as he was a moment ago. But we just had the Zenvo guys in here. And Sam, we haven't had a real chance to talk about the McLarens on track right now, but again, more supercars, a different aspect, completely different from what we were talking about a moment ago. We've just been talking to the Zenvo guys that are part right here, but it's an all aspect part of the racing here.
Hypercars, as they build them now, is that they're typically British, right? Which means a lot of torque, a lot of compliance. They're very easy to drive quickly, but more than anything else, and more than so many of the other supercar and hypercar manufacturers, they believe that the cars should be entertaining at 5 miles an hour, at 30 miles an hour, at 50 miles an hour, which means when you drive them on the road, they have lively steering feel. There is a small degree of body roll. The cars move and shift their weight in a way that just feels real, and it's engaging, and there are, like I said, I worked at car magazines for almost...
I was going to say, I hadn't introduced our audience to what you actually do. I just said, here's the journalist Sam Smith. I mean, you're either overly famous or I should have introduced you properly. What is your background? What are you doing at the moment?
Well, first off, all journalists are interchangeable. We're all we plug and play. None of us are interesting.
That is true.
No, just for a bit of background, I spent about 8 years at Road and Track. I was executive editor there and then editor at large. Yeah, I was responsible for a lot of the magazine's track testing of race cars, road cars, that sort of thing. And before that was at a number of different magazines, Car and Driver, Automobile Magazine. I had a column in the UK's Car, actually, for about 3 or 4 years. And it was, it's a wonderful job because you're never going to get rich doing it, but you get this breadth of experience into how the industry works. And again, like the context with McLaren's in particular, so many modern hypercars and supercars are fantastic, but they are fantastic at the limit, which means if you can find a place where you can drive a 700 horsepower car with tires wider than I am, at the limit of the chassis and at the limit of the drivetrain, it's wonderful and it's forgiving and it's delightful. But road cars don't see that often, and McLarens just have this delicacy about them and this kind of human feel to the chassis and to the steering and to the way they talk to you. It's a neat thing, and you can tell that they come from someplace. They feel like they are of a people, which in the modern car era is actually pretty rare.
I mentioned this earlier about how Ron Dennis took a leap of faith in many ways and turned the Woking, company into a supercar producer as well as a Formula One specialist. And I think that was part of his legacy in many ways, that he pulled it off because it is special. They have made it. They do race at the highest levels. They have won Le Mans, and they are producing a British supercar, which I thought as a little boy would kind of never happen.
And they are, right? And what's great about it is that, in a lot of ways they use many of the same components across the line. Their tub and their cell, the monocell they call it, the drivetrain that they use, so much of it is tweaked and tuned in different ways for different purposes in the cars. And what that means is that you can get into one particular model that has been dialed for track use, and it can be aggressive and it can require a lot of attention at the limit and a lot of cojones, as it were, right?
Yeah.
To get the most out of the car, and then you have their more road-oriented things that are built from a lot of the same components, but have just a simply different stack of choices made, and those choices make the cars feel massively different. And it's what you're getting when you end up with a legacy manufacturer that has a history of knowing how to do this. You get choices that were made intelligently, and that's not to say there's anything wrong with many of the small hypercar manufacturers that are popping up, but there is something to having done one thing for so long and being intimately familiar with how you want cars to feel and how things have felt in the past. It matters.
Yeah, and only McLaren could manage to put their logo as part of the design. that shows some attention to detail like no other. Unbelievable. Yeah, I've been saying all weekend that I think Bruce McLaren will be fairly happy that he set this up all those years ago.
It's such a neat company, and it's such a neat company when you think about where it came from, right?
Yeah,
the fact that one man basically spawned all of it, and then when he passed, there are tales of everybody going back to the factory and showing up the next day after, because he perished in a crash, and everyone showed up the next
car.
It was a Goodwood, correct?
Yes.
So everyone shows up the next day, and I've met a couple of the gentlemen who were there, and they talk about walking in, and there was this kind of feel of, well, what do we do? And the answer was, well,
you carry on.
You carry on, and you show back up, and you do it. And the person who was managing director at the time walked in and basically told all of them, all right, lads, you can go home. We should really take a break. He's gone. We need some time to process this. And they all kind of looked around and went, well, no, that's not what we do here. And they stayed, and they just kept going. And it's such a neat story because it is so innately English and just such you get in some of the modern cars. A P1 has a connection to an F1 GTR or an F1, and there are elements of feel. I've driven them both. There are elements of feel that they have in common. It's remarkable, and that it sounds like smoke, but it's not.
No, and thank you, Sam. And we're going to talk some more because right now, something completely different again, because we finish off the day in a wonderful way, because this is David and Goliath, and this is Mustang versus Mini, and this is Taylor. Over to you.
Oh, hi, yes, I'm down here with our, Ford Shelby driver. We've got Gilbert Hakeem down here. We were just chatting a little bit earlier. You gave it everything yesterday. We're coming up. You're in the front of the pack, but you just talked a little bit about your tires. Tell me your plan.
Well, I think I might have given it a little too much yesterday because my tires are pretty much used up, but we'll do the best we can. I'm going to try to hang, I'm not going to go 100% until maybe about halfway through, and then we'll pick up the pace a little bit.
And who are you rooting for? Mustangs or Minis?
Oh, let me think. I think for this one right here.
This one right here. It is at the front. And of course, if we go down the way a little bit, there is my man. This is the guy I want to talk to as well. In the 177 Mini, he's revving up the engine. But I want to talk to Dennis here. Dennis, yesterday at the end of that race, it was practically a drag race. I was cheering for you all the way to the end. What happened?
Well, it's just the horsepower difference is just you can't beat that. But we'll see what we can do today. We'll try to get ahead of them ahead of time and have a few more laps to do it. So
I love it. And what parts of the track do you like? Where do you think that you perform the best in your Mini?
Oh, well, any of the corners in particular, for sure. I mean, the straightaways are our weakness. There's no doubt. These Mustangs are laying down rubber for 200 feet out of the corner. So hopefully we can get them with the tire degradation. So, but it should be fun. It's going to have a lot of fun.
And this is a family affair.
Yeah, this is my father driving now. And we've been doing this for eons, forever. So
I love it. That's what it's all about. Celebrating motorsports, keeping it in the family, and keeping that legacy going.
Yep, for sure.
All right, well, I can't wait to see what you guys have for the Mustangs today. Best of luck out there.
Thank you.
All right, let's keep moving down the line. Driver number 86. Frank, I saw you out there too, giving it everything. Oh, where are we? Oh, Frank, come here. Well, both of you guys. So you're starting off on the race, and you're finishing the race. Yep. Do you like starting better? Do you think that gives you a better advantage?
I can't hear her.
Starting the race.
Oh, yeah. My name is Sean DeLune. I'm starting the race.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Looking forward to it. And taking it home, do you think it's a little bit more pressure at the end of the race, no matter where he is in the pack? You've kind of got to pick it up and go for it, right?
Yeah, it gets tough because the hot tires are warm and it's just starting to slide around. So we'll catch them.
That's what I like to hear. So you've got a little bit more difficult job right there at the end.
Absolutely.
All right, well, it comes all down to talent, and we are Team Mustang.
Thank you.
Team Mustang. All right, let's keep it going. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Down the way, another Mustang. Oh, we've got a little bit of quiet air. How's it going today?
Fantastic.
Yes. You ready for the race today?
Ready as I'm going to get.
Ready as you're going to get. Laguna Seca, talk to me about the track.
Oh, it's my favorite track. Been coming here for 20 some odd years. It's just the best track in the States.
The best track in the States. That's what we like to hear. And what do you have for the minis today? You ready?
Like I said, I'm as ready as I'm going to get.
Ready as you're going to get.
I'm going to give it a gallant effort.
All right, we'll have a great race out there. Let's head on down some more. Another mini. This is who I want to talk to. All right, you look prepared. You look ready. Are you starting the race today, and are you ready for Mustangs?
Always ready for the Mustangs. Yeah, totally. No, it's going to be a great race. It's really fun. The parity between the cars is awesome. It's just going to be a fun race.
And the sun is out. I know yesterday we had a little bit of that fog cover. It was a little bit dark. Today we've got a nice bright sunshine out there. Does that affect your tires or how you run on the track?
Not really. It's still cool, right? The track temperatures probably aren't more than 5 degrees higher is my guess. It's just a beautiful day, so I like cloud cover. The cooler the better. It just keeps us fatiguing or fatiguing less. Yep. But yeah, it's a beautiful day. The weather's perfect. Can't ask for better conditions.
I love it. Smiles, all smiles right here from Marcus. All right, let's move on down. We're still going. Oh, other side of the car. Here we go. Let's head over. Hey there, how's it going?
Pretty good.
Ready for the race today?
What's that?
Are you ready for the race?
Heck yeah, been waiting all day.
You guys finish out, and I know I've had friends of mine say this is the best race of the day. What makes it the best, do you think, for the fans to witness?
I mean, who doesn't love a Mini, right? And to see these cars against the big bore, the Mustangs, it's just a fun. You don't expect them to do as well as they do, but they're great little cars. They're terrific.
Exactly. And how long have you been driving this Mini?
About 5 years. Yeah. So.
Would you drive any?
Other cars too, but this one for 5. Yeah.
Would you trade it out or keep this one?
Oh no, I don't think I'll ever sell this. Yeah. Yeah, this is too fun.
Minis for life, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah.
All right, we'll have a great race out there. We're going to keep moving on. I've got a window net. I don't know if I can chat with... Oh, he's going to take it down for me. And look it, we kind of match with this blue, right?
That's right.
That's right, we do match.
Look good.
Thank you. Well, you're starting the race, but if you could tell me a little bit about what you think it takes for your co-driver to kind of pick up after you left off, what does it take for him?
You know, it's a little difficult, but you know, my co-driver is fantastic. So he's a really experienced racer, and boy, it's amazing how quickly he gets right into it. So it really is helpful. So you have to have a really good co-driver. I think it's more difficult to be the co-driver.
Yeah, absolutely. And does the pressure on you even more? Because I mean, you start it, and he's got to kind of pick up where you are.
That's right. I've got to give him a good car, a good position.
Exactly. All right. Well, what do you have for us today? You ready?
You bet. You bet. Can't wait. Yep. Yeah,
wonderful.
Ever since I saw the Italian job, I had to get a Mini.
Do you have gold in the back of this thing?
Yeah, well, shh. No, I can't tell you.
All right, well, looking out for you. I'm going to find those gold bars when you come back.
You bet. Thank you now. Take care.
Have a good race. I'm going to find that gold Italian job. That's one of my favorite movies. We've got a gold yellow car here, our Mini. How's it going? You got the sunglasses. You are ready to go. And it's sunny out today, a little bit different.
We may need them. We may need the sunglasses today.
We do. How was your race yesterday? Take me through it.
Well, we had a great start. Actually passed 3 or 4 cars at the first couple of turns and worked our way, held position, but luckily benefited from a full course yellow. It was pretty fortuitous, and that worked out great. So we ultimately ended up in 2nd place overall at the pit stop, and Bruce had a great second run, and we ended up finishing a couple spots, I believe, above where we started, and great day.
You're ready to put it a little bit higher on that pole today, right?
Yeah, we'll see where it goes. You know, anything top 10 would be fantastic.
Absolutely. We'll have a really good race out there.
Thank you.
All right, we're keeping going. We're moving down the line. We get to talk to everybody. I'm a lucky girl here on the grid today. Okay, yes. How are you doing today?
I'm very well. How are you? What a beautiful day.
I'm doing great. I like the enthusiasm. A lot of smiles down here. Usually everybody's in race mode. How do you feel about, going out? Are you excited? Are you nervous?
Oh, well, both. But it's such a great field of minis, and then get to mix it up with the Mustangs. That's just super fun. So I think everybody along here is a little nervous, of course, as you always are, but mostly just looking forward to a lot of fun.
You're going for those Mustangs, right?
Absolutely.
All right, we'll have a wonderful race out there.
Thank you very much.
Of course. All right, let's see this car. Now, this is something different. Check out this beauty. How are you doing today?
Good.
Tell me about this car.
This is a 1967 Mini Marcos. So same engine, same drivetrain as all the Minis out here, but fiberglass body.
And how do you enjoy driving it?
It's fun.
It's fun. Performs differently on the track, you think?
No, well, should be a little more aerodynamic than the others, but pretty much the same. Front-wheel drive, digs its way out of corners. It's lots of fun.
Lots of fun. All right, what do you got for us on track today? You going to pull out all the stops?
I'm going to just try to hang out there the whole time for the whole hour. So if we can make it to the end, that'll be the thing. So
you're doing the whole race, right? No co-driving.
I'll come and stop, but I couldn't convince anybody to co-drive with me.
Oh my God, endurance for the win, right?
It's lots of fun. So.
All right, we'll have a great race out there. Thanks for telling me about your car. We're still moving down the way. Come along with me. These are both. You're my driver and co-driver? Yeah. All right, here we go. How's it going?
Well, it's going well.
Going well?
Yeah, we got a good starting spot, and we're just going to try. I'm going to try and hold the station and let my junior partner here light it up.
Are you ready for the second half?
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I think we got a good shot at moving up the field. Everything looks like it should go okay.
Are you putting the pressure on him right now, saying you better have me up in those spots when I jump in, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to, mess with his head as much as I can.
It's the same team. You're supposed to be on the same team together. What's going?
He just forgets who's writing the checks.
That's right. This is all fun, right? We're just here to have fun.
We're just having fun.
We're just having fun. All right. Well, best of luck, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Here we go. Moving on down. Number 00 with the flames. I'm loving the flames. Are you my co-driver too?
She's lead driver.
Oh my gosh. I've been waiting for this.
Lead driver back there.
A female. Thank you. What is it like being a female in racing? And you know what? I already know the answer to this because I think we're better.
It's fun. I wish I had more females out here with me. Please come join me.
How do you recommend females get started in motorsport?
Just start showing up. Get interested in cars, learn how they work, how they operate, learn about them, and come to the races.
Do you have a favorite car besides this beautiful Mini you're in?
There's too many to choose from.
Absolutely. You enjoying the event so far?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Well, best of luck. Absolutely. All right. Well, thanks. I've had such fun here on the pit talking to as many drivers as we could, but Kev has somebody that he wants to share, so let's pass it over to Kev.
Lovely, thanks Taylor. I'm at the bottom end of the grid here, catching up with a car that I was announcing yesterday. 111, Mike Bocciato. Mike, great to see you here once again, back of the grid. You were racing really well yesterday. You're very calm in the car at the moment. How are you feeling? You ready to go?
I'm feeling good, starting in the back, but it's a long race, and take my time and we'll weed them one by one.
Yeah, there was a good push in the latter half of that race, but you were in some open track. You were rolling on your own there, and as you say, it is a long race, and the Mini guys are switching out. They're swapping drivers, but you're running the whole 50 minutes?
Yesterday I came in early. I flat spotted a tire, so that's why I'm in the back. I didn't finish the whole race. So today I'm back, and it's a long race. Take my time, burn some fuel, and pass some cars.
Tell us what it's like racing against these Minis here at Laguna Seca. You guys have obviously got the out-and-out power. You've got the bigger block engines, but you're not so good around the corners.
Well, yeah, the horsepower does help on this track. Straightaway is long, and it helps a lot. They are fast, they are nimble, and they turn in quite well.
Have you been waiting for this race all day, or you've been driving another class earlier on?
Nope, all day. Anticipation right here.
This is it. Well, listen, Mike, best of luck. We'll slide off you and we'll take a little stroll. I wonder if we can just spin around and take a look at the number 37 car here. Mr. Phillips, how are you, sir? Good, how are you? I'm all right, all right. Listen, we got... Or are you Mr. Phillips or Mr. Waters?
No, I'm Phillips.
Yeah, I thought so. Mr. Waters is about going out. How is it, sir, sitting in the number 37 Mini here, racing alongside a big Mustang like that?
It's great. You know, Goliath. It's a typical story of, you know, David versus Goliath.
David versus Goliath for sure, but David back here, this one is sounding pretty hot. Right-hand drive this one as well behind us, the number 44 car. British car here. Who's in this one? Dave Hagan and Tyler Hagan.
Right, yeah. We actually were in the back because we had an oil issue. We were sixth yesterday, okay. So that's why we're way back. So we're playing catch-up today. I guarantee you we'll be up towards the front by it.
Well, we look forward to that. I think Taylor is up at the front as well, so let's go and see who she's got to talk to.
I'm going to throw this microphone in there. All right, I'm down here with our pole sitter, Martin. He's one that I did not get to yet. So, Martin, you're starting on the pole. You've got that red dot on your back. What is it going to take for you to stay out front?
A gift from God.
It is Sunday.
I'm going to do my best. I hope the Mustang is getting sleepy sitting here. So.
All right. Well, you sure have a lot for them, but it's all about the corners, right? All about that performance going through.
That's right. So I got to. Their tires will give up long before ours do. So I got to hang in there.
And you know what? I've heard some of them didn't change their tires, so you just might be in luck.
Good tires, good brakes, and a lot of luck. That's all I need.
All right. Well, you are ready. You are on the pole, and we've got 2 minutes to go. My man Martin, ready for it. So, without further ado, let's go Mini versus Mustang racing, Johnny.
I love it. Well done, both Kev and obviously Taylor. Taylor, that was exhaustive. I don't know how you did it. I used to do the grid walks, and my gosh, did they keep them long enough? What a grid walk that was, but what an insight that was too. Because this is it, folks. Legend has it that the Ford versus Mini rivalry is said to have started back at the famous Monte Carlo rally in 1964 as somebody's alarm goes off, where Ford features its V8-powered Falcon and BMC ran its greatly underpowered Mini Cooper. Now this rivalry continued for years as Mini got its success, Mustang got its success, and here we are again, David and Goliath. The race is on. It's the big ball bash, as one Mini described it. Sam Smith joins me. James Alder might come in as well. Who knows what might happen, but here we go. And in the words of the great Michael Caine, I told you just to blow the bloody doors off. And that's what they're about to do. So here we go, folks. And I'll tell you what, Sam, on a serious note, Kev's just joining us as well. On a serious note, this actually is a clever idea of Jeffrey O'Neill's because it is the epitome of what we've been watching all day. Because the physics of this, and I mean big bore versus small displacement, small European cars against the big American muscle cars, is almost the essence of the day.
It's so great, right? So, you know, you drive both of these cars massively differently. You put a Mini into a corner with a lift and a chuck and back on the throttle, and the car points and goes. You never come out of the throttle. Mustangs, on the other hand, you have to set the thing. You have to lean into it, brake it, trail it down. It doesn't like to be manhandled. These are cars that are work to drive. There's a lot of steering effort in them. Big, heavy gearboxes and a lot of torque and a lot of power that they can't always use. You know, it was great watching yesterday. We'd see the cars come off of turn 11 and they had closed up into a tight pack, but going down the front straight, some of the Minis would pop out and get a 3 to 4 mile an hour run on the Mustangs, which is a lot, and pop out to try and pass, and then the Mustangs would just get a run and just go because they've got the motor, they've got top speed. But again, the Minis close it back up under braking, they close it up on entry. Everything that the Mustang does well, the Mini doesn't, but everything that the Mini does well, the Mustang doesn't, which means that the field is constantly changing. The battle yesterday evening is the sun was setting was those two cars at the front, one Mini and one Mustang, and they traded constantly, and they were never more than a car length apart. And if you waited, if you sneezed, the order changed. It was great.
Kev, you've had so much fun this weekend. By the way, I've got to say, I'm going to replay that Pathé Ragtime races. That was brilliant. And I mean that.
James Harrison the First reporting from Western Australia.
It, wind back, go back on Facebook or YouTube. Have a look at Kev Harris in his absolute element.
I was trying to be a Pathé newsreel Englishman from back in the day, and I went a little bit Terry Thomas as well. So,
it was perfect.
It was a mix-up, but it was really exciting. What was also really exciting, listening to you there, Sam, as well, what you were talking about, how to drive the Minis. Earlier on, I chatted to the drivers from Car 62, Martin Lauber and Andrew Waite, and Andrew in particular was exactly describing what you just said about how to turn in, let the chassis do the braking, and then just dab the brake a little bit, feather it, see how much you need to use it, and then lift, and then you go again. And that's exactly what he was saying. And those two guys, Car 62, they won the race yesterday, and they're running the same order today. Martin first in the first session, Andrew in the second session. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. But also 177, Don Racine and Dennis Racine. And one thing I learned, Johnny, and I don't know whether you know this as well, Sam, Don Racine is actually responsible for all of the Minis.
Oh, right.
The cars themselves are not actually owned by all of the guys that you see here. Don actually owns most of them. The guys are running other classes during the weekend, but then they get on the phone to Don and say, Don, can we actually rent one of your Minis for the weekend so we can run the Mini versus Mustang race as well? In the case of Martin Lauber, I think he's in a Group 5 Porsche car, but he's doing this as a little bit of extra fun on the weekend, so it was great to learn that.
That's a good story, because I did not know that.
No.
That's something that I hadn't really thought about.
I had no idea.
One of the other great things about Don is that, in U.S. mini circles, he's something of a celebrity.
He must be.
He helped start a company called Mini Mania that was essentially the largest parts supplier in the country, and he's been racing minis for longer than I've been alive, and I'm not a young person, but he's really, really quick in the car. But you watch him, and it's great. So Jeff was kind enough to run a preview day for media last year at Thunder Hill that I got to visit, and he had a couple of cars out that were coming from last year's Velocity Invitational, and one of them was Don in that Mini, and I got a chance to drive it, and it was so well set up. But it was interesting because when you overwork the car, remember, these are front drive cars. A Mustang's a rear drive car, and the thing about a front drive car, and the lighter and the simpler it is, the more critical it is. But in a front drive car, the front tires have to do everything. They turn, they stop, they accelerate. They can't do any of that all at once, which means the Mini, just as a Mustang, when you put it into a corner and you give it the wrong thing, it will tell you you've done the wrong thing.
That's exactly it.
A Mini will tell you the same thing. The steering gets heavier, it slows down. If you oversteer it or overdrive it, it gets slower. It doesn't get violent, but it slaps you on the back and says, hey, pay more attention. But the best thing there is that, these are, because the front tires are pulling the car through the corner, the rears are basically along for the ride, which means the moment you come out of the throttle, they go sideways, and the moment you get back into it, they drag themselves back in line. It's a hoot to watch, and they're so much fun to drive. I'm actually supposed to be in this race, but our car broke.
Sam.
And on that note, here we go.
Here we go.
Minis, Mustangs, magnificent men and women in their flying machines. Away they go into the Andretti for the first time, and it is Mustang, no surprise, that picks up the lead ahead of 3 Minis, now 5 Minis, could be 6, and then finally the 86 Mustang has come to play as we dive into turn 3. Here we go, side by side. Watch that Mustang go. American muscle. Cheer him if you want. But watch that all-orange Mini under braking come back at you. So anything you can do, I can do better.
So look at that. The gap between the Mustang and the Mini opens up in the straight. The Mini got a great run. It closes again under braking. They put the cars into the corner. It goes in and out as the cars do what they do well. Because it's constantly changing. There is nothing boring about this race. And any part of the grid you look at, there will be a battle.
Well, I can tell you a story. Gilbert Hakim, who's leading the race at the moment, came over to me earlier today, and he's in that 66 Ford Shelby leading the way, and he goes, don't forget to mention my Shelby. He goes, and how much fun are we having out there? He said, look at this.
Look at the inside.
Go, 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 go.
Oh.
Wheel to wheel, around the outside, round the inside next, into Rainey. What an overtake. Fantastic stuff.
Well, that's my man Martin Lauber in the 62 car there, running with Andrew Waite, and he's been out already today in a vintage Porsche, so he knows this track and he knows top speed, and it shows. Look at the gap he's breaking.
That's awesome.
That Mini right now. Boy.
That's a fine piece of driving, right? Remember, we're talking about a 4-cylinder car and an 8-cylinder car. He's using every last bit of power that thing has.
I thought he just dropped it into neutral as he dropped off the corkscrew.
The other thing that he's doing as well is using every inch of the racetrack, and you'll know this, Sam, and they tell it to anyone who races karts as well. And again, from my chat with Andrew, use all of the racetrack. Don't dump your speed by pulling it in too early.
Yeah.
Wow, look at this. This is so good. They are having so much fun in these opening laps, and we're only, 2 minutes, 10 seconds into it. 50 minutes to go.
So, Sam, how did you avoid this mayhem and manage to get the short straw and have to talk about it? Why aren't you out there?
Well, so Velocity, the people who run Velocity were kind enough to have me in and invite me to drive one of the minis. They put me with a lovely gentleman named Andrew Fox. He's actually a Brit. He's, everybody calls him Foxy. But he bought the car earlier this year, had Don Racine actually build a motor for it, and tested it, and everything went fine. And he went on Friday and practiced, and the practice is an hour long, and there's a driver change in the middle. So I got all kitted up. I got my helmet, I got my Hans device, I went and stood on the wall, saw Foxy go around once, twice, 3, 4 times, and then I didn't come back around. He was sitting by the side of the track. They dragged him in on the hook, looked at it, had an electrical problem, dealt with it, and then yesterday, the exact same thing. He started again.
Uh-oh. 23
That's the 23. That's the Austin Mini Cooper S67 of Mark Emmett. What's happened here?
This gives us a chance to look at how the cars are packaged, right?
Yeah.
So the motor sits ahead of the front wheels. Everything's tight. One of the cool things about minis is that the gearbox is actually in the sump. It's in the oil pan. They share oil, which means that when something goes wrong, the gearbox chews on engine parts, or the engine chews on gearbox parts. And that's what got us yesterday. It chucked a rod. The car chucked a rod through the side of the block, and then everything went sideways from there. So the guys were sitting there probably still trying to swap it. They were so close this afternoon. They had the motor in and out, and they just didn't finish it.
If you're quick enough and you unbolt it quick enough, you can lift it out yourself. You don't need any of these special gizmos to pick it up.
Don Racine told me yesterday, I looked at him and he was just kind of sitting there, and with the face of a guy who's done this 1,000 times. And I said, Don, how long does it take you to get a motor in and out of one of these things? And he, with that typical like steely-eyed American thing, he looked at me and went 90 minutes. And I went, no, really. He goes, 90 minutes. And he just had this look on his face that said he would murder me if it was any different. It was fantastic because there's nothing to it.
Look at this gap he's building. This is awesome. Lauber and Waite. And Martin Lauber was in here earlier, and he was kind of gearing himself up for this, so I'm not actually surprised.
He was. You've had a chat with him as well this afternoon.
Yeah,
he came
in here. Yeah.
Ah, I see. And
he's been picking this up and saying he's going for it, and he is.
He really is.
Now, the question is, I don't have any question because Waite was the man of the day yesterday. So Martin Lauber and Andrew Waite, bet on your 62, folks.
And car 111 there is... Oh!
Well, that's like a movie, wasn't it? That was like
what a camera shot. What a camera shot.
That's some special effects there. But in all seriousness, I do hope that car is okay because that was a big cloud of dust.
Well, car 111 there is the guy that I was just speaking to. That was Mike. He was lining up on the back of the grid, and he's somehow put himself up to 8th place right now. I think somebody must have just dumped a wheel off the side of the track.
I'm told my helicopter pilot has told me it's all good. They're fine.
Good news. Bring them home safe, boys. That's what we need. Have fun, but bring them home. No dents, please.
Well, this is a fun end to the weekend and an appropriate one as well. A little bit of fun as David takes on Goliath, as Mini takes on Mustang, as it always should be. And we don't take ourselves too seriously at the end of the day on what has been a fantastic weekend of racing. Out of turn 11 they come, and you reckon Mark Emmett's pulled the plug because he was in the pits a moment ago?
Yeah. What we also saw as well when Mark was with the, in the pit there with the lid up on the car is just how packed they are in under there. We're not talking about standard engines at all here, Sam. There's a whole lot more going on that they've squeezed into a very small place to make them the race machines they are.
Yeah, again, there's so little space up front. Again, the gearbox is in the oil pan. The drive shafts come out of the side of it. And, I had a chance to look at Foxy's car earlier with the motor out of it.
Oh, we got a yellow flag.
We got a yellow.
I had a chance to look at Foxy's car with the motor out of it, and you could not stick, when the motor's in, you cannot stick an arm in between the engine and any part of the engine bay.
Yeah.
And when it's out, you look at it, and it's hard to imagine that anything lives in there, much less an entire drivetrain. It's pretty cool stuff. It's a remarkable piece of packaging.
So the Lauber-Waite combination, now just to explain the rules, the reason you're seeing some cars like Gilbert Hakim with one driver is that they won't change drivers. Matt Johnson the same. Whereas most of the minis kind of do swap over. And the way the 50-minute races run is that you have to take a pit stop in order to do that change. And you have to do it 15 minutes, within a gap 15 minutes before the end of the race. So the least you can do with the second driver is 15 minutes to make it, that you've actually used both drivers. So that's the rules, but you can choose when to take your pit stop. And this might be a time to do that.
Yeah, it might well be. We'll find out when that pit window opens and they can swap. As we see the number 62 car there, that's our man, Martin Lauber. I hadn't realised he'd been up here on commentary as well, sort of giving himself a bit of a boost, saying, "Watch out for us, boys, because we're coming." He was quietly confident down there, but incredibly friendly, as was everybody on that the whole weekend, to be fair. But the camaraderie on that strip of cars that Don Racina's kind of like together and hanging out on that row, it was quite something. But yeah, they were quietly confident, were Martin and Andrew, when I chatted to them earlier. They didn't want to say too much, but great thing was as well, they had a lot of family and friends watching them and listening. They really enjoyed. Andrew said to me that he was loving our Michael Caine impressions, wasn't he?
Bloody Michael Caine impressions, right. Where the bloody hell's the goal? I've just been told the pit lane is open.
Great news. Okay, so we can start. I mean, we're only 9 minutes into this.
Yeah. We're under the pace car.
Yeah.
So everything slows down. Go ahead.
I was going to say, one of the things to remember about the pit stops with this is that to equalize everything, these aren't rushed stops. The cars aren't getting fuel. They're not getting tires. They come in. There's a minimum 5-minute window between the end of the straight and the other end of the straight, the pit straight, where you come in, you have to spend 5 minutes in there before exit.
You do know why that is?
Oh, tell me.
Well, because when you've got your flask, it takes 3 minutes to boil the kettle, 2 minutes to brew the tea, and then you have to screw the top on the flask. That's 5 minutes.
Everything with the English comes down to tea, doesn't it? It's always tea. It's always tea.
Absolutely. Why don't people understand this?
I have no clue, sir, because I haven't had a decent cup all weekend.
I know. No one's offered me one.
Frightful old
frightful. What's so difficult about it? It's just leaves in a cup. Why do you get picky about it? You pull some leaves in the water.
How about this? I mean, this is such a salubrious situation. How about we get Yorkshire Gold tea bags to sponsor a vendor here?
That would be
tea, afternoon tea at the Velocity. See how I did that?
At the Velocity.
I'm very impressed.
At the Velocity. Oh, I'm all over that. Tea and scones, afternoon tea.
Scones. We can have
nice sandwiches, kinds of triangles.
I know my friend Roger would like Marmite with his scones.
Well, that's a whole other thing. It should just be simply cream and jam.
Cream. Exactly.
What I love about the two of you is that it's so completely obvious you're from Kansas. It just comes through in everything you say.
Exactly.
Yes, clearly. What part of Canvas are you from?
I have no clue.
So we have Lauber and Waite. We are under caution. The pit lane is open, but as you can see, the pace car is on track, which has slowed everything down. But we had a cracking start to this, and we're going to get a cracking restart, I hope. Now, this is interesting. How is Lauber and Waite and Lauber and Locke?
In the 61. Well, interestingly, now there's a chap who I spoke to earlier. Forgive me, sir. I can picture you, but I can't remember your name. The 61, the 62.
Ed Lauber, that's why.
Ed Lauber, right. So I'm putting myself, I'm hanging myself with my own noose here, but there was a team that ran, that was the 61 car, the 62 car, and the 63 car. They were all identical minis, and they ran in a team, and the 63 car has kind of gone missing in history somewhere. But the gentleman that's wearing all three cars on his T-shirt said that Don is going to get a car and rebuild the 63 car, put it in the livery, and then the team will be reunited. Maybe for next year, hopefully. And I apologise, sir, I can picture you, but I can't remember your name. time. But thank you for that little snippet that you gave me earlier.
That's what's interesting about minis in the United States, right? You know, they were ubiquitous in the rest of the world, but here they didn't quite reach the same level of popularity because it's a much bigger country. And eventually, you know, when you end up with at most a 1275cc car crossing, say, the middle of Iowa, you know, there are certain elements of scale that don't fit.
It doesn't
But
work.
the people who ended up with them were so passionate about them, and they ended up, you know, especially in the Midwest and on the West Coast, they ended up racing them and developing small clubs. And you know, the cars had great success in the SCCA for a long time, in part for the same reason they had success everywhere else, because they're so very good at what they do in that window, right?
Yeah, and you know, I was chatting to Don and the guys earlier on this afternoon. I was really interested to hear that a lot of these are barn finds. There's some of them here, there, and everywhere, dotted all over the US. So you know, it was interesting to hear that, you know, if you look hard enough and you dig around in farmyards and in barns, you'll find some of these still waiting to be discovered.
But it's still everywhere. It's such a big country, and there were just sheer numbers of cars that were raced here, especially in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, when sports car racing really was something. You know, people would come to Laguna Seca by the tens of thousands. Big crowds were drawn for it. And there are still race cars out there being found today. You know, it's remarkable that they're out there, but they are.
You know, it's an interesting time in this race because we're under safety. As you can see, the workers are out there retrieving and doing what they do. But if you've got your hot shoe out there right now, do you come in and put the other driver in that may not be as quick, or do you stay out and hope this caution won't last too long so you get more of the race with your faster guy? So I think there's a lot of juggling going on inside those tiny minis right now in terms of who comes in when.
Yeah, absolutely. And our winning car yesterday was that 62 car of Martin Lauber and Andretti. And I said to some guys, what are you going to do today? Are you going to keep it the same? Or are you going to mix it up, try something different? And they said, no, we think we're just going to, you know, keep it as is. We know what we're doing. We're going to switch it up. And we're going to keep it the same. We're not going to switch it up, rather. And that's what they're doing. It seems to be working for them.
Yeah,
so here we go. Look at this.
Mike Kimball's in. But Mike Kimball, as far as I can see, is on his own. I'll check.
Yeah, and being given some telemetry or data from an iPhone there. Someone's got some sort of app that's tracking that car.
I think they're just booking dinner, to be fair. Yeah, Mike Kimball, Wendy Epstein is in the car right now. Mike Kimball will replace.
Gotcha. Now, listen, we're under this safety car, and it's not what we want to see, because we want to see racing, but the good news for us is when they do restart it, as you said, Sam, they're all bunched up again. We're almost going to get a restart and a bit more excitement with them close together.
Yeah, the helicopter cam's great in particular, just because I was watching earlier, and you could see the Mustangs leaving the corner, some of them just a little bit sideways, and the Minis were taking a tighter line, a longer apex. You really can't see how the cars are driven differently, and it varies not just from car to car, but driver to driver in style.
Yeah. And we've got a good field of cars here this weekend. Chatting to Don earlier, he said he's got a good number of them here, and it's only going to build, because I think this thing is going to grow. You know, as the Velocity Invitational grows, this will grow, and more minis here this year than we've had previously last year, and we'll probably see the same next year.
Yeah, it was nice, and it's cool too how prepared Don came. I had a chance to speak into his trailer earlier today, and there were just motors stacked up, tied up against the wall. Yeah, he brought them because, again, when you can change one in 90 minutes, you throw one in the car, and the guy knows what he's doing. He's so good at what he does.
He really does, and interesting as well, coming back to that point that, you know, he owns most of these cars and effectively rents them out to the guys that are driving them. He's responsible. He's got a sort of production line of preparing them, so they all kind of turn up there or thereabouts. They're fairly well stocked, basically, and then they get given to the guys, and the guys obviously sort of look after them for the weekend, but it's a level playing field.
Yeah, and I had a chance earlier to look under most of the cars in the lineup, because again, had a lot of spare time because our car was broken, and most of them are wearing, about 90% of them have the same suspension setup, they're wearing the same arms, same shocks, same everything all down the line, which means it really does come down to the driver.
Yeah.
I'll bore you with a stat. You were mentioning Andrew Fox. This car, this Austin Cooper that you were supposed to be in, right, competed in the Midwest in SCCA events in 1973, racing Nelson Ledger's Indianapolis Raceway and Grattan National.
Yes, I have actually been to Grattan. I've been to Nelson. These are grassroots tracks in the middle of the country. And one of the things Foxy told me about that car is that it actually started out life as a drag racing car.
No way!
Guy bought it, took it to drag strips, cleaned up, and that's where the nickname that's on the side of it is. In gold lettering, someone painted Wonder Box because nobody understood why it was winning, but it did.
That is awesome. Well, we're under safety. We've got 34 minutes to go, but it should be a half hour of hilarity.
It should be, and I've just seen the number 62 car go past our camera shot, and my senior moment, my brain has flashed into action. The gentleman who I was mentioning, whose name I forgot, for the 61, 62, 63 car that used to run as a team, his name is on the side of that 62 car. So if we get a close enough shot, just above the number 62 is the name of the man that I spoke to earlier, because I do want to give him some court time. And if there's anybody else near the commentary booth who knows it straight away, and say, Kev, come on, it's that guy. Come and tell me, in case we don't see his name.
The 62 is driven by Andrew Waite at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. But the original owner who ran it in a team was 61, 62, 63. His name is on the car above the number 62. He's not driving it here today. He's driving another one. Let me have a look at this list. Johnny, I'm going to glance at this list. I might remind myself.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to bring a driver in. Let's get a driver in. A real driver. And with a British flag, no less. Come on. Shannon's popping in. Hang on, where do I get one of these shirts, first and foremost, Shannon?
I got this on eBay.
That's awesome. That's a British flag with a Cooper S logo. Get down, get down
in
indeed.
the shape of the UK.
Of course. So welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Why on earth are you not out there?
A little bit of car, wasn't prepped enough and ran out of time. Parts held up in customs. Just my crew chief was working his butt off and did everything he could, but it just didn't happen.
Did you get out yesterday?
No, we didn't get the car here at all.
But you can enjoy it with us for a sec. We've just gone racing again. The minis are performing, and performing well.
Yes, they are. That first lap was amazing.
It really was. Well, Hakim is chasing him down. Gilbert Hakim in the Ford Shelby GT 350 from 1966, and he's closing in on our leader, which was Martin Lauber. But now we're racing again. Just tell us what it's like to race these things.
Oh gosh, it is so much fun. Last year was my first time racing this track, and all I wanted to do was come to Laguna, race Laguna, and we came for the first Velocity and had so much fun, you know, and everybody makes you nervous about the corkscrew, and the first time I went down the corkscrew, this is the funnest thing I've ever done.
Right.
I mean, it's like a little Disneyland ride or something, woo, you know, and I just had a blast. I don't think I stopped grinning the whole time I was on track.
It's so great the first time you come through it, because you go over the hill and you don't see anything, and the track just disappears.
That's what you're so nervous about, and then it's like, well, it's right there, and you know.
An old friend once described it to me as, well, you know, it's intimidating the first time you do it, but the thing you have to remember is that every single time you come through, it's going to be the same every lap, right?
Right.
Beautiful overtake by the 71 Austin Mini of Marcus Hayes in the 51, getting past that monster muscle car. Brilliantly done. Into turn 10, no fear. And he's in fact, he's pulling away. Now, or for how long though? Watch this. Here he comes. And back they go. It was described earlier to me as dancing with a whale, if you're in a Mini, against these big boards.
Oh, well, I've never danced with a whale, so...
Well, there's always time, Shannon.
There's always
The Monterey
time.
Bay awaits you.
True enough, I'm very close, right? You know, I've been driving my Mini only since 2019, and I'm still learning a lot, and I've learned so much, but it's just it's a blast every time I get in it.
How did you get into racing?
My husband has been interested in racing for as long as we've been together, and always talked about eventually he's going to get a car, yada yada. In 2015 or 2014, he finally got a car. We belong to a vintage race club called VARA, Vintage Auto Racing Association, and they have a University of VARA that they put on every January. And he said, well, I signed up for University of VARA, and I signed you up. We rented you a race car. There's a man down there that has rental cars, you know, for their race prep cars. And I said, I'll come support you. I don't need to race. It's fine. He's like, no, you'll still learn a lot. It's fine. Let's just do it. Okay. By the end of the weekend, I said, you made a really big mistake by insisting that I do this race school. And from that moment on, I had to race. So
you see, it's a double-edged sword. The man has his secret pleasure away from the wife, and he keeps her, he indulges her in maybe her pursuits, but that keeps his racing. But if he does the double dirty and brings her in, it's over.
It would have been a lot cheaper for him if he would have just canceled the car, let me go along for the support. But he's having a blast being my crew chief, and he would have been my co-driver today. So, the Mini's not exactly his speed for his choice of car. He likes the Formula cars and those types of cars and sports racers, and I love my Mini.
So who should we root for? Who do you know? Have you got any stories for us from any of the people out there that you've raced against?
I have raced against Steve Phillips, Mike Kimball. Well, technically, a lot of these guys last year, even though I don't know them, but Mike Levin, Bart Smith, Graham Reed. Who else is out there?
Well, you've got the list right here.
Let's see. Who else is?
Got the father and son team of the Racines, obviously.
The Racines I've only raced here, but I know. But Don's been to our club many times, just not while I've been in it. A lot of these guys were here last year. But outside of Velocity, I've raced Steve Phillips, Bart Smith, Mike Kimball, Mike Levin.
Whoa, that was a little wide by the Mustang. Well, Shannon, I'm so sorry you weren't able to race, but I'm glad you could come and enjoy it with us for a few minutes.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
You got to enjoy it. Absolutely. How was your weekend? What have you done?
We've just looked at everything. I've had some friends that came from Utah. I want to give a shout out to Jacob and Zachary. They made the trek from Utah to see me race, and they're still enjoying the weekend, but I'm so glad to see them. Glad they're here. And just, it's kind of been nice to be a little bit relaxed and not be on a time schedule, and just enjoy everything going on and seeing all the cars and watching the Formula exhibition laps. And
what did you think?
Go ahead.
What did you think of the Mini as a car to learn to race in? Right, they're so friendly, right?
I guess not having really any other race experience, I didn't have anything to compare it to, but I found it fun right from the get-go. Yeah. There's always the intimidation of getting up to speed on track and learning to drive around other racers and be forceful but be polite, and all those things that you have to consider on track and get to know your car. It's been a very gradual process. I've made huge strides from where I was 3 years ago, but I am so not ready to give up this car. My husband keeps saying, when are you going to graduate to a real race car? I said, I might never. I love my Mini. I still have a lot of room to grow in my Mini, and I just love it.
It's great to have you here, because this is what we wanted to hear. It's exactly why people do have this romance, if you will, with Mini. We've been having a lot of fun and joking around, but this is a serious car to learn in. 10-inch wheels, it's not the intimidation factor that so many race cars would. And by the way, this is a mighty race car. It won the World Rally Championship in the hands of Paddy Hopkirk back in the day. So, this is a serious car, and it really does give great feedback. It's also very forgiving if you're not a great driver. I know this. And that's, I think, when you're learning, that's so important, because you can easily it's like riding a horse. If you get suddenly thrown on a racehorse as your first horse, that's the last thing you want. Look at this. I forgot to say, I bet there's a lot of inter-Mini rivalry as well.
Oh, yes. And I think what's kind of fun about the Mini is it is good for a beginner driver, but you see what these advanced drivers do with this car. So it's not one easily outgrown. I think it's one you just learn what you can really do with it, and it fits like a glove, and you just get out there, and it's just so much fun. I can't say much more than it's so much fun.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I'm sorry you couldn't get to race them, but we're having fun. Now we see some pit stops. Out and in comes the number 30. That is Scott Crawford. And therefore, who should be going in? That'll be Bruce Holden that will jump in. There you go. There's the inside. Not much to it, is there? By the way, hats off to our Tony Garcia. I'm expecting him one day just to get in one of these cars and ride along because he gets so close. We will hire him out, but he's very expensive.
I love the scale of these cars, right? We had that shot inside the car in the pit lane, and you could see the hanging pedals that were almost horizontal. You could see the dash. You know, the wheel ends up in your chest. If I'm about 5'10", I'm roughly the right size, but some of the larger people get into them, taller people, and their knees are up in their ears.
But you say that. My brother-in-law is 6'2", and he sits quite comfortably in a Mini, and I don't understand the physics of that. Because you look at that car, you stand over it, and you think it's impossible. But I bet you we could get Shaq in one of these.
Well, that's the cool packaging thing, right? You know, so one of the geniuses of Alec Zagonis, the man who designed this car, was partly the drivetrain, but also partly the fact that you really can fit 4 adults into a Mini road car. And when you put, you know, they only really get cramped as race cars because there's a cage, there's a seat that doesn't move very much, there's the column, the wheel, everything is in a fixed position. Ooh, a little bit of brake lock up.
And by the way, it seems normal. My mum, when I was a schoolboy of about 6, used to take me to school in her Triumph Spitfire, bright yellow, which didn't even have back seats, but we fit me, my sister in the passenger seat, and 2 Afghan hounds.
Those are big dogs. Are you serious?
Omar and Khyber. And I would arrive with my blazer on at school, covered in Afghan, but blown by our Spitfire. That's how, I mean, you ask how you got into racing. My mum taking me to school. I couldn't wait till 3:30 to get picked up again.
So you basically grew up in a Tintin cartoon, is what you say. That sounds amazing.
Basically,
That's
yes.
amazing.
Here's another one for you, and I know Kev's got one like this. When we were at school, we would wait for the teacher that had a Mini or a Triumph, and what we would do is we'd wait till there was a break, and they would disappear to the master's office, go for their cup of tea, and we would all rush out, about 20 of us from the classroom, pick up the Mini, and take it to a place in the schoolyard that he couldn't drive out of. And we do this once a month, and he'd come back and we'd all sit there, nobody said a word. We got away with it for weeks, but you know, that's what you can do with a Mini.
I think they were putting something in your tea.
Here we go then, 21 minutes remaining. Who's it going to be, Mustang or Mini? The Big Bore Bash, as one of the Minis called it. Love it.
It's interesting, too. Look at the brake lights pop on in that Mustang. You know, Mustangs have heat-limited brakes. They will go away if you use them too much. So a lot of those drivers end up having to brake earlier and lighter in order to keep them under the car for the rest of the race. Whereas the Minis, the brake lights, if they pop on at all, they'll pop on and then flash off, and the car's immediately into the corner. We can hear it here, sitting and listening to turn 2 and turn 3 behind us. The Minis are a breathe out of the throttle and then always on it, and the Mustangs are feathering it constantly.
I tell you one thing the Mustangs have learned from last year. They all showed up last year with no headlights, trying to save some, save some weight, because what do you need headlights for? Well, the Minis all had their array of 4 headlights. That's Mini styly, but of course it went dark. Yeah. And we ran it in the dark. I think that was, what have we got here? 2 minutes to go left. Oh, this is them timing. I see. They're timing their 5-minute stop, as you quite rightly pointed out. Now, he should have boiled the tea by now, and off he'll go. But yeah, I mean, so basically the Mustangs have now brought back their full headlights, weight or no weight. They're going to make sure that if it does go dark or we go long, that they're ready.
That's what I love about Laguna Seca, is that, you know, the weather is either like this or there is something happening with the
thick
clouds.
Smog,
yeah, and the clouds are, you know, half the time you come here, there's a fog delay in the morning. But, you know, on Friday during practice with the Mustangs and Minis, the fog rolled in and it didn't get dark, but you couldn't see large parts of the track. It was really cool. The headlights were popping out of the haze. It was neat.
I seem to have forgotten about all these Ferraris parked up over here. This is far more interesting. Mustang versus Mini, David versus Goliath here at Laguna Seca 2022. They're going to repave Laguna fairly soon, so this will go down in history as one of the great races that finished off an era for Laguna Seca, no doubt. Gilbert Hakim back in the front in the Mustangs, keeping them honest and keeping them ahead for now. Out comes the Mini, though, the all-blue Manchester City colours of the 424. And that's the Cooper S from 1966. Gary Dreen and Chris Copley. So it should be Chris driving the car right now. And in comes another, and out goes the all-orange Mini. I'm sure Garcia's going to get in the back of one of these if we're not careful. Sun going down here on the peninsula, but a beautiful day and a great way to finish the weekend. Guys, Shannon first, have you enjoyed your weekend?
We've had a great weekend.
Good.
We've had a great weekend. Despite not racing, we've had a great weekend.
Me too.
It's such a nice event. They really do a great job with the whole event. So we're really happy to be a part of it for 2 years now.
And Sam, I know you have. I've dragged you in here, but I think you were having a good time before that.
Oh, I mean, it's, you know, there are bad weekends in Laguna Seca, but there are no bad weekends in Laguna Seca. Every time I come here, I have a great time. The hills, the way the place looks, the way it feels in the morning. It's a magical, special little bowl on top of a mountain where nothing ever changes, and it's a snow globe of motorsport. It's
I think that is actually, you just said it there. Whenever you arrive early in the morning at Laguna and it's cold and you're kind of like, I wish I hadn't stayed up as late as I did, and oh my word, we got a whole day ahead of us, and you see the fog and you think, oh, it's never going to rise. But then as you come into the circuit, you park up, you look down on the hill, you look across the peninsula, and you say, there's a whole day of racing to come. That fog's going to clear, and we're going to be at Laguna. It's a very special place.
Well, we're in the campground, and 8 o'clock, you hear the car starting. It's like, all right, time to get up. Let's go.
We are once again under caution. Clearly, the Minis have radioed in and said we can't have that man leading as much as he is. So I wonder what we've got here. Because we've definitely got, that could cost the 62 who's stuck in the pits at the moment, because obviously everything's slowed down there. So all this impetus you've got by being under green has now been lost, because obviously you're under yellow now. Now the 15-minute window also will be coming up soon, which means you can't make any more pit stops after that moment. So again, things will change. But as you said earlier, Sam, you know, they're gonna, that last lap last night was fantastic. Swapping paint almost.
Look at them going up that long hill. You know, the Mustangs get such a drive going up that hill, and the Mini, turn 6 has this big dip in it, and if you lift, if you breathe out of it, the car, you know, you lose 3-4 miles an hour going up the hill. It makes a difference. And in a Mustang, you breathe out of it, you get it back the moment you get back on the throttle. There's so many moments where the cars, what they're good at, makes a difference in the lap, and you can see the guys and gals in the cars making a difference. Especially coming down into the corkscrew, right? You know, we won't see it on this yellow lap, but the cars that carry the speed down and carry the brake over the corner and down into the bottom, weighting the nose the right way, it's, you know, there's a visible difference in how fast they go. It's really cool.
Look at that beautiful 1960 Mini. British racing green, British flag on the top. Done. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
It's Bill Weisskopf racing that 1960 Mini. Hey, look out. Shannon's off. She's going to go and have a beer. Come on in.
Hey, Sam.
Hey, man, covered with a greasy oiled hand. What's going on?
Well,
welcome back, first of all.
Yeah, Andrew Fox here. Hey, Sam, I tried my best. We were wrenching all day from about 8 o'clock this morning. I wanted to jump in just to make a couple of shout-outs.
Yeah, please do.
So there's Jeff Saculo, my pit man, and a massive shout-out to Andy Biddle, who actually got up at, I don't know, 5 a.m. this morning, drove back to San Jose to get parts, went to Fremont to get drive shafts.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah, came back down here. On his way, his F-150 truck's transmission blew up. He had to borrow another truck.
No.
Got back here, and then we've been, like, wrenching for the last, I don't know, 8 hours.
I can see from your hands, yeah.
Not just your hands, but up your elbows and on the sides of your arms. You're covered in dirt.
We were in deep. The motor's in, so Don bought 10 motors down here with him. So
As you do.
As you do. So we managed to get one of those in.
Look, we've got astronauts taking part in this race. That's fantastic. Great to have NASA on board.
So how far did you get? Because the car's not, I mean, the motor was in. I was impressed last time I saw it.
Yeah, we changed the gear linkage is done, different drive shafts are in. It's all back together. It's just fluids, basically fluids now, timing, final setup. But it's like, well,
so close.
It's so close. Like if we had another 45 minutes, I think we'd be there.
The engine that came out was so cute. There was this little hole in the side of the block, a little window with a tiny little rod in poking out of it. Little connecting rod from number 1 just coming out to say hi, and the rest of the motor was
It actually had a like what I did well was I destroyed the block and the sump. So there's a hole in the sump in the front and a hole in the block at the back. So
Did it. Drama. The leader's in the pits, guys. I'm going to have to stop you there. This is it. Pray silence, because this could be... What? We're getting gesticulation. We're getting a little bit of tightening of the wheels. We're building the drama. Back to you, Andrew. Carry on.
Well, I was just, I guess, closing it out. I turned my Mini into a cross-flow air-cooled motor, I guess.
Nice work.
The way you described it yesterday was pretty great. It was, well, the car was going fine, and then there was a pop, and then there was oil everywhere, and then it wasn't going anymore. And it was, I walked over to see it sitting in next to turn 5, and it just looked so sad. It's just a little cartoon car sitting there going, hi, I'm done.
Yeah.
Tried, though. Guys, you gave a valiant effort. It was fantastic.
We did, yeah. We did.
Visor down, visor up. 2 minutes to go. The waiting continues for the number 110. That is Gilbert Hakim, who came and had a word with me just before the race, and he said, I'm ready. Make sure you mention my GT350. Well, we didn't just mention it, we're all over it. Do you want a passenger? Now, Mike Biacchio, who Kev spoke to earlier before the race, leading at the moment with 12 minutes to go. Could we have an absolute wipeout? I wonder. Could we see Ford Mustang win here tonight? Well, that would be interesting. Frank Zucchi in second place, likewise in a 65 fastback Mustang. Starting to look good for the Americans, but things could change.
Look at that view. You can see the ocean. It's so great. You come up the back hill, and right as you turn into the corkscrew, you're looking down the track. You don't want to stare at anything else except for where you're going. But sometimes you sneak a peek at the ocean in the distance, and you just get this broad panorama. And then the car dives down the hill, and you keep going, and you're down into Rainy and going. This place is so special.
It was funny. James Alder came in here, and he said, you know, they did a pedal box race, or a pedal car race at Goodwood, and I said we should do a soapbox derby. Build your own and go down the corkscrew.
That's actually how they get you back to the pits when you have an engine failure. They throw you out there and then release you, and you roll down into the exit road.
I've experienced that twice this weekend.
I'm so sorry.
Here we go. He's getting a push. This drama indeed. The 110's in trouble. Will we get the former leader out there? Here we go. Well, he needs the Ragtime races. Oh, he's going to get a run at it. Here we go. Oh.
I wonder if the starter died.
Maybe.
Oh, he's going to try and start it that way. Interesting. That's a backwards bump start. Love it. Well, we're seeing it all today.
Well, he's parked up he's out in front of the driver's lounge, so the pit lane is slightly uphill.
Oh, I see. They're going to get him back. Right, I get what you said.
Try pushing a Mustang uphill.
No kidding.
That's when you want a Mini.
Right. Here we go. Heave ho, folks. Henry Ford would be proud, wouldn't he? Here we go. Tony Garcia, put the camera down and help push it. Great camera coverage. You can't get any better than that. Great stuff. Well done, Tony. So 9 minutes to go, and at the front, it's Mustang.
I'll bring you back.
We're getting down to the nitty-gritty. Frank Zucchi, though, is powering his way in second place to a possible overtake here. Kev's going to come back. Thank you, Andrew Fox, for the update and shout-outs.
That was great, wasn't it? Listening to Andrew there, just talking about what he's been getting up to all day there, and he's literally covered in grease. And yeah, I mean, look at this. Before the race, that man, the 111, Mike Baciocco there, he was starting at the back of the pack.
It's easy for you to say.
This late in the day, Mike, I apologise. But I tell you what, I have to say, he was sitting there. He's been waiting all day for this race. He was locked and loaded. He was a man zen in his thoughts. He was like, you know, he was there to do the business, and I could sense that with how he was sitting in the car. He wasn't coming here to make up the numbers. He had someone to show, someone to prove.
Well, it's starting to look like a muscle car fest at the moment, because I think that last safety car has put pay to any hope that the minis would come back at him. But it's never over till it's over, Sam.
And also as well, Johnny, I must just jump in here as well, just give a shout out to car 35. It was Randy Unsby. That's the man who ran them as a team, 61, 62, 63. He's the guy that I spoke to earlier, had them on his T-shirt. So Randy, thank you for the heads up. And I apologise that I had that senior moment for getting your name momentarily earlier on.
2 wheels on the Mini almost there. I've forgotten the name of the guy who does this, but there's a guy who goes around the world displaying Minis and does tricks with them, gets them on 2 wheels.
Really?
Drives them in circles and on 2 wheels, and yeah, it's total self-preservation society stuff.
Well, you're probably talking about my mate Paul Swift, who does his, the Italian job show. Well, I've commentated for Paul many, many times over the years, and he doesn't
That's
just put...
who I meant.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I know Paul well. He's a good pal of mine. Fantastic rally car driver as well. Runs a Escort Mark II rally car, and he'll put any car on 2 wheels, and it is quite remarkable. And I've been there as the passenger, and I've been there in the middle of the arena as he's gone past me on 2 wheels. It's incredible. There's no trick photography. There's no trick anything. As long as you can lock the differential, he goes up a little wooden ramp and he'll do a lap of the arena on 2 wheels.
That's nothing. I could put any car on his roof.
I was going to say, when you say put any car on 2 wheels, that sounds like a threat.
Yeah. Honestly, it's quite remarkable, and he does it in the smallest space as well. You don't need a big run-up. You don't need a big run-up. Just goes up a wooden ramp. Any production car, could be a Ford, could be a Mini, could be a whatever, and he puts it up on 2 wheels, does a lap of the arena, and the crowd go wild. It's incredible.
And he doesn't spill his tea.
He doesn't spill his tea. He doesn't spill his tea.
You think about the learning curve for that, right? Does it end up with a bunch of cars and a bunch of roofs while you're trying to learn how to do it? Like,
While you're getting it wrong.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he started out, I mean, we won't give him too much court time, but he started out, his dad is a stunt driver, Russ Swift, and he started out when he was about 9 or 10 years old on a little kind of mini tractor, and his dad brought him out as a little kind of thing, saying, here's my 9-year-old son, and he's going to race it down the straight here at Silverstone and put this little mini tractor on 2 wheels, and that's what he did. And now he's a chap, he's probably early 40s like me, and, well, I say like me, I'm late 40s, but, and he's still doing it. Anyway, back to the action. Look at the 62
Andrew
car.
Waite going through nicely.
Yeah.
Whoa. That was Matt Johnson getting a little sideways.
Twitchy in the Mustang.
You can see how they went through too, right? So Minis can take a much tighter line. The Mustangs have to go a little later, let the car set, come back into the throttle. The Minis simply have so much more grip that they have to take advantage of it. Take advantage of mid-corner speed and make it work.
And by the way, we're talking 10-inch wheels versus 15 or 16.
I was standing in Foxy's pit the other day, and there are these stacks of Hoosier tires and little Cosmic wheels, and our photographer walked over and he went, "Are these the wheels?" And I went, "Yeah." And he goes, "Really?" And I went, "Yes." And he goes, "No, wait, where are the real ones?" And I go, "These are them."
These are they, yes.
And he's a tall guy. He's got long arms. He managed to pick up 3 of them at a time. He's carrying 3 wheels around the paddock. Because they're 10 inches.
They look incredibly tiny when you walk near anything else down that row of cars down there. Just quite incredible. And the cars themselves, they are obviously tiny. And when you sit in them, and you'll know this, Sam, I mean, I said to these guys, what's it like when you point it down the corkscrew? You must feel so small and, like, vulnerable in that little thing on this big racetrack.
No, you huck it in, and it just, the whole thing, you think in the car turns. A Mustang, there's so much steering effort, and it's a great experience on its own, but you're in a big negotiation with the car. The Minis, you just kind of go, I want to go over there, and the car goes, boop, and then it's over there. It's fantastic.
Well, the discussion we had yesterday was the Mini, you have to be, if you're racing it, you have to be more precise almost than you would be in a Mustang, because you've got so much grunt in the Mustang that if you make a mistake, you can almost power out of it, whereas with a Mini, you're almost being a little bit more precise, because you can't get it back once you've gone wide or whatever. There's no way of powering out of it. You're there for as long as it wants you to be there.
Yeah.
Until you do what you're told.
Like I said, I had a chance to test one of Don Racine's cars, actually the 62 car that he's running here. And what I found amazing about it was that, you know, when you put the car into a corner and you get it right, the car's like, hey man, everything's fine. And when you do it just a little bit wrong, you feel it for the next 2 corners because you've lost that 2 or 5 miles an hour and it doesn't come back easy. It just takes glacial ages to get back into it. It's so great.
That is exactly the same. You're saying the same things that Andrew Waite said to me earlier on this afternoon. This is great. I love listening to guys like yourself who race these things and know all about it because you're so in tune with what's going on. He said, you know, he said exactly the same thing. He said, you turn it into the corner, you start to get it wrong, the thing is going to let you know. And it's, you know, it's just, and you just feel it. And you're like, no, all right, I can't do that. Sorry, I'll try someone else. You know.
Well, now we've got a battle for the minis. Oh, wow! If he gets that under control, that's going to be one hell of an overtake. Wow, that was sensational. Well done.
Dennis, is that Dennis or Don Racine? Who's going second? I think Dennis Racine.
Dennis Racine. That was brilliant.
Look at how much of a gap he built.
Yeah, that
down
was flew. Yeah, he really did. I don't think he used. I think he just dropped it into
Watch
third.
this though. Watch Andrew Waite. He's going to have a look up the inside. That's the 62 car coming up on the 61. Puts it up the inside. Now he's going to try the long way round. Look at this.
Oh,
and he's done it. And he's done it.
Nicely done, then. So the Minis putting on a show here. They may not win the race, but they're going to fight each other tooth and nail for the Mini win, as it were.
Lauber and Waite in that 62 car are now up to 6. After that yellow flag and safety car, they were down in about 9 and nowhere to be seen. They've got pride on the line. They want to put this up higher. This is great.
I love watching the cars go through 6, right? You just saw that Mustang. There's a dip in the middle, and you see the Mustangs take this. They visibly see their weight. This whoop as they come down, and the Minis just go dip and then back up again. It's so obvious what's going on.
Look at this. Look at this.
Here's our leader creeping up. And past he goes.
It's like a bigger fish swallowing something much smaller as it goes by. You got no chance there, buddy.
Dancing with whales, as it was described earlier.
Oh, is that what we had?
Somebody,
Oh, yeah, that's it. That's it.
A friend of mine once described driving a fast Mustang as a nuclear sofa, right? You have everything and nothing all at once.
Yes, I like that. That's a good description. 2 minutes to go then in our final race. Mini versus Mustang, a great way to end the weekend on what has been a truly spectacular weekend of racing. If you haven't enjoyed it, whatever part of racing you love, then you haven't got a pulse because there's been so much to edify here and enjoy. It's been fun. It's been good. It's been good, good fun racing. It's been good, clean racing. We've had some moments, but all in all, most of the cars, I think, are going to be going home safe. And that checkered flag on the top of that car could well be used in about a minute or so.
Yeah, that's my man Randy Unsby, who I was talking about earlier. He's actually racing that 35 car. He's the man that used to own or run the team that's 61, 62, 63, out in the 35 car with the checker block roof.
Like it. Wow.
Here we go.
So a minute to go, and it looks as though Mustang are headed for victory, but that makes sense because it is a 66 Mustang he's driving, and for those that know their history,
stand by though, look out for Lauber and Waite. They're going up from 6th. We're going to see him 5th with that move there, I think.
Yeah, I think that is. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Well, in fact, Racine was 7th.
That's 177.
Yeah.
Are our graphics slightly behind what's going on? I'm not sure.
I think they are. Well, we'll soon find out as they cross the strip.
Full credit to Andrew Waite if he has put himself right in the mix in the closing stages of this one, as we've got just 30 seconds left, Johnny.
Yeah, 30 seconds. As soon as that clock drops to 0, it'll be the lap they're on, or if they just start before they get across the strip, they'll get that one more lap at the 0 mark. So that should give us the white flag for the leader very soon.
Look at these two cars. They're having the time of their lives in the closing stage of this one. 62 and 177, and what a great camera shot with the lights on, blitzing it through the dust there in the early evening sunlight here at Laguna.
We go. Here we go on the braking. He hasn't done it this time, but he's close.
That must be so exhilarating, Sam, what he's going through. Well, your stomach is coming through your mouth is what's happening there, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, you come over the hill, you can't see anything, the track is nowhere, and then all of a sudden you bottom and go down. It's everything just appears before you, and then you have a big ballsy turn that's raining. It's great. Final lap.
Final lap.
Final lap, and it is the 111. Yep, of Mike Bacchiaccio leading the way here for the Mustangs. And like I said, it's appropriate that it is a 66 Mustang because, of course, that's when Trans Am began some 56 years ago, and somewhat appropriate then that Mustangs here in 2022 would finish off a weekend of Velocity Invitational as the head of the pack in our All-American Festival of Speed. And absolutely, America celebrating not just the American car, but all that have come to America to race in this wonderful, fanatic place for racing, because there's no question, if I've learned one thing this weekend, is the respect, the love, and the passion that Americans have for all kinds of cars from all over the world. And I love that fact. It doesn't matter whether it's Japanese, British, Italian, and of course American. Last corner then, turn 12, Laguna Seca, Velocity Invitational. I hope you've enjoyed it. Let's bring him home on 111. Mike Boccaccio, who's going to win here in the final race and does take the checkered flag. Well done.
Full credit to him, and I won't say there was any kind of like, I don't know, serendipity, or there was no planning on my part to chat to the winner before the race. It was just I happened to be stood there, and there he was, and I was like, "What's your name, sir?" In the 111 car.
I know, I do. I remember.
And there he was, and he's the winner.
I love that. That's brilliant.
I planned it all.
Aha, now here comes the 62. Is he going to be second across the line? The way he's been pushing, I wouldn't be surprised. That's Andrew Waite, who led early on. And yes, he did get ahead of... across the line he comes, takes the checkered flag, lights blazing on. And that's the 177 of Don Racine and Dennis Racine coming across the line. Dennis at the wheel.
Johnny, thank you for having me. I'm going to step out for a second.
Sam, so glad you came along.
It was a pleasure.
Keep in touch. Anytime. You're always welcome in the booth. I hope you've enjoyed it.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you so much.
Well done to Mike Boccaccio. Well, let me see if I can get his... I've murdered his name a couple of times. I'll see if I can get it right next time. But I don't think he'll care. He's the winner all the same. Sun's come out on the hills of Monterey. The resplendent Taylor has joined us in blue suit and all. I don't know how you've managed not to get a peek.
I did. I was brushing up on the tires a little bit. I went and talked to almost every driver on that grid. But yes.
Have you had fun?
I have had so much fun. I can't even explain. As you guys probably mentioned before, this was my first Velocity. You guys obviously were here last year, but I cannot tell you, this smile has not left my face all day.
How about that Ragtime races?
I was living for that suit. I was next year. We're switching. I'm in that suit.
Good luck trying to top that.
I say, I'll hand the baton on to this one, Johnny. How about you?
Well, she's rather brave, I'd say.
Rather.
What a scallywag, thinking she could take you on.
I have to practice my verbiage before I get over there.
You've got to get your Pathé verbiage down before you do that.
Yes, indeed. But what
guys, we're going to see the sun's going down. Let's sum up the day and sum up the weekend, really. Hats off to the organisers. They've done it again. And I know that Jeff and Ryan and everybody else don't like to sort of say, oh, it's Goodwood here in America. It's not. It's America's version of something very similar, but everybody's liking it to that.
Yeah.
And I hear Lord March was here this weekend.
He was
not a bad compliment.
Wow, I didn't know that. That was kept under the radar, wasn't it?
Well, I like to keep some secrets.
Johnny, you are the man in the know, aren't you? How do you know this?
Well, I do know this.
Well, you do know
this. But come on,
sum
sum up your weekends.
Well, for me, Johnny, I'll leap in straight away. It's just the passion of the people that I've spoken to. I've learned an awful lot about a lot of different cars this weekend, where I was speaking to John Schomer about the Ferrari 250, the experimental one in blue that he spoke to about earlier. That was incredible talking to him. Lovely chatting to Wayne Rainey as well, and his pal Gordy, who were going out in that 2.5-litre Datsun, the 510. That was incredible. And it just seems that it doesn't matter who you speak to about whatever car they're next to. It's the passion and it's the stories. And from my point of view, it's learning, because these guys, oh boy, they really know their stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Again, he summed it up pretty good, but absolutely, the people here, I feel like we all get to be kids again. You know, these people have been in motorsport, and what I feel like I got from them is that it brings them back to that childhood, or reminds them of why they love motorsports, why they started in this, and just getting to experience that all over again, and seeing all the cars, you know, they own multiple, or they race in multiple classes, and there's not another race where you can really do that. You've either got to dedicate yourself to whether it be IndyCar or something like that, but these guys, they have their hand in everything, which I love so much. So I can't sum it up. It was such a blast out there.
It has been a blast, and full credit to you, Taylor, because you've been down there on Velocity Lane, putting the microphone in the window next to cars that are revving their engines a volume that the people at home probably don't realise, because our microphones are incredible and it blocks out a lot of the surrounding noise. But I can tell you, when you're doing what you're doing up there on Velocity Lane, it's really tricky. So you did an awesome job on that. It's incredible. You asked the question, and I'm over the noise of the engine, you sometimes can't barely hear the answer. It's a trick in itself.
Yeah, I hope they were answering good. Yeah. They could have been saying things, and I was saying yes. Who knows? But the smell too. If you guys weren't here, you missed out on that, because I was down there, you know, probably drinking race fuel at this point, but taking it all in.
It's not just the sights and sounds, it's the smells, isn't it, Johnny? And you've been outside, so you've been experiencing all of it this year.
I've loved being out here. This is absolutely great. Well, listen, guys, thank you so much for all your work this weekend. A great shout out to Greenlight, to Tony Garcia in the pit lane. Superb work working with Taylor. Taylor, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Our thanks to everybody involved, everybody, the marshals, the participants, everybody. We go and finish another beautiful evening here in Monterey. Stay safe, everyone. I'm glad you've joined us over the weekend. And I have to say, Jeff O'Neill's job was to bring 100 years of motorsport to you, and I think he's done that, and it's capped off by one of the greatest of all time being part of this event, Mario Andretti, racing a modern Formula One car. He got his dream, and we got ours. We'll see you next year.